Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 86, Playing Crocodile Like a Fiddle. Rowen, your ability. Ace began, looking intently at Rowen. He had never encountered someone capable of wielding multiple devil fruit powers before. What bothered Ace the most was that Rowen had used his flare fruit ability. It was common knowledge, only one of each devil fruit existed at any given time, only after the current user died would the fruit reappear somewhere else in the world. Yet, Ace's own flare power was still present within him. But Rowen had undeniably used the flare fruit's abilities, and wielded them even more powerfully than Ace himself. But as Ace was about to press further, he stopped himself. Possessing such an ability clearly meant Rowen harbored a massive secret, given they had only just met. Directly prying felt inappropriate. There's nothing to hide, Rowen stated calmly, meeting Ace's gaze. I can use multiple devil fruit powers, and I can plunder all powers from others, including their devil fruit abilities. As for how I can use your flare ability, it likely stems from the life and death bond you share with Luffy, a form of spiritual connection. Because Luffy and I are also the closest of comrades, that bond acts as a conduit, allowing me to access your flare power. Rowen understood now. The fuel for equipping traits from others, bonds, were essentially manifestations of spiritual power. The physical manifestation of spiritual power was Haki. Spiritual power itself held limitless potential. Naturally, such power could serve as fuel for equipping abilities. Is that even possible? What a frightening ability. Hearing Rowen's explanation, Ace's pupils constricted sharply, staring at Rowen in utter shock. The ability to plunder all powers from others. And using spiritual bonds as a conduit to wield others' abilities. Creating the impossible phenomenon of identical devil fruit powers appearing simultaneously. Such power was unheard of. Ace stared at Rowen, stunned, then slowly composed himself. Is it really alright to tell me something like this? Ace asked seriously, looking at Rowen. This power was too dangerous, too monstrous, too unbelievable. They had only just met. Ace felt his earlier questions were perhaps too forward, yet Rowen had revealed everything without hesitation. You're Luffy's brother. That's enough, Rowen replied with a warm smile. I never hide anything from my comrades. That includes the people they trust most, Rowen finished. Hearing this, Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji all grinned. Nami and Vivi looked at Rowen, their eyes shining brightly. Robin pressed her lips together, looking at Rowen, a strange light flickering in her own eyes. Comrades, a word that felt like an unattainable luxury to her, yet Rowen spoke of his abilities openly, not hiding anything even from her. This man, did he truly consider her a comrade worthy of trust? Robin felt a significant emotional tremor, her eyes gleaming with complex curiosity. Sun God, Apex Gold, equipping progress significantly increased. Azura Aura, Special, equipping progress significantly increased. Modified Exoskeleton equipping progress significantly increased. Anthem of Courage, Special, equipping progress significantly increased. A series of notifications flashed before Rowen. I see, Ace murmured, looking at Rowen with genuine admiration. For Ace, who belonged to the Whitebeard Pirates, a crew centered around the concept of family, this man before him possessed incredible charisma. I swear on my life, I'll keep this secret, Ace declared with utmost seriousness. Relax. We're friends already, aren't we? Rowen clapped Ace on the shoulder, laughing heartily. He knew Ace's character well, he had no concerns about Ace revealing anything. Besides, he also needed to slowly break down Robin's emotional walls. Sensing Robin's emotional shift with his observation Haki, Rowen smiled faintly. Robin's psychological scars ran even deeper than Nami's. Rowen was determined to help her overcome them. He certainly wouldn't let things devolve into some ridiculous Robin retrieval arc involving CP9 like in the original story. Those failures weren't worthy of dictating Rowen's path. Rowen was a man who took control of everything himself. Ha ha ha. Right. We're friends now. Ace laughed back easily. My little brother, he's always been rather willful. Thank you all for looking after him, Ace said, his smile fading slightly as he looked towards Rowen and the others, bowing deeply. Luffy's brother is surprisingly polite. Zoro commented, genuinely taken aback. Anything can happen on the sea, the others nodded in agreement. By the way, Ace, why did you come to Alabasta? Luffy asked curiously. I'm chasing someone, Ace's expression instantly turned razor sharp. Trusting Rowen and his crew completely now, Ace didn't hide anything, recounting the entire story of Blackbeard murdering a comrade and stealing a devil fruit. Hearing about the betrayal enraged the Straw Hats. I heard someone defeated Blackbeard in Yuba, so I came to Alabasta to check, Ace explained, looking towards the distance. Yuba. That place is the rebel army leader's base, Vivi stated, her expression immediately turning serious. Rowen, do you think I can succeed if I go there and try to stop the rebellion? The rebel leader used to be my friend, Vivi asked, looking towards Rowen for guidance. Now, Vivi's heart belonged entirely to Rowen, she trusted his decisions completely. No. Going there would be pointless, Rowen replied slowly, looking at Vivi. With Baroque works constantly fanning the flames, and the clone fruit ability in play, even if the rebel leader agreed to stop now, Crocodile would force his hand. The rebellion is inevitable. Rowen placed a comforting hand on Vivi's shoulder. To end all this, there's only one way. You know what it is, don't you, Vivi? Rowen looked intently into her eyes. Defeat Crocodile, Vivi whispered, biting her lip. Exactly. Until Crocodile is taken down, everything else is futile, Rowen stated, gazing towards the distant desert. Where is that crocodile guy? Luffy immediately yelled. In Rain Base. Vivi named the city. We don't need to go there either, Rowen stated calmly, just as the others were getting fired up. EHHH. Everyone looked confusedly at Rowen. Don't forget, Robin is on our side now. The initiative is ours. If we simply show ourselves in Alubarna, the capital, he will obediently walk into our trap. The rebel army, fueled by Crocodile's manipulations, will also target Alubarna. We eliminate Crocodile there, reveal the truth, end the rebellion, and restore peace to Alabasta, all at once, Rowen explained with a calm, confident smile. He had no time to play Crocodile's cat-and-mouse games across the desert. With Robin providing intel, the advantage lay entirely with Rowen. He refused to follow Crocodile's script like in the original story. Instead, he would make Crocodile walk right into his setup. Crocodile had no other choice. I see. With the initiative entirely ours, we can choose the battlefield, control the entire situation. And returning to the capital early allows Vivi to inform her father of everything, giving them time to prepare. Plus, the clone fruit's disguises are useless against your observation hockey. After defeating Crocodile, we can reveal the truth to the citizens and the rebels simultaneously, completely restoring peace to Alabasta. What a brilliant plan, Rowen. Sanji, with his sharp mind, quickly grasped the strategy, looking at Rowen with admiration. Taking the initiative like this, I like it, Zoro grinned. Following Rowen's strategy, they never lost the upper hand. It was always others being led by the nose by Rowen, even warlords were no exception. Rowen, Vivi murmured, looking at him, her eyes sparkling. In Rowen's hands, no problem seemed insurmountable. Impressive, Ace acknowledged, understanding the situation in Alabasta now after listening to Rowen's plan. He was deeply impressed. This man possessed not only immense power and terrifying abilities but also brilliant strategic thinking. Well then, I'll head towards Yuba, Ace said, shouldering his pack. Be careful, Rowen replied, clapping Ace on the shoulder, then turned to Usopp. Usopp. Materials. Whoosh. Smoke enveloped the materials Usopp produced. Rowen activated the Munch fruit ability, quickly constructing a small desert vehicle. Use this. It'll make desert travel easier, Rowen offered to Ace. Rowen didn't intend to stop Ace from pursuing Blackbeard. It wasn't just about the future summit war. Even Whitebeard couldn't dissuade Ace, Rowen trying would be pointless. People don't learn from words, only experience teaches. Being able to use multiple devil fruit abilities certainly is convenient. Thanks, Ace chuckled. Luffy. This is for you, Ace tossed Luffy a small piece of paper. With this, we'll definitely meet again, Ace smiled. A Vivre card? Rowen commented knowingly. That's right. You really know a lot, Rowen, Ace grinned. My little brother causes a lot of trouble. Please continue to look after him, Ace said, bowing deeply again to Rowen and the crew. Yeah, Rowen replied calmly. See you later, Rowen, Ace smiled and waved. Your brother is so polite. Nothing like you, Sanji commented dryly to Luffy as they watched Ace depart. Shishishi. Ace is Ace. I am me. Luffy grinned cheerfully. All right. Let's head to Alubarna, Rowen stated, watching Ace's retreating figure. The next time we meet, will be at the Summit War. He then turned back to the crew with a smile. Oh. The crew boarded the desert vehicle Rowen created, speeding off towards Alubarna. Rain Base. Still, absolutely no word back. Crocodile hissed, his expression incredibly dark and grim. He had deployed Baroque Works agents across the entire Alabastan coastline, yet received zero reports regarding Nefertari Vivi's whereabouts. Either Vivi hadn't returned to Alabasta yet, or the one helping her was far more formidable than he imagined. No news of Vivi or Robin, but I did receive this, Crocodile muttered, looking down at the wanted posters on his desk, his eyes filled with malice. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Bounty, 100 million berry. Crocodile certainly knew the name of the super rookie causing such a stir across the seas recently. User of Conqueror's Hockey, clashed with my Hawk back in the East Blue. He didn't expect him to show up in Alabasta. Although this rookie possessed Conqueror's Hockey and a bounty exceeding his own frozen one, Crocodile hadn't initially been concerned. His bounty was decades old, frozen upon becoming a warlord. A mere 100 million berry meant nothing to him. But what Crocodile hadn't expected. This man had somehow drawn Vice Admiral Guillaume here. Crocodile knew Guillaume's strength well. An admiral candidate. Though far inferior to a true admiral, she was still among the top powerhouses on the sea, leagues above standard vice admirals. What shocked Crocodile even more, Guillaume had actually fought Sky Sovereign Rowen. Though the battle was fierce, preventing his billions agents in Nanohana from getting close, reports indicated Guillaume was actually at a disadvantage. Completely unable to handle Rowen. And although the final outcome was unknown, Guillaume had clearly abandoned her pursuit of Rowen. The admiral candidate had failed. This news seemed utterly unbelievable to Crocodile. If not for multiple reports confirming it, he would have dismissed it entirely. A rookie, just entering the Grand Line, fought an admiral candidate and held the upper hand. It sounded like the biggest joke on the entire sea. Worse still, the man's whereabouts were now unknown. And Guillaume remained in Alabasta. This further complicated Crocodile's already troubled situation regarding Robin and Vivi, casting a dark shadow over his plans. Dealing with someone of Guillaume's caliber would be extremely difficult if she interfered with his operation. Buru. 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 Just then, his transponder snail rang. Crocodile looked at the calling number. It was from his surveillance team monitoring the royal palace in Alubarna. Click. Mr. Zero speaking, Crocodile stated gravely. Boss. Miss Wednesday has appeared. And Miss All Sunday is with her, the agent reported loudly. Where are they? Crocodile felt a surge of unease. Right here in Alubarna, the agent replied quickly. What? Hearing the confirmation, Crocodile's pupils constricted sharply. Appeared directly in the capital, Alubarna. Did that mean his entire intelligence network along the coast failed completely? Who in the world was helping Nefertari Vivi? Who else is with them? Crocodile demanded, his voice laced with malice. Also. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, bounty 45 million, and. The agent's voice trembled, the snail's projected face suddenly contorting in absolute terror. And who else? Crocodile roared, his eyes narrowing dangerously, though he already suspected the answer. And. Me, the voice from the transponder snail suddenly changed, taking on a surprisingly powerful, confident tone. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Crocodile snarled, his face turning utterly grim. Chapter 87, Bonus, Negotiation. I only want your life. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Crocodile snarled, his face a mask of utter darkness as he stared at the image projected by the transponder snail. Though he had never met the men in person, the snail's mimicry, combined with the user's voice, always bore a resemblance. That supremely confident smile was identical to the one on the wanted poster. Combined with the agent's earlier report that Straw Hat Luffy was also present, the identity of the person on the other end of the line was undeniable. Crocodile's expression grew incredibly grim. So, it was this man helping Nefertari Vivi. If Crocodile had previously dismissed this super rookie as insignificant, now, a deep sense of foreboding settled in his heart. Combat strength capable of overwhelming Vice Admiral Guillaume, even in the New World, that signified an absolute powerhouse. With such an ally, no wonder Mr. One and the others were defeated swiftly. Mr. One was strong, yes, but before someone of that caliber, he was like dust. Mr. 3 and the others wouldn't even register. With such a force involved, and Guillaume still lurking in Alabasta, the situation had become incredibly complicated. Worse still, Nico Robin was in this man's hands. Crocodile's mind raced, his dark thoughts churning. What was this man's objective? Why interfere in Alabasta's affairs? But the man's next words sent Crocodile into an immediate, incandescent rage. You want Pluton? Want to know where it is? Seeing the mocking smile on the transponder snail's projected face, veins bulged on Crocodile's forehead. Did that woman, Nico Robin, betray me? Crocodile hissed, his voice dangerously low. Betrayal? Weren't you two just in a cooperative relationship? Besides, for something this simple, do I even need Robin to tell me? If you want Pluton's location, come to Alubarna. I'll give you 2 days. I have no patience to play your pathetic little, build a military nation, games. Understood, Crocodile. Click. Before Crocodile could utter a single word, the call was disconnected. Bastard. Crocodile roared, smashing the transponder snail against the wall, his eyes bloodshot. It had always been him threatening others, manipulating others, leading others by the nose. Now, to be so blatantly toyed with by some brat who had just entered the Grand Line. Only giving him 2 days. The sheer arrogance. Who did this brat think he was? What enraged Crocodile even more was that his opponent clearly knew about Operation Utopia, and had contemptuously dismissed it as a pathetic little game. The most infuriating part. He truly had no other choice. He had to reach Alubarna within 2 days. Otherwise, if this man left Alabasta with Nico Robin, the sea was vast, where would he ever find her again? If Pluton fell into this brat's hands, then all his years of planning and scheming would have been for nothing, merely paving the way for this upstart. After running through all possibilities, the only course of action left was to do exactly as the brat dictated, reach Alubarna within 2 days. This feeling of being manipulated, forced to follow this brat's plan, for Crocodile, who was accustomed to controlling everything, was maddening. Bastard. Since you want to help Nefertari Vivi, then just you wait. Crocodile seethed, his eyes bloodshot. He began issuing orders. Mr. 2 was to head immediately to the rebel army's headquarters, use his clone fruit ability to impersonate their leader, Koza, and instigate immediate, widespread conflict. All Baroque Works agents infiltrated within Alabasta's royal army and the rebel army were to immediately begin sowing discord and escalating hostilities between the two factions. He would plunge Alabasta into the flames of total war. Buru buru buru. Just as a sliver of vengeful satisfaction began to course through Crocodile, the transponder snail rang again. Seeing the snail he had smashed against the wall now lying on the floor, Crocodile's eye twitched, but he had no choice but to use his sand fruit powers to retrieve it. Click. Oh, by the way, if you're thinking of using the clone fruit or your infiltrated agents to incite war, I'll be very displeased. And you should know what happens when I'm displeased, right, Crocodile? The snail projected an image of an intensely mocking smile, then immediately disconnected again. Crocodile's face contorted in a silent snarl. Bastard. That bastard, he deliberately didn't say that earlier. Crocodile knew that kind of smile all too well. It was the smile of someone relishing complete control, toying with an insignificant ant. Because when he was the one in control, toying with his own pawns, he wore the exact same smile. Only now, he was the one being toyed with. But a cruel, predatory grin slowly spread across Crocodile's own face. So what if this man knew about Operation Utopia through Nico Robin? Crocodile still had one final, hidden trump card. That superbomb, with an explosion radius of 5 kilometers. A bomb not even Nico Robin knew about. Since this brat specifically forbade him from inciting rebellion in Alabasta, it proved one thing: the brat cared deeply about Alabasta, or perhaps about Nefertari Vivi. Sometimes, being arrogant, assuming you control everything, that was the most fatal mistake. Through this conversation, the brat had inadvertently handed Crocodile a crucial piece of intel. This bomb, capable of obliterating Alubarna, was Crocodile's ultimate bargaining chip. Little brat. Thinking you can control everything. You're still far too naive. Crocodile stared at the disconnected transponder snail, his smile growing even more savage. Alubarna, Royal Palace of Alabasta. What an incredible bomb. And it's timed. Usopp exclaimed, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he examined the massive explosive device before them. Crocodile, that bastard. Vivi's father, King Nefertari Cobra of Alabasta, stared at the bomb, his face pale with lingering fear. If not for Rowen, if this bomb had detonated in the heart of Alubarna, Cobra shivered just imagining it. Even I didn't know about this bomb. But Crocodile, that man was always this insidious, Robin commented, fine beads of sweat also appearing on her brow as she looked at the device. Rowen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Vivi cried, tears welling in her eyes as she threw herself into Rowen's arms. At this moment, Vivi could no longer hide her emotions, she clung tightly to Rowen, greedily inhaling his scent, which brought her an immense sense of security. Vivi didn't dare imagine what would have become of Alabasta under Crocodile's heinous plan if not for Rowen. I told you, I wouldn't let you wear that expression again, Rowen said gently, stroking Vivi's hair, feeling the warmth of her embrace, a soft smile on his face. Nearby, King Cobra watched them, his eyes initially wide, then softening into a resigned, understanding smile. For Cobra, his daughter's happiness was paramount. And this man had saved Alabasta. But Rowen, why didn't you just expose Crocodile's entire plot directly? Usopp asked curiously. If I revealed everything, what if he got scared and didn't show up? You need leverage to bring someone to the bargaining table, Rowen replied with a smile. After arriving in Alubarna, Vivi had told King Cobra everything. Rowen, meanwhile, used his observation haki to locate the bomb, finding it exactly where it was placed in the original story, the clock tower in Alubarna's main plaza. Only after neutralizing all unstable factors did Rowen deliberately reveal their presence. Otherwise, with Rowen's current observation and Conqueror's hockey, the few spies Crocodile had stationed here would never have detected them and Vivi. Including my second call, forbidding Crocodile from inciting rebellion, the primary goal was, of course, to minimize casualties from war in Alabasta. The secondary goal was to convey to Crocodile that I value Alabasta, that I value Vivi. It also makes Crocodile think I'm an arrogant fool who believes he has everything under control. That way, this bomb becomes Crocodile's biggest bargaining chip. And with a chip like that, of course he'll dare to come to the table, Rowen explained. Suji. Everything is completely under your control, Rowen. Usopp exclaimed, looking at Rowen with awe. The others also smiled. Rowen's mind was always so sharp, following his strategy, they always held the absolute initiative. Hearing Rowen say he valued her, Vivi blushed deeply, but this time, she didn't look away, meeting Rowen's gaze directly. Princess Vivi has really grown up. Shaka, user of the dog fruit, model, Jackal, and Pell, user of the bird fruit, model, Falcon, hailed as Alabasta's two guardian deities, watched Vivi from nearby, their expressions fond. They had watched Vivi grow up, she was like a niece to them. And the partner she's found is outstanding. That Crocodile, known for his cunning schemes, is being completely played by this young man, Pell added, awestruck. Princess Vivi's judgment, of course, is never wrong, Shaka agreed with a smile. If Crocodile contacts you, you know how to respond, right? Rowen asked, looking towards Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day, the Baroque Works agents originally assigned to guard the bomb, with a calm smile. Why yes. Understood. Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day replied fearfully. All right. Put this bomb back where you found it. I've already dealt with its contents using the munch fruit. It's just an empty shell now. That way, even if Crocodile sends someone to check, they won't find anything, Rowen explained, smiling at King Cobra. A flawless plan, Cobra praised, deeply impressed. Next, we just wait for Crocodile to walk right into our net, Rowen finished, a confident smile on his face. After so much preparation, it was finally time to close the net. After ending the call with Rowen, Crocodile raced frantically towards Alubarna. Finally, within the 2-day deadline Rowen had set, he arrived. The tight schedule left even Crocodile looking somewhat fatigued, his eyes burning with suppressed fury. It had been a long time since he had been led by the nose like this. But, the biggest trump card was still in his hands. Looking towards Alubarna's most prominent clock tower, Crocodile's lips twisted into a savage grin. Then, Crocodile began to enter Alubarna. Mr. Crocodile. Crocodile made his entrance into Alubarna with great fanfare. Using his warlord status, Crocodile had propagated influence in Alabasta for years, by hunting down pirates causing trouble and leveraging newspaper propaganda. He had successfully crafted an image as Alabasta's hero. This ostentatious entrance was designed to draw more attention, to use these foolish, manipulated citizens to further strengthen his hand. Crocodile wore a false smile, attracting the gazes of more citizens as he headed towards the royal palace. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps when... Whoosh! Bang! A fist, gleaming with the dark, metallic sheen of armament hockey, slammed heavily into Crocodile's face. Whoosh! Under the immense force, Crocodile's face contorted violently. He was sent flying like a cannonball. At that moment, Crocodile was completely stunned. It wasn't just the shock of being hit in the head by hockey, he was utterly bewildered by the situation. Hadn't he just arrived in Alubarna, exactly as this brat demanded? Didn't this brat have something, using Pluton as leverage, to negotiate with him? Otherwise, why go through all this trouble to make him come to Alubarna? Before arriving, Crocodile had considered countless possibilities, but never this. He hadn't even seen the brat's face properly, hadn't exchanged a single word, and he was instantly sent flying by a hockey-infused punch. Took you long enough. I was getting impatient, Crocodile. Rowen's voice, laced with laughter, called out as he transformed into a stream of smoke, rocketing towards the airborne Crocodile. Whoosh! Crocodile dissolved into a swirl of sand, reforming on an empty patch of ground nearby, attempting to use his elemental form to mitigate the secondary impact damage. But the next moment... Whoosh! Bang! Crocodile's remaining good hand was wrenched behind his back by Rowen. Crocodile was instantly captured by Rowen. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Crocodile twisted his head, glaring murderously at Rowen, his eyes bloodshot. His head was still spinning. Being struck in the head by hockey so unexpectedly. Crocodile hadn't fully recovered his senses yet. Such powerful hockey. Crocodile looked at Rowen, veins bulging on his forehead. That's me, Rowen replied with a wide grin. What in the world are you doing? Crocodile finally sensed something was terribly wrong. This place was too quiet. No one around. This empty space felt like it had been deliberately prepared. Almost as if it were a specially designed battlefield. Figured it out. That's right. This place is where you'll be buried, Rowen stated, smiling as he observed Crocodile's dawning horror. The sand fruit, among Logias, was only T2, Tier 2, inferior to the flare fruit. Even awakened, based solely on its fruit power, it only reached the deep gold trait tier. Furthermore, the sand fruit had a fatal weakness, water. If the user was doused with water, they couldn't use their sand powers. And its ability to absorb water was limited to the user's hands. Crocodile, having only one hand, meant that ability was already halved, and now, Crocodile's remaining water-absorbing hand was pinned behind his back by Rowen. As for why Rowen prepared this specific battlefield. Naturally, to ensure Crocodile's defeat with absolute certainty. The sand fruit's power was greatly amplified in a desert environment. Rowen certainly wouldn't allow Crocodile any home field advantage. From the moment Crocodile stepped into Alyabarna, his fate was sealed. A terrifying killing intent enveloped Crocodile. My burial place. Crocodile's face turned ashen. In that instant, Crocodile finally grasped the truth. Rowen had absolutely no intention of negotiating with him. This brat only wanted his life. Elementize. With his main water-absorbing hand captured, Crocodile immediately tried to dissolve into sand, hoping to create distance from Rowen. While Haki could strike a Logia user's true body, if the user could negate the Haki on the captured part of their body with their devil fruit power, they could still elementize. Boom. Chapter 88, Plundering Fortune. Haushaku coding. Admiral level. Boom. A tyrannical crimson-black light flared violently in Rowen's eyes. The next moment, it seemed to solidify, erupting into crackling arcs of crimson-black lightning that danced wildly through the atmosphere. Under this overwhelming surge, Crocodile, who was in the process of elementizing into sand, froze mid-transformation. Elementalization failed. Before Conqueror's Haki could be infused into attacks, it couldn't directly inflict fatal damage on Crocodile. However, by disrupting his mental state for a crucial instant, it could temporarily halt his elemental transformation. And that momentary halt was all Rowen needed. Smoke release. Munch release. Whoosh. White smoke instantly enveloped Crocodile's body. Then, from within the smoke, a large volume of seawater, which Rowen had previously munched and stored, was forcefully expelled. Splash. The seawater completely drenched Crocodile's body. A horrifying wave of weakness washed over him, his face contorting in horror. This is seawater. No way. How can your fruit contain seawater? Crocodile shrieked, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Devil fruit users, in exchange for their mighty powers, were cursed by Mother Sea, becoming unable to swim. Seawater was the absolute bane of every devil fruit user. Contact with it nullified their fruit powers and sapped nearly all their strength. Yet this man's fruit somehow concealed seawater. And this was the smoke fruit's power, right? How could the smoke fruit store seawater? Drenched and powerless, Crocodile was utterly bewildered. I'm under no obligation to answer your questions, Crocodile, Rowen replied with a chilling smile. Although Rowen's current strength was more than enough to defeat Crocodile conventionally, this was Vivi's country. A full-blown Logia battle would undoubtedly cause massive collateral damage to Alyabarna. Combining the munch fruit with the smoke fruit allowed Rowen to store seawater beforehand and then release it, instantly neutralizing Crocodile. With such an efficient method available, why bother with a drawn-out fight? Rowen was a pirate. Maximizing profit, obtaining what he wanted, that was the pirate way. All right, Crocodile. You can die peacefully now. Rowen stated, the tyrannical crimson-black light flaring in his eyes as he looked down at the completely helpless warlord. Wait. Why you care deeply about Alabasta, about Nefertari Vivi, don't you? Otherwise, why go to such lengths to help her? In Alyabarna, there's a super bomb. If I don't give the order to stop it within 2 hours, that bomb will detonate in Alyabarna. Crocodile, sensing overwhelming killing intent, paled and desperately played his final trump card. Super bomb. Rowen looked at Crocodile. That's right. That bomb is powerful enough to destroy the entire city and everyone in Alyabarna. What do you gain by killing me? The fame of defeating a warlord. Your reputation is already massive, you don't need that. Instead, let's cooperate. We can transform Alabasta into a military nation. With us working together, the entire sea will be ours in the future. Aren't you the men who will stand above all? Crocodile pleaded, attempting to tempt Rowen. Interesting. Ha 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 ha. Rowen laughed. How about it? Cooperate with me. Sky Sovereign Rowen, ha 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 ha. Crocodile, thinking he had swayed Rowen, let out his signature laugh. What I find interesting is, everything you just said, is being broadcast live, you idiot, Rowen stated, gesturing towards the numerous image transponder snails strategically placed around them. Crocodile's triumphant laughter froze instantly on his face. Crocodile is that kind of person. Just like His Majesty said. Damn you, Crocodile. In Alubarna's main plaza, the citizens of Alabasta, watching the live broadcast, erupted in outrage. Before Crocodile's arrival, this area had been set up as a public viewing point. During the past 2 days, Rowen hadn't just been waiting. He used his observation hockey to locate and neutralize all Baroque Works agents hidden within the Royal Army and Alubarna. Their distinct auras and emotional states made them stand out clearly from normal citizens and loyal soldiers under Rowen's focused pale gold tier observation hockey. Then, King Cobra revealed Crocodile's entire plot to the people of Alubarna. Though some, influenced by Crocodile's carefully crafted hero image, were initially skeptical, Cobra simply requested they come and watch the broadcast. The truth revealed itself, exactly as Cobra and Rowen had planned. The welcoming crowd for Crocodile in Alubarna was, of course, composed of disguised Royal Army soldiers. But where is that bomb? The citizens now erupted in panic. Citizens! Listen to me. A beautiful figure appeared on the clock tower, her voice amplified. The bomb has already been dealt with. Princess Vivi. Seeing her, the crowd's panic gradually subsided. Bastard. Seeing the image transponder snails, Crocodile felt like he was being publicly shamed before all of Alabasta. He didn't care about that, of course, he was a pirate. Even becoming a warlord was just a means to obtain Pluton. But this man never intended for him to live. Fine. If that's how it is, then the city can accompany me to hell. Crocodile snarled savagely. Beg for mercy. Crocodile would rather die. But this city would die with him. Alubarna Plaza Clock Tower. Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day, Rowen's calm words struck Crocodile like a thunderbolt. Why you? Crocodile stared at Rowen in utter horror. How did you know? Not even Nico Robin knew about that backup plan. Crocodile hissed like a wounded beast, glaring at Rowen. You can ponder that question in hell, Rowen replied, slowly raising his hockey-coated fist. No. Crocodile roared in defiance. Then, the hockey-infused fist descended, engulfing him completely. Crocodile, who had inflicted so much psychological torment on Vivi, Rowen would never let him live. Crunch. The lifeless body of Crocodile was broadcast live via the image transponder snails. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, has fallen. Iconic pirate faction figure, Warlord Crocodile, has fallen. Faction Fortune, Apex Gold, activated. Plundering all of target's Warlord Fortune. Conqueror's Hockey immensely strengthened. Tier advanced. Upgraded to Conqueror's Hockey, Deep Gold. VMMMM. A horrible crimson-black light flared violently in Rowen's eyes. Faction Fortune, after plundering and converting, massively boosted his Conqueror's Hockey. Conqueror's Hockey, advanced to Deep Gold tier. Conqueror's Hockey, Deep Gold initial mastery of Conqueror's Hockey infusion for attacks. Crackle. 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 Arcs of crimson-black lightning now crackled wildly around Rowen's entire body. Compared to before, this manifested hockey lightning was incomparably more violent. Crack. Crack. The tyrannical aura even caused the ground beneath Rowen's feet to crack and splinter. Rowen raised his right fist, his eyes narrowing intensely. VMM. The roaring, rampaging crimson-black lightning, now like obedient sprites, surged towards Rowen's right fist, coalescing around it. Forming a thin, pulsating film of pure crimson-black energy. Wild arcs of hockey lightning continued to rage around him. Feeling this power, a fierce, commanding curve touched Rowen's lips. The most domineering power in the One Piece world. What Emperor Kaido described as, only hockey can transcend all. Conqueror's Hockey, Infusion. Haushaku Coding. New trait, Haushaku Coding, Infused Conqueror's Attack, Apex Gold, a devastating attack infused with Conqueror's Hockey. Its offensive power is supreme across all seas. Its violent force terrifies even strong individuals who cannot wield it. A full-power Haushaku Coding attack from a peak Emperor can instantly defeat Yonko Commander-level fighters. Even Admiral-level fighters without Haushaku Coding, except those with extreme offensive devil fruits like Akainu's Magma, cannot match its raw destructive power. Even with initial mastery of infusion, the attack power of Haushaku Coding reaches the Apex Gold tier threshold, Admiral level. Like Gear 4th Luffy in the Onigashima War, undoubtedly Yonko Commander level, strong enough to defeat Doflamingo, yet still instantly defeated by Kaido's full-power Haushaku Coding blow. And Yamato, not yet true Admiral level, could contend with Kaido solely because of Haushaku Coding. The reason Yamato wasn't yet considered true Admiral level despite using Haushaku Coding, Rowen now understood. The stamina consumption is huge. Rowen exhaled slowly, feeling the immense drain. Strengthening Conqueror's Haki, unlike armament Haki, didn't require corresponding physique improvement, only spiritual strength mattered. But Haushoku coding attacks were overwhelmingly powerful that using them consumed not only spiritual energy at an alarming rate but also massive amounts of physical stamina. Before his Haushoku coding reserves were depleted, Rowen's attacks were indeed admiral level. But because he had only initially mastered infusion, his stamina and spiritual reserves couldn't sustain Haushoku coding attacks for long. His endurance couldn't compare to true admiral level fighters. Regardless, Rowen's offensive capability had now broken into the admiral level threshold. Before exhausting his Haushoku coding, Rowen was admiral level. Finally, reached this stage, stepped into the ranks of the truly strong on these seas. But, no wonder it's called initial mastery, Rowen murmured, feeling the power of Haushoku coding, a look of understanding on his face. After mastering infusion, more information about Conqueror's Haki was automatically unlocked for Rowen via the system. Haushoku coding wasn't just for attacks. It could also be used to boost speed. It was an all-around enhancement. Full mastery, elevating Conqueror's Haki to the apex gold tier, would grant the user frightening speed. No wonder Shanks and Garp were incredibly fast. That too was the power of Haushoku coding. But such abilities would have to wait until his Conqueror's Haki advanced further. Plunder. Rowen commanded, looking down at Crocodile's unconscious form. A gleam of golden light was extracted from Crocodile's body, merging into Rowen. Physique energy from sand fruit automatically absorbed. Superhuman demonic physique, pale gold, enhanced. Tier advanced. Upgraded to superhuman demonic physique, deep gold. Born of the sea, apex gold, activated. Armament Haki enhanced. Tier advanced. Upgraded to armament Haki, deep gold. Haushoku coding mastered. Automatically comprehended, armament Haki, Ryuo, deep gold. Another cascade of notifications. Faction Fortune had plundered Crocodile's warlord, Fortune. But Crocodile's personal strength-type traits could still be plundered by Rowen. The sand fruit, Crocodile hadn't awakened it. Logia awakening was incredibly difficult. And Crocodile had pinned all his hopes on an external object, Pluton. Not only was his Haki unusable, but he lacked the focus desire required for awakening. Crocodile's strongest ability, Ground Sekko, merely desiccated buildings into sand by absorbing water through his hand. It couldn't permanently alter climates. However, Crocodile's physical energy was even greater than Ace's, yielding 7 pale gold upgrade materials for Rowen. With his sand fruit, even without Haki, Crocodile's strength was infinitely close to Yonko commander level. Luffy defeating him in the original story truly was peak plot armor, heavily exploiting the fruit's critical weakness to water. But, normal Haushoku coding isn't my limit either, Rowen murmured, a red glint flashing in his eyes. I'll be back in a moment, Rowen called out to Nami and the others who were running towards him, then utilized his Kilo and Smoke fruit abilities to fly off towards the desert. Soon, Rowen reached a desolate stretch of desert. Great Flame Commandment. Rowen roared, the red in his eyes solidifying. Searing flames erupted from his entire body. Condense. Rowen extended both fists, focusing all the flare fruit's power. Under his control, all the released flame energy converged entirely into his fists. VMM. Rowen's fists now looked as if he were wearing gloves made of pure, blazing suns. Haushoku coding. The crimson-black light in Rowen's eyes flashed violently. VMM. Conqueror's Haki surged into his fists, enveloping the sunlight constructs. New ultimate technique trait, Flame Gloves, Apex Gold. The combined power of the flare fruit's intense heat and Haushoku coding can continuously inflict terrifying damage on enemies. An ultimate technique trait. Even more powerful than normal Haushoku coding. The inspiration came from Akiji's strongest ability during his clash with Garp, Ice Glove. However, Ice Glove combined Akiji's awakened ice fruit, Garp's inherited fist techniques, and his own Haki, a trinity of power creating his ultimate force. It was this power that allowed Akiji to fight head-on against Emperor-level fighters using Haushoku coding. Though its offensive power was still arguably a tier below true Haushoku coding. But Rowen possessed Haushoku coding himself. Though only initially mastered, before this power was exhausted, Rowen's offensive capability should now be comparable to Akiji's. And this still wasn't Rowen's current limit. Bomb fruit, Rowen's eyes flashed madly. The power of the bomb fruit was infused into the flame gloves. Upon use, these fists, condensed with the flare fruit's energy and Haushoku coding, would utterly explode. Though a one-time devastating attack that would instantly consume the condensed flame energy and infused Haki, this was undoubtedly Rowen's current, absolute strongest move. Flame Burst Gloves, Apex Gold. Chapter 89, Bonus, Vivi's Confession. The strongest mentor online. With his ultimate combat strength now secured, Rowen returned to the royal palace. By this time, through Vivi and King Cobra's heartfelt speeches, the citizens' trust in their king had been fully restored. Baroque works, with crocodiles fall, would quickly crumble. The so-called rebel army, its foundation of lies shattered, would pose no further threat. The war that was meant to cause immense casualties, thanks to Rowen's meticulous planning, had ended before it truly began. The remaining cleanup was left to King Cobra. News of Warlord Crocodile's treachery spread rapidly throughout Alabasta, and then, across the entire world. Vice Admiral Guillaume also learned of Sky Sovereign Rowen's defeat of Crocodile. Learning of Crocodile's monstrous plot left Guillaume deeply shocked. More troubling still, this warlord had been semi-publicly executed by Sky Sovereign Rowen. Though the execution footage circulated primarily within Alabasta, the implications were incredibly severe. Guillaume hadn't anticipated that Rowen's target in Alabasta was actually Crocodile himself. And for a pirate to aid a world government-affiliated nation by dismantling the schemes of a warlord, nominally under the world government, this was a colossal scandal for both the world government and the Marines. Guillaume immediately reported everything to Sengoku. The incident sent massive shockwaves through Marine HQ. Involving a warlord's demise was beyond even Fleet Admiral Sengoku's authority to handle directly. He could only report the matter to the world government's highest power, the Five Elders. The balance between Marine HQ, the 7 warlords, and the 4 emperors had been maintained for years. Now, a warlord implicated in overthrowing an affiliated kingdom's government, and subsequently eliminated by another pirate, this was like dropping a massive bomb onto the precariously balanced seas. A storm was brewing. But for Rowen, back in the Alabasta Royal Palace, he was currently preoccupied with enjoying a different kind of reward. Rowen. I love you. The moment he stepped through the palace gates, Vivi rushed forward, throwing herself into Rowen's arms. Her face was flushed crimson, but her beautiful eyes held no trace of hesitation, only bold, direct affection. Vivi had previously suppressed her feelings due to the weight of her country's burdens. But now, with everything resolved, Vivi refused to run from her heart any longer, bravely confessing her love. Rowen looked at Vivi, her face flushed but her gaze incredibly resolute, and said nothing. Instead, he let his actions speak for him, gently kissing her warm lips. HNMN. Nearby, Nami's eyes flickered for a moment, then she smiled softly. She had long been prepared for this. So envious. That lucky bastard Rowen. Sanji wailed, tears of envy streaming down his face. What's the use of being envious? Are you half as handsome or reliable as Rowen, pervy cook? Zoro sneered from the side. What did you say? You damn moss-headed idiot. Sanji instantly flared up, and the two immediately started brawling. Nearby, King Cobra watched his daughter, a mixture of reluctance and a gentle smile on his face. His daughter's happiness, aside from Alabasta itself, was everything to him. And for her chosen partner to be Rowen, the hero who saved their country, Cobra felt only blessings. Nami. Vivi, blushing, gently pulled away from Rowen's embrace and looked towards Nami, who was smiling nearby. Though she sensed Nami's tacit approval, Vivi still felt a little hesitant. Didn't I tell you? Be brave. Besides, aren't we friends? Nami replied, smiling warmly at Vivi. Vivi's eyes instantly reddened with emotion. Though their time together wasn't long, Nami was her dearest friend. They shared similar experiences, shouldered similar burdens, and were both saved by the same men. Consequently, they had fallen in love with the same men. What made Vivi even more grateful was that Nami, instead of resenting her, accepted her. Vivi could clearly sense Rowen's deep affection for Nami, but she felt no negativity towards it. Being allowed to stay by Rowen's side, with Nami's blessing, she was already incredibly content. Looking at Nami and Rowen, Vivi felt her heart overflow with happiness. What further delighted Vivi was Igaram's timely return. Princess Vivi. Your Majesty. Igaram rushed into the throne room, travel-stained, his eyes instantly reddening upon seeing Vivi and King Cobra safe. Igaram. Vivi exclaimed, overjoyed. Though she knew from Robin that Igaram was alive, seeing him in person was still a wonderful surprise. What are you doing here? Miss all Sunday. Igaram, amidst his relief, spotted Robin and immediately tensed, becoming wary. Why shouldn't I be here, Mr. 8? As of now. I belong to Mr. Sky Sovereign, Robin replied, looking at Rowen with keen interest. You will take responsibility, won't you, Mr. Sky Sovereign? Robin finished with a charming smile. Hey. Don't you try anything with Rowen. Nami instantly stepped in front of Rowen protectively. Vivi is one thing, she's my friend, and Rowen clearly has feelings for her. But Robin. I happen to have some jewels I acquired from Crocodile's stash, Robin purred, producing a bag of precious gemstones. I love you the most, Sister Robin. Nami's eyes instantly transformed into berry symbols. Nami. Is that really okay? Vivi looked bewildered. Relax. The decision is ultimately Rowen's, isn't it? Besides, I don't think Robin has that kind of intention right now. As for future developments, we'll just stay by Rowen's side and see, Nami replied cheerfully, pocketing the gems. That was her true reasoning. After Vivi's explanation, Igaram finally understood Robin had saved him. Igaram, you remember our promise, right? Rowen asked with a smile. Of course. My wife's cooking is top-notch. Igaram grinned. Under Cobra's summons, Igaram's wife soon arrived. When everyone saw Terracotta, who looked like a female, made-up version of Igaram's earlier Vivi disguise, they stared dumbfounded. Talk about looking alike. Seeing her husband safe, Terracotta, head chef of the palace, immediately rolled up her sleeves, eager to prepare the finest feast for Rowen and the crew. The meal, we'll leave the preparations to you. But before that, Your Majesty, could you prepare a training room for us? Rowen asked, turning to King Cobra. Ha ha ha. Of course, no problem. And Rowen, please, don't call me, Your Majesty, Cobra laughed, looking at his daughter's blushing face. Uncle Cobra, Rowen amended with a smile. Good. Follow me, Cobra led the way. You three, with me, Rowen said, bringing Vivi and Nami along, then looked towards Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. Us. Seeing Rowen's expression, Luffy and the others had a bad feeling. Nevertheless, they obediently followed. Let's go observe too. Usopp and Chopper tagged along. Robin smiled and followed Rowen as well. She wasn't impatient, Rowen had promised to let her see Alabastus Poneglyph before they left. Having learned from Rowen that the true history could only be found at Laugh Tale, Robin, though still eager to see this Poneglyph, wasn't as desperately urgent as her original counterpart. She had a feeling, following Rowen, she would definitely see the true history. She had decided to stay by his side. Rowen. Ready for training? I've developed a super awesome new move. Luffy declared, already pumped up. Gear 2nd, Apex Purple. Gear 3rd, Apex Purple. Seeing the new traits on Luffy, Rowen smiled. With Rowen's training, Luffy's combat power was progressing even faster than in the original story. He had already figured out Gear 2nd and 3rd. However, the power gap between himself and the Straw Hat's main three combatants, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji from the original story, had paradoxically widened even further. But now, Rowen had a new method. Save that move for a critical moment. Your physique can barely handle the strain right now. Use it sparingly until you can fully manage it, Rowen warned Luffy seriously. At Luffy's current physical level, using Gear 2nd and 3rd was extreme overload, risking irreversible damage. But, I can't let you fight alone. What's a little physical strain? Luffy replied with a determined grin. Luffy wasn't surprised Rowen knew about his new abilities, he was used to Rowen's mysterious insights. But Luffy would never let his comrades fight alone, even if Rowen was much stronger, he would fight to protect them. Well then, Luffy. You'll be the first to experience the new training I've prepared for you. But this training will be very painful. Of course, it will also make you stronger, very quickly, Rowen replied, his expression turning equally serious. Bring it on. Luffy's eyes instantly lit up. To get stronger, any amount of pain is a small price to pay. I'll be second. Zoro declared with a feral grin. Though I'm a cook, Rowen, I also want to contribute to your dream. You'll need other strong fighters too, won't you? Sanji, the most perceptive of the three, smiled knowingly at Rowen. We're all in. Between comrades, some things are just understood. Luffy declared. Zoro also grinned. Ha ha ha. Good. I'll train you all thoroughly. Rowen laughed, looking at the determined trio. For his future plans, the combat strength of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji was indispensable. But before that, Vivi, Rowen turned to her. This is the power of the Sansan fruit. Rowen extended his right hand, and a ball of light materialized. Sansan fruit. Vivi's eyes sparkled as she looked at the orb. Though only T2 among Logias, it was still a very powerful devil fruit. Crocodile himself proved that, with this ability, he became a warlord. This power is yours, Rowen stated with a smile. The Sansan fruit offered almost no benefit to Rowen himself now. Vivi's combat talent was actually quite average. But in the One Piece world, combat talent could be compensated for by devil fruits. By eating the powerful Sansan fruit, Vivi's physique would naturally strengthen. Plus, Vivi, as princess of the Arabasta kingdom, raised in the desert, intimately familiar with and loving everything about it, she was far more likely to awaken the Sansan fruit than Crocodile ever was. The Sansan fruit was undoubtedly the most suitable devil fruit for Vivi. Once awakened, with this fruit alone, Vivi could reach the Yonko commander combat threshold. Then, Nami. Vivi instinctively glanced towards Nami. I'm not eating a devil fruit. I don't want to be unable to swim. I still have to draw a map of the entire world. Nami chuckled, seeing Vivi's hesitation. P.S. Rowen gave Nami the spike fruit and the dice fruit, but she planned to sell them. Alright. I want this devil fruit. Vivi declared after a moment's silence, her eyes firm with resolve. She had made her decision, not just to accept the power of the sand fruit, but also to follow Rowen. Rowen had saved her, saved Alabasta. Rowen's dream required powerful allies, she too wanted to become Rowen's strength. The ball of light representing the sand fruit merged into Vivi's body. Whoosh! Vivi's body began to dissolve into sand. Her eyes sparkled as she felt the power course through her. Born in the desert, princess of the Arabasta kingdom, the power of sand felt incredibly familiar and natural to her. However, Vivi's current physique was still too weak. Just familiarizing herself with the fruit's power for a short while completely drained her stamina. Rowen. I am hungry, Vivi blinked, her face flushed. She had never felt such intense hunger before. Feeling hungry is normal. As you continuously use the sand fruit's power and replenish your nutrients, your physique will steadily grow stronger, Rowen chuckled. This was why eating a devil fruit inevitably strengthened one's physique. Using the fruit, especially a powerful one, consumed immense stamina, draining the body. And from the moment Vivi gained the sand ability, she became a sand human, her constitution was now entirely different. Consequently, her appetite and digestive capabilities would also massively increase. By continuously using the fruit's power and rapidly replenishing nutrients, her physique would naturally enhance. Eat this to replenish your energy for now, Rowen said, having Nami hand Vivi a pre-prepared pirate lunchbox. Vivi immediately began eating, her appetite far greater than ever before. Alright. Your turn, Luffy, Rowen stated, checking the feedback from the system, then looked towards Luffy, an intense crimson-black light flashing in his eyes. Hitting me with hockey again. I'm ready. Luffy declared with a confident grin. He was used to the pain of hockey strikes now, though it still hurt, he wouldn't scream like he did during Rowen's initial training. It is hockey, yes. But. Rowen's eyes flashed with startling crimson-black intensity. Boom. Crackle. 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 The crimson-black light in his eyes instantly solidified, erupting into arcs of hockey lightning, centered on Rowen, roaring violently through the atmosphere. Then, all this rampaging crimson-black energy converged entirely onto Rowen's right fist. Wham! The fist, radiating overwhelming power, slammed directly into Luffy's head. Crash! Luffy shot backwards like a cannonball, smashing through the training room wall, leaving a giant, human-shaped hole. Fortunately, Rowen's smoke tendrils caught Luffy, preventing him from flying further. But Luffy's eyes had rolled white, he was clearly knocked out cold by Rowen's single punch. Everyone stared, completely stunned. But the next moment. Rowen smirked. Form. A terrifying aura exploded from Luffy's unconscious body. Using bond strength as a conduit to transmit spiritual power to link target, Monkey D. Luffy. Awakening, Conqueror's Haki. The strongest mentor, Rowen, online. Chapter 90, Getting Stronger by Getting Beaten. Full crew power up. The power emanating from Luffy, everyone recognized it instantly. It was the same power Rowen had displayed when he first made his debut on the seas, the power that announced his arrival to the world. Conqueror's Haki. Nami and the others stared, completely dumbfounded. Luffy, knocked out by a single punch from Rowen, and then, he awakened Conqueror's Haki. Thanks to Rowen, they knew a fair bit about this power. They knew Conqueror's Haki was possessed by only one in several million, and even then, awakening it was uncertain. But now, Luffy gets knocked out by Rowen, and just like that, awakens it. This is. Zoro, however, stared intently at the energy still crackling around Rowen's right fist. This power was overwhelmingly violent and tyrannical. Compared to the armament Haki Rowen had been training them with, this was on an entirely different level. Back in the East Blue, Rowen had shown him, through his Haki clash with Mihawk, that Conqueror's Haki could be used as a direct force. Rowen. This is Conqueror's Haki. Zoro stammered, looking at Rowen's right fist, which pulsed with horrifying power, his eyes wide with shock. That's right. Conqueror's Haki infusion, the true supreme power on these seas. Anyone who fully masters this power is a genuine ruler-class figure, those 4 emperors who reign like kings over the New World, they rely on this very power. Rowen declared, his voice filled with a confident energy. Although emperors and admirals were both considered apex gold tier in terms of trait level, the actual power gap between individuals within that tier could be immense. Among the current 3 marine admirals, aside from Akainu with his magma fruit, possessing the highest offensive power. Akiji and Kizaru, despite their own formidable strength, would definitely be at a disadvantage in terms of raw offensive power if they faced an emperor wielding fully mastered infused Conqueror's Haki. 4 emperors. Hearing this term, Usopp and Chopper's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Conqueror's Haki. Infusion. 4 emperors. Robin murmured, watching the residual power around Rowen, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Even without possessing observation Haki herself yet, she could feel the utterly tyrannical and violent nature of that power. It was frightening, just sensing it sent shivers down her spine. Rowen's words further stunned her. Mastering this power meant possessing strength comparable to the 4 emperors. Didn't that mean Rowen? Robin's eyes widened further in disbelief. Of course, I've only just achieved initial mastery. I'm still far from full mastery, Rowen admitted. Currently, I can only use it for infusing attacks. Abilities like using it for defense or enhancing speed, I haven't mastered those yet. And wielding this power consumes an enormous amount of stamina, I can only use it for a limited time. However, before my Conqueror's Haki is depleted, I can fight head-on even against a Marine Admiral. Rowen looked pointedly at Robin. Marine Admiral. Hearing that, Robin felt her world shake. The O'Hara incident, among the vice admirals who carried out the Buster Call, was the man who was now Marine Admiral Akiji. She had witnessed Akiji's power firsthand. Her dear friend, Saul, also a vice admiral at the time, had been utterly powerless before him. And Akiji, now an admiral, was hailed as one of the world government's strongest fighting forces. His power was unimaginable. Yet Rowen claimed he could fight Akiji head-on. Even if Rowen meant he could fight an admiral only until his Haki ran out, it was still unbelievable to Robin. Rowen, how old was he again? And he possessed that horrifying ability to plunder everything. At this moment, a flicker of genuine hope ignited deep within Robin. Rowen will definitely surpass the admirals. This thought, for Robin, who had always viewed Akiji as one of her deepest, darkest shadows, felt incredible. But looking at Rowen's supremely confident smile, feeling the raw, untamed power still radiating from his fist, Robin pressed her lips together. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She knew Rowen's words were meant for her. Rowen's mysterious ability to know things. Robin had witnessed it too many times. It wouldn't be surprising if Rowen knew about Admiral Akiji's participation in that Buster Call. Though she didn't know how Rowen knew, her greatest psychological shadow was indeed an admiral, that didn't matter now. What mattered was that Rowen's words, their meaning was clear: even if your enemy is an admiral, you don't need to be afraid. A place to belong, had she finally found it. Looking at Rowen's confident smile, Robin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The sense of security she hadn't felt since the O'Hara incident slowly began to warm her heart, like a ray of sunshine piercing through the darkness that had enveloped her for so long. Rowen's observation Haki, of course, detected Robin's emotional shift. Though the darkness in her heart had only just been pierced by a tiny ray of light, Rowen was confident he would soon tear it completely apart. Hearing about it would never be as impactful as witnessing it. After Skypiea, Akiji would be there, waiting for Robin. Rowen's eyes flashed with a fierce crimson-black light. The power of infused Conqueror's Haki. I really want to test it out properly. Of course, first he needed to get the Rumble fruit. After obtaining that, his envisioned ultimate devil fruit ability combination could be realized. At that point, even against Akiji at full power, Rowen was confident he could escape unscathed. By the way, Rowen, even though it's the power of Conqueror's Haki, why did Luffy awaken it after you hit him? Zoro asked urgently, looking at Rowen. He wanted to awaken that power too. This violent energy, if infused into his swords, the power would be unimaginable. No wonder Rowen said that without this power, he could never truly defeat Mihawk. Mihawk possessed this power. Zoro stared intensely at Rowen. He never doubted his own ability to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Rowen said he could possess it, so he definitely would. My first ability, you all know I can plunder the total power of others, Rowen began. The crew nodded. When they first learned the truth of Rowen's power, they had been horrified for a long time. It truly was the most vicious, most dangerous ability in the world. But, I have another ability. I can equip the abilities/skills of my comrades. You can think of it as a form of replication, Rowen continued. Everyone blinked, then, except for Nami, their eyes widened in shock. The bonds between comrades allow me to replicate your abilities/skills. Bonds are essentially spiritual power, and Haki is the manifestation of that power. Through these spiritual bonds, I can establish a connection to the powers you possess and then replicate them. I didn't tell you before because this replication ability couldn't immediately translate into usable power for you. The equipping process took time. Rowen explained, looking at his comrades. So, that's how it is. Everyone finally understood. This was the truth behind all of Rowen's powers. Seeing Rowen's complete openness, they all felt deeply moved. Such a massive secret, Rowen had never hidden anything from them. Well, I knew about it for a while, Nami declared, tilting her chin up proudly. Rowen can use navigation skills and sense the weather with his body, right? That's him replicating my powers, Nami smiled. Rowen never kept secrets from her. He told her the day after he replicated her abilities. Wait. Rowen. You said you didn't tell us before because it couldn't immediately translate into power for us, does that mean now? Zoro and Sanji suddenly stared wide-eyed at Luffy, still lying on the ground. Exactly. After mastering infused Conqueror's Haki, when I strike you with it, I can directly transmit spiritual power into your bodies through the spiritual bonds we've already established. In other words, to awaken your Haki, you just need to be hit by my infused Conqueror's Haki. After that, strengthening your Haki, for armament, you just need to improve your physique, for observation, you just need to sharpen your 5 senses. That part is up to you, Rowen finished, smiling at Zoro and Sanji. The reason this wasn't possible before, but now was possible with infused Conqueror's Haki, was because infused Haki, unlike armament Haki, which was a manifestation of spiritual power and physique, was a manifestation of pure spiritual power. Furthermore, armament Haki, before mastering Ryuo, flowing Haki, only inflicted surface-level damage. But infused Conqueror's Haki directly permeated deep into the target's body, one could even say it reached the soul. Through infused Haki, leveraging the spiritual bonds with his comrades, Rowen could directly transmit spiritual power, and spiritual power directly determined Haki strength. This training method was, quite literally, get beaten, get stronger. A full crew cheat code. Unfortunately, Sanji, you don't have the aptitude for Conqueror's Haki, Rowen added, looking at Sanji. Damn it. Sanji looked crestfallen. Hey. Curly brows. Don't worry too much about it, Sanji stared wide-eyed at Zoro, surprised by the uncharacteristic comment. Didn't you hear Rowen? Armament Haki alone can make you admiral level. You can definitely do it, Zoro said, surprisingly, without any mockery, offering an encouraging smile. You bastard, Sanji mumbled, genuinely touched. But don't worry, Rowen interjected. Before, I couldn't directly establish a spiritual link strong enough to transfer spiritual power. But now that the link is established, don't forget, I possess the ability to plunder others' powers. Rowen's words made the momentarily friendly Zoro and Sanji instantly freeze. Rowen, you mean? Zoro's eye twitched. Sanji's eye twitched too. They already guessed Rowen's meaning. That brief moment of camaraderie between them now felt incredibly awkward. Zoro and Sanji looked at each other, then quickly looked away, feeling slightly nauseous. Exactly. I can plunder someone else's Conqueror's Haki aptitude and directly transfer it to you through our spiritual link, giving you the aptitude as well. As long as it's spiritual power, it can be transferred through this link, Rowen confirmed with a grin. TCH. So you still don't have Conqueror's aptitude right now, huh? Rowen awakened first, Luffy second, I'm third. Curly brows, you'll be fourth, or even later. Got it. Fourth place, at best, Zoro immediately started taunting. You damn idiot mosshead. Sanji instantly flared up, enraged. His earlier touched feelings, completely wasted on this jerk. As for Nami, Usopp, Chopper, you guys. Rowen looked towards the 3, who were watching with hopeful anticipation, then sighed. You're too timid. Even if I gave you the aptitude, you probably couldn't awaken it. Rowen's words were a blow. Nami took it relatively well, but Usopp and Chopper looked like they'd been struck by lightning. This was what Rowen meant about the One Piece power system. Physical flaws were acceptable, but spiritual weakness was fatal. Without the necessary willpower, even with the aptitude for Conqueror's Haki, one couldn't awaken it, like Buggy, whose potential was crippled by the backlash of his discarded Born of the Sea trait. Giving them spiritual power wouldn't help if their inherent timidity prevented them from digesting it. This also likely explained why Usopp, despite awakening impressive observation Haki, struggled so much with armament Haki. There was nothing Rowen could do about that. Robin and Vivi can try later. But I need to find a way to enhance your Haki without beating you up first. Until then, relying on your devil fruit abilities for combat is sufficient, Rowen added, looking towards Robin and Vivi. Beating up Nami, Robin, and Vivi. Rowen wasn't too keen on that. Besides, the 3 weren't primarily combatants. Rowen's main training focus was on Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. And for Vivi, Robin, and Nami's fighting styles, Haki wasn't the absolute deciding factor. Vivi needed to master her sand fruit, Robin's flower fruit awakening was also incredibly powerful. As for Nami, her timid nature meant she likely wouldn't awaken Haki even by the Wano arc, but with her Climatact and continuously upgraded Climate Sense trait, Nami could still become a formidable fighter. Alright, Rowen. I'm ready. Zoro, having finished bickering with Sanji, spread his arms wide, ready to take the hit, his eyes filled with intense anticipation. Wham! Rowen certainly didn't disappoint. A single punch infused with Haushoku coating sent Zoro flying, knocking him out instantly, just like Luffy. Form. A powerful aura exploded from Zoro's unconscious body. Conqueror's Haki. Sensing Zoro's Conqueror's Haki, Sanji looked slightly envious. But he quickly suppressed the feeling. Anyway, with Rowen around, he too would possess such power eventually. Your turn, Sanji. Though you can't awaken Conqueror's Haki right now, observation and armament Haki should be possible. If you can't awaken them, I'll just have to knock you out a few more times, Rowen said, smiling at Sanji. Bring it on. Sanji declared boldly. Wham! Sanji was unceremoniously dumped next to Luffy and Zoro. The three of them, all neatly knocked unconscious by Rowen. Doctor. Chopper wailed, then remembered he was the doctor, and immediately rushed over to treat Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. A long time later, the three slowly regained consciousness. After Zoro roughly explained the nature of the training, Luffy instantly understood. Realizing he had awakened Conqueror's Haki, Luffy was ecstatic. Then. VMM. Jet black energy coated Luffy's fist, Zoro's sword, and Sanji's leg. Armament Haki, awakened. Rowen smiled. Chapter 91, Bonus, Exposure. The Seas in Turmoil. The world's highest authorities conspiracy. Under Rowen's tutelage, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, the Straw Hat Crew's main three combatants from the original story, all awakened both observation Haki and armament Haki. Luffy and Zoro even awakened Conqueror's Haki. Empowered by their new abilities, the three trained with unprecedented fervor. Rowen, meanwhile, enjoyed a leisurely life, accompanied daily by Nami and Vivi, feasting on Alabastan cuisine, and occasionally using his Haushoku coating to transmit spiritual power to the training trio. This transmission of spiritual power also required digestion, so Rowen only needed to beat them with Haushoku coating once a day. Unlike Rowen, who possessed the Born of the Sea, Apex Gold, trait, the trio couldn't directly enhance their Haki intensity this way, they still required diligent training. But with Rowen, their current, strongest mentor, guiding them, their Haki strength improved at a remarkably rapid pace. However, in terms of raw power increase, Vivi's progress was the most astonishing. As Princess of Alabasta, Vivi's affinity with the Sand fruit surpassed even Rowen's initial expectations. Her physique strengthened at an incredible rate, and her control over the Sand fruit's abilities grew rapidly alongside it. At this rate, Rowen suspected Vivi might be the first among them to achieve Devil Fruit Awakening. Robin also got to see the Alabastan poneglyph. As expected, it didn't contain the true history she sought, but thanks to Rowen's prior explanations, Robin was prepared and felt no disappointment. She simply continued to read history books quietly by Rowen's side, awaiting the day they set sail again. Because of Rowen's planning and maneuvering, the Alabasta incident concluded much earlier than in the original story, granting them more time for rest and preparation. Once Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji thoroughly familiarized themselves with armament and observation Haki, it would be time to set sail. Another reason for the extended stay was to give Vivi more time with her father, King Cobra. Before her departure with Rowen, Cobra truly was a great father, always considering his daughter's well-being. When Vivi informed Cobra of her decision to leave with Rowen, Cobra raised no objections. The very next day, he announced to the entire nation that he was disowning Vivi, stripping her of her royal status. Nefertari Vivi was now officially a pirate, no longer a princess of Alabasta. Of course, this was merely a formality for the world government's benefit. Cobra didn't want to become a weakness the world government could exploit against Vivi. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords under the world government, had just orchestrated such a heinous incident in Alabasta. With this public disownment, the world government had no pretext to trouble the Alabasta kingdom further. Vivi was also freed from any lingering obligations. Naturally, within Alabasta, all citizens knew the truth. Princess Vivi had joined the pirate crew that saved their nation from the warlord Crocodile, the crew of the great pirate, Sky Sovereign Rowen. Princess Vivi would always be their Princess Vivi. While Rowen and his crewmates were resting and preparing for their next voyage. Buru buru buru. Click. Vice Admiral Guion speaking. Vice Admiral Guion. In recognition of you and your subordinates foiling Crocodile's plot to overthrow the Alabasta kingdom and eliminating the villain Crocodile, you will be awarded a Medal of Honor at headquarters in 1 week. Master Chief Petty Officer Tashigi and Captain Hina will be promoted 1 rank. Hearing the voice from the transponder snail, Guion remained silent for a moment. Understood, she replied curtly, then hung up. Vice Admiral Guion. When did we foil Crocodile's plot and kill him? Wasn't that all, Rowen? Sky Sovereign Rowen. Tashigi burst into Guion's quarters, having just received the world government's commendation order. In her agitation, she almost blurted out Rowen's name directly but corrected herself at the last second. Tashigi, just accept it. The government needs to cover up this scandal, Hina sighed, gently restraining Tashigi, her own expression somewhat grim. The 7 warlords, alongside Marine HQ, are a crucial force against the 4 emperors. Their image cannot be tarnished by Crocodile's actions. Justice must serve the greater good, Gion explained, looking at Tashigi, this young marine who, despite being a woman, still possessed that fervent, pure sense of justice. Gion sighed, speaking more than she usually would. Tashigi crumpled the commendation order in her fist, biting her lip hard. The award felt scorching hot, deeply unsettling. Her mind flashed back to Logetown, to Rowen's words, whether I am justice or evil, follow in my footsteps and see for yourself. Rowen's powerful laughter echoed clearly in her mind. And the Navy's supposed justice was becoming blurry. Rowen had crushed Crocodile's conspiracy, saved Alabasta. Yet the world government, for the sake of influence, condoned the warlord's evil deeds, even covering up this scandal. Don't overthink it. Let's return to HQ. When you receive your medal in a week, don't show any unusual emotions. There will definitely be newspaper reporters conducting interviews, Hina advised, patting Tashigi's shoulder before sighing and leaving. Tashigi remained alone, crushing the commendation into a tight ball. World Economic News Agency headquarters. This is huge news. The world government must be scrambling to cover up a scandal like this right now. Morgans cackled, looking at the reports in his hand. Want to maintain that boring, tasteless balance on the seas? Dream on. Morgan's eyes gleamed with a strange light. As expected of Sky Sovereign Rowen. I wasn't wrong about you. This is news that will shake the entire world. Morgans exclaimed, pacing excitedly around his office. He then slammed his hand down on the freshly printed latest edition. Get this report, distributed across the entire sea, at top speed. These stagnant waters are finally boiling. How can we let them calm down now? The era of upheaval is upon us. Morgans roared with laughter. Front page headline. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Defeats Warlord Crocodile. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Repels Marine HQ Vice Admiral. Admiral Candidate. Pink Rabbit. Countless news coups, at maximum speed, flew out from every World Economic News Agency outpost, carrying this explosive report to every corner of the sea. Atop the red line. The Holy Land. Marie Joyce. Here resided the world's highest authority. Inside Pangaea Castle, within a lavish, spacious chamber, 5 elderly men were gathered. Bang. Morgans. That bastard. How dare he publish such a report? An old man with a prominent birthmark on his forehead and a distinctive 2-pronged mustache slammed a newspaper onto the table, his face flushed with anger. Saint Topman Warcury, warrior god of justice. Calm yourself. This isn't the first time Morgans has disregarded everything for a scoop. But I didn't expect him to be this fast, publishing before we could even commend Gion, another old man, with a long beard and long hair, stated gravely. Saint Marcus Mars, warrior god of environment. Is it because he was already tracking that brat? Allowing him to get first-hand information, questioned an old man with a scar on his chest, short blonde hair, and a beard. Saint Shepherd Jew Peter, warrior god of agriculture. Humph. Arrogant punk. An old man with a bald head, wearing glasses and cradling a famed sword, snorted angrily. Saint Ethan Baron V. Nustero, warrior god of finance. Regardless, from now on, we can no longer ignore this brat. Sky Sovereign Rowen, an old man with curly hair, a bushy beard, and holding a cane, picked up Rowen's wanted poster. Saint J. Garcia Saturn, warrior god of science and defense. Able to use multiple devil fruit powers, repel Gion, and kill Crocodile. Though a brat, his strength cannot be underestimated, the long-bearded Mars commented slowly. He's just a little kid who doesn't know his place. Our world government has stood for 800 years, we've seen far too many self-important, delusional fools, Warcury sneered. Compared to this brat, the 7 warlords are more important. With Crocodile, that arrogant fool, killed, the 7 figures used to deter other pirates now have a vacancy. And he was killed by a rookie pirate, no less. This will damage the warlord's reputation for intimidating the seas. Even a small crack, if ignored, can become an irreparable breach. The balance of the seas must not be broken, the blonde Jew Peter stated calmly. From their lofty position, a so-called Sky Sovereign Rowen was insignificant. So what if he could use multiple devil fruits? So what if he could repel an admiral candidate? Even marine admirals were merely pawns in their eyes. What they valued was the balance of the seas. That's not difficult to handle. Fortunately, that brat already has considerable notoriety. Since the news of Crocodile's defeat by him has spread and cannot be suppressed, then we simply elevate the brat's bounty to a level unattainable by most pirates. This will dilute the negative impact of Crocodile's death. As for Gion being defeated by Rowen, stripped Gion of her admiral candidate status as punishment, Saturn declared coldly. The 7 pirates chosen as warlords were all infamous figures, their reputations were used to intimidate other pirates, creating an anchor point between Marine HQ and the 4 emperors, serving the world government's goal of balancing the seas. Since Crocodile's death couldn't be hidden, they would simply inflate the reputation of the brat who killed him. Give the brat an absurdly high bounty. And Gion, her original commendation would naturally be cancelled, replaced by punishment. Spin the news of Gion being repelled into a crushing defeat. Let Admiral candidate Gion become another stepping stone for his fame. Being defeated by a super pirate rookie capable of defeating an admiral candidate and possessing a terrifying bounty wouldn't significantly tarnish the other warlords' reputations for intimidating the seas. As for the Navy suffering scrutiny, the Navy was merely one of their violent enforcement arms, their face was irrelevant. Regarding Crocodile's attempt to overthrow Alabasta, pin that on the brat as well. Cobra's daughter, Nefertari Vivi, just so happened to join his crew, perfect for spinning a narrative. Define his pirate crew as an extremely evil group responsible for heinous incidents. The Alabasta incident was actually Princess Nefertari Vivi, in collusion with Sky Sovereign Rowen of the Straw Hat Pirates, attempting to usurp the Alabastan throne. Under the combined might of the Navy and Warlord Crocodile, though it cost the life of one warlord and the defeat of former Admiral candidate Gion, they held out until world government reinforcements arrived, forcing the usurpers to retreat and foiling their conspiracy, thus maintaining the stability of a world government-affiliated nation. Nefertari Cobra, by righteously disowning his kin, upheld the world government's authority, he shall be commended. Strip Nefertari Vivi of the Nefertari surname, Saturn continued. Since Crocodile's death couldn't be undone, the scandal of a warlord attempting to overthrow an affiliated nation had to be covered up. Now, they had the perfect pretext. Cobra announcing Vivi was no longer a princess but a pirate, was the best excuse to fabricate a new narrative. Excellent. This minimizes the damage. As for commending the Navy for fighting Sky Sovereign Rowen, Gion's defeat is already public knowledge. So, heavily commend that Master Chief Petty Officer and the Captain. Portray them as heroes who protected King Cobra during his retreat, held out until world government reinforcements arrived, and then assisted the world government in repelling Sky Sovereign Rowen. That Master Chief Petty Officer, promote her directly to Marine HQ Commander. That Captain, promote her directly to Marine HQ Rear Admiral, Mars added. He was referring to Tashigi and Hina. Since Gion's defeat was known, they'd simply pick 2 others to be the heroes who protected Cobra. As for the credit for repelling Rowen and saving Alabasta, the Navy wouldn't get it, the world government would claim direct intervention. This not only covered the scandal but also reinforced the world government's authority. However, Monkey D. Luffy. D. again. The Navy published such a name without our permission. Warcury picked up Luffy's wanted poster, his voice cold. D was a taboo for the world government. Even the Pirate King, Gold Roger, had his name altered to Gold Roger by government decree. Monkey, that's Garp's surname, isn't it? If not for building him up as a hero, and considering the dragon incident. Humph, Nustero snorted. Let the Navy handle it. Circulate this revised account of events to the entire world immediately. Spread the infamy of Sky Sovereign Rowen attempting to overthrow Alabasta. Brand him as supremely evil. Have the Navy apprehend him as soon as possible, eliminate all negative impact. And immediately select a candidate to fill the warlord vacancy. Maintain the balance of the 3 great powers, Saturn concluded. Agreed. Agreed. Marine Headquarters. Bang. Bastards. Sengoku roared, veins bulging on his forehead as he read the orders from the 5 elders. It was Crocodile who tried to overthrow Alabasta, yet it was twisted into Sky Sovereign Rowen and Nefertari Vivi. And if that wasn't enough, the blame was then shifted onto the Navy, while the world government painted themselves as the heroes who repelled Rowen and protected an affiliated nation. At least Tashigi and Hina were commended. It's not the worst possible outcome, Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed. Sengoku could only grit his teeth and accept it. After all, the Navy was just one of the world government's public faces. However, what an astonishing bounty. The government actually raised it to that level, Tsuru commented, picking up the new wanted poster. Those old fools, they'll do anything for their so-called balance. As for capturing him, isn't Akiji in the first half of the Grand Line? Let him handle it, Sengoku snorted coldly. Understood, Tsuru nodded. The wanted posters, accompanied by the world government's official report, spread across the seas. Combined with the World Economic News Agency's earlier explosive coverage, the entire world was now in an uproar. Chapter 92, Explosive Bounties. The Emperors. Seas in upheaval. New world, somewhere on the seas. A colossal ship, resembling a great white whale, lay anchored. Its main sail bore a Jolly Roger, a skull with a white, crescent-shaped mustache. The Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Pops. Crocodile, that guy got himself killed, Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, reported, holding a newspaper and wanted poster before a massive man. The man, over 6 meters tall, with a distinctive white crescent mustache, his body adorned with numerous 4 drips, yet radiating an incredibly terrifying aura, took a massive swig of alcohol from a giant gourd. Pops. Your health. You can't drink anymore. The medical team nearby instantly panicked. Gururara. I'm Whitebeard. My body's just fine, boomed the man, the one hailed as the world's strongest man, one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Crocodile, that sandblasting brat is dead, you say. Whitebeard's eyes shifted slightly as he looked at the news Marco held. That insolent young fool who challenged him, dead in the first half of the Grand Line. Killed by that super rookie pirate, Sky Sovereign Rowen. This man also defeated Marine HQ Vice Admiral, Admiral Candidate Pink Rabbit. And even attempted to overthrow the Alabasta Kingdom in collusion with their princess. These new rookies are really something else, Marco commented, his own eyes reflecting shock. Pink Rabbit's strength was something even he had to treat with caution. Yet she lost to that super rookie. Sky Sovereign Rowen's meteoric rise was far more dramatic than Ace's initial debut. Sky Sovereign, Gururara. What an arrogant brat. Whitebeard laughed heartily. The bounty the world government and Marines put on this super rookie, it's outrageous, Marco continued, showing Whitebeard Rowen's wanted poster. Wanted, dead or alive. Cause of extreme malice, mastermind of the Alabasta incident. User of multiple devil fruit powers, possesses the ability to hunt devil fruits. The epitome of viciousness and violence. Public enemy of devil fruit users. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Bounty, 1,135,000,000 berry. Looking at the poster, even Marco felt a profound shock. His own bounty was only 1,374,000,000 berry. But that was largely due to his position as the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, reflecting the threat of the entire Whitebeard crew's influence. This man's bounty was based solely on his individual threat. Able to use multiple devil fruit powers and hunt devil fruits too. Pops, what kind of power is that? Marco asked Whitebeard. As a devil fruit user himself, such a description naturally concerned him. That power sounds a bit familiar, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. But, no need to worry too much. Even if he can use multiple fruits, more isn't always better. Whitebeard laughed dismissively. A warlord killed. The world government brands him extreme malice and issues such an insane bounty. Whether it's Marine HQ or ambitious pirates, everyone will be after this man. Whether he survives or gets caught, these seas are about to get very turbulent, Marco mused. Nothing to worry about. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard declared with a booming laugh. On a remote island in the New World. They're really making waves, huh? Luffy. And Sky Sovereign Rowen. Shanks laughed heartily, holding 2 wanted posters. Wanted, dead or alive. Participant in the extreme malice Alabasta incident. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty, 300,000,000 berry. Boss. Look. It's my son's wanted poster. That little rascal is with Luffy. A man, nearly identical to Usopp except for the long nose, rushed over, grinning and holding another poster. It was Yasopp. Wanted, dead or alive. Participant in the extreme malice Alabasta incident. Sniper Usopp. Bounty, 35,000,000 berry. Ha ha ha. With Luffy, huh? This is a happy day. Shanks laughed. But Sky Sovereign Rowen's bounty. 1,135,000,000 berry. That's an astonishing figure, Lucky Roo, the red-hair pirate's cook, commented, taking a bite out of a large leg of meat. Clearly, the Marines and the world government are making their move against Sky Sovereign Rowen. Shanks' smile faded, his expression turning serious. Shanks, that bounty, plus the fact he defeated Pink Rabbit. If the world government wants to capture him, they'll have to send an admiral. An opponent like that, isn't it too early for Luffy and his crew to face? A man smoking a cigar, his eyes sharp with intelligence despite his rugged appearance, spoke up. Vice Captain of the Red Hair Pirates. Ben Beckman. Should we go help them out, boss? Lucky Roo asked Shanks. No, no need, Shanks replied after a moment of contemplation, slowly exhaling. An astonishing crimson light flashed in his eyes. Though I can't see that far into the future, my intuition tells me Luffy and his crew don't need our help just yet, Shanks finished with a smile. Oh. Can that man fight an admiral? Beckman's eyes narrowed. Shanks's observation haki was trained to its absolute limit, capable of seeing glimpses of the future. Of course, this foresight was limited to brief moments, not days or weeks. But as someone who had mastered this advanced form of haki, an extension of his sixth sense, Shanks's intuition was incredibly accurate. Who knows? But didn't Hawkeye say that man might possess even greater hockey than me someday? Shanks laughed, looking at Rowen's wanted poster. Right now, Whitebeard's side is more important, Shanks stated, turning to Beckman. The messenger has been sent. We should have a reply soon, Beckman confirmed. First ace and teach, now Sky Sovereign Rowen. Is the era of upheaval truly unstoppable? Shanks gazed out at the sea, an incredible power flaring in his eyes. If that's the case, then let it rage. On an island somewhere in the Grand Line. Zehahaha. One of the warlords is dead. Excellent. A man with several missing teeth, a large belly, and an aura of pure malice, let out his signature booming laugh. It was the man Ace was hunting. User of the dark fruit, Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach. A warlord dead means a vacant spot. That spot is mine. Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with terrifying ambition. Hey. Lafitte. Your job. Tell the government to save that warlord spot for me. Blackbeard ordered his navigator. Understood, Captain. Where shall we rendezvous then? Lafitte replied with a sinister smile. Alabasta, of course. To become a warlord, I need a valuable head. And conveniently, this 1.1 billion berry head is currently a major thorn in the government's side. Take him down, and my name will thunder across the seas. That warlord position will definitely be mine. Zehahaha. Blackbeard roared with laughter. Captain, this is the guy who defeated Crocodile and an admiral candidate. Won't it be too difficult? Jesus Burgess asked doubtfully. What's to fear? As long as he's a devil fruit user, he's no threat to me. However, this guy also being able to hunt devil fruits and use multiple abilities, that is interesting, Blackbeard mused, rubbing his chin. Such an ability should only belong to him, a user of the dark fruit with a naturally special body. Feeling the power of the dark fruit within him, Blackbeard quickly grinned again. As long as they were devil fruit users, he feared no one. Whatever secrets they held, he'd just find out. Set sail. Things are about to get busy. Zehahaha. Blackbeard laughed. Somewhere on the Grand Line, the Going Merry sailed onward. After resting for a few days, Rowen and his crew had set sail again. Vivi and Robin were now officially part of the crew. Karu, however, had been left behind in Alabasta to lead the super spot-build duck troops. Rowen. This is bad. Nami, having just bought a newspaper, suddenly ran towards Rowen, screaming, her face pale. Be bounties. I got a bounty too. Nami cried, looking tearfully at Rowen. Bounty. Hearing the word, Luffy instantly leaped down from his special seat. Ha 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 ha. It went up. My bounty is 300 million berry. Luffy cackled, holding up his new wanted poster, hands on his hips. I got a bounty too. 100 million berry. Not bad, Zoro commented with a smirk, looking at his own poster. Wanted, dead or alive. Participant in the Extreme Malice Alabasta incident. Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Bounty, 100 million berry. Why do I have a bounty too? 35 million berry. The Marines will be after me. Usopp yelled, clutching his head in panic. I got a 30 million berry bounty too, Nami sniffled, looking towards Rowen. Wanted, dead or alive. Cat burglar, Nami. Bounty, 30 million berry. Hey. What about me? Did I get a bounty? Sanji yelled, rushing over upon hearing Zoro's 100 million. Yeah, here's yours. Black leg, Sanji. Bounty, 50 million berry, Usopp replied, handing over Sanji's poster. Usopp, initially glum about his own bounty, now wore a strange expression. How come it's so much lower than that Moss Head's? Sanji roared furiously, snatching the poster. But the moment he saw it, he froze. WHWHO is this? Sanji yelled, staring at his wanted poster. Unlike the others, which featured photographs, Sanji's poster displayed an incredibly abstract, crude sketch. Buffed, ha 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 ha. Looks exactly like you, curly brows. Zoro glanced at it and burst out laughing. Even Rowen struggled to suppress a chuckle. Looks like even with an earlier bounty, Sanji couldn't escape this fate. Are you blind? Moss Head. Hearing Zoro, the already furious Sanji completely lost it. Armament Haki coated his leg as he launched a barrage of kicks at Zoro. He does look just like you, Mr. 50 million, Zoro taunted, infusing Wado Ikamanji with Haki as he parried Sanji's attacks, continuing to mock him with the bounty amount. Watching Sanji and Zoro fight, Rowen's eyes flickered thoughtfully. After awakening armament haki, Sanji had also prematurely mastered Diable Jam. More importantly, as Sanji awakened haki, his modified exoskeleton genes were also slowly awakening. This awakening wasn't instantaneous, but gradual. Currently, the strength and resilience modifications from Vinsmoke Judge were awakening. The full exoskeleton would only manifest once these genes fully awakened. No wonder Sanji's physical durability in the original story, despite lacking a specific physique trait like Luffy or Zoro, never fell significantly behind theirs. What about me? Did I get a bounty? Chopper bounced excitedly over to Rowen. Sorry, Chopper. Not yet. Rowen replied, gently petting Chopper's comfortable fur with a smile. Because Chopper hadn't made a public appearance during the Alabasta incident, only the East Blue Era members received new bounties this time. Of course, there was one more person. I got a bounty. 110 million berry. Vivi stared blankly at her wanted poster. Wanted, dead or alive. Key instigator of the Extreme Malice Alabasta incident. Princess of Malice, Vivi. Bounty, 110 million berry. Wait a minute. What is this Extreme Malice Alabasta incident? Nami suddenly noticed the common wording. After reading the accompanying newspaper article, the entire crew stared in shock. How did they become the ones who tried to overthrow the Alabasta government? Just the world government's usual tactics, Rowen commented dismissively. Because of the World Economic News Agency's report, my defeat of Crocodile and repelling of Gion couldn't be covered up. Plus, with you joining us, Vivi, they simply decided to pin all the blame on us. However, this bounty. Rowen picked up his own new wanted poster. Isn't that around 113.5 million berry, similar to Vivi's? Shishishi. My bounty is higher than yours now, Rowen. Luffy grinned cheerfully, misreading the number again. You can make the same mistake twice, Luffy. That's 1,135 million berry, Rowen corrected with a smile. Luffy had misread his first bounty too. Hearing the corrected number, even Zoro and Sanji stopped fighting instantly. Everyone stared at Rowen, then yelled in unison. 1 billion. Chopper and Usopp hugged each other, screaming. 1 billion. Nami and Vivi gasped, staring blankly at Rowen. With a bounty like this, the next ones they send will be admirals, Rowen commented, a confident smile playing on his lips. Admirals, hearing the word, even Robin felt a slight tremor. But seeing Rowen's calm, composed demeanor, Robin's own unease gradually subsided. Rowen looked at his wanted poster thoughtfully. Looks like the world government has completely locked onto me now. But everything was still within Rowen's plan. Soon, they would reach Skypiea, a place beyond the world government's reach. Once he obtained the Rumble fruit, based on his projections of optimal devil fruit power, even if Akiji came at them with full force, not holding back, they could still escape. As for Blackbeard, before reaching Skypiea, Rowen glanced at Luffy. Through their spiritual bond, Rowen's and Luffy's powers were linked. Though Rowen hadn't equipped the unawakened Gomu fruit trait, by transmitting spiritual power to Luffy via Haushika coding, Rowen had received some feedback from that strongest devil fruit. Namely, they might not encounter the dark fruit user at all. Nika and the dark fruit seemed like complete polar opposites. Nika granted limitless imagination, fighting with absolute freedom. The dark fruit stripped away all abilities, arguably even imagination and desire. Utterly opposed. Furthermore, both fruits possessed strong wills of their own, choosing their masters. And based on Nika's behavior, that will could subtly influence events. Despite being obtained by the world government, it was then stolen by Shanks, brought to Fusha village, and eaten by Luffy. Now, Rowen sensed from the fruits will that it, and the dark fruit, seemed to have some kind of unspoken agreement, to avoid a direct clash until both their masters had fully matured. In the original story, Luffy and Blackbeard, though they met, never truly clashed due to various coincidences. Now, with Rowen as an unexpected factor, perhaps the two fruits wouldn't even allow their users to meet prematurely. Interesting. The secrets of this world keep getting more interesting. Rowen smiled. The next moment. Boom. Chapter 93, bonus, The Colossus is me. High above, the wreckage of numerous ships suddenly materialized from the sky, pulled by gravity, hurtling down towards the Going Merry. A ship, falling from the sky. Chopper and Usopp shrieked, clinging to each other in terror. Nami and Vivi instinctively latched onto Rowen, seeking comfort and safety. You too, if you keep holding onto me like this, how am I supposed to do anything? Rowen chuckled, looking at Nami and Vivi clinging to him like octopuses. While enjoying their soft, trembling forms pressed against him was pleasant, Rowen certainly didn't want this wreckage crashing onto the Merry. Leave it to me, Zoro declared, a crimson-black light flickering in his eyes. Having fully awakened the steel-cutting realm and armament haki, He was confident he could slice through this already dilapidated wreckage. There's some interesting information on that wreckage. If you cut it up, it'll all be destroyed, Rowen replied with a smile. Zoro's swordsmanship, unlike Mihawk's fusion of hardness and softness, was all about absolute power and destructive force. If Zoro intervened, any documents on board would be obliterated. And there was a map of Skypiea up there. Vivi, it's up to you. Your strength has increased so much now, yet you're still clinging to me like Nami does, Rowen teased, looking at Vivi with a fond smile. Blushing slightly at being called out, Vivi pouted. Her personality wasn't as naturally timid as Nami's. But having finally shed the immense burden of Alabasta, her 18-year-old, newly in love girlish side had emerged, meaning she loved being close to Rowen and wouldn't miss an opportunity like this. Nami, hearing Rowen's comment, didn't let go either. Instead, she hugged him even tighter, wrinkling her nose cutely. When it came to helping Rowen, she would overcome her natural timidity. But in situations like this, she too would embrace her girlish side. Vivi looked up at the wreckage, rapidly approaching the Mary, then slowly extended a delicate hand. Sandstorm. A miniature sandstorm formed in Vivi's right hand. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed her sand fruit power. A massive sandstorm instantly materialized over the sea, engulfing all the falling ship debris. Under Vivi's control, the sandstorm moved away from the Mary, swirling the wreckage around in the ocean nearby. Rowen, what now? The sea breeze will make the sandstorm stronger, and eventually, it'll go out of my control, Vivi called out, maintaining control of her devil fruit power, looking towards Rowen. The sand fruit turned its user into a sandstorm human. Conjuring sandstorms was the Logia fruit's natural disaster aspect. Theoretically, the sandstorm could continuously draw power from the ocean air currents, growing stronger. The drawback was, once it exceeded the user's control, it became uncontrollable. No problem. Rowen's observation haki spread out. White blow. A tendril of smoke, infused with haki, shot into the sandstorm Vivi created, precisely snatching a map from the debris. This is the only thing of value, Rowen stated, examining the map in his hand. As for the sandstorm, Zoro, cut it down, Rowen instructed. A rogue sandstorm at sea, gaining strength from the air currents, could cause trouble if Vivi lost control. This was also a good training opportunity for Zoro. Got it. Zoro grinned fiercely, watching the now uncontrolled sandstorm rapidly expanding as it drew in more air. Three-sword style, onigiri. Armament haki instantly coated his three swords, an unknown, demonic power further empowering them. With a powerful leaping slash, Zoro tore through the sandstorm over the sea, causing it to explode outwards. A swordsman who could cut steel, once they heard the breath of the sandstorm, could follow that breath and utterly annihilate it. The ship wreckage, caught in the dissipating sandstorm, completely disintegrated, its remnants falling into the sea and slowly sinking. Rowen smiled, seeing Zoro's increased combat power. After awakening haki, Zoro's Azura aura had also grown stronger. This special trait could even synergize somewhat with Conqueror's haki, allowing Zoro to tap into a fraction of its power. No wonder Zoro managed to use infused Conquerors during the Onigashima War shortly after awakening it, it was due to this Azura aura. Rowen's eyes glinted. This special trait held more surprises than he initially thought. Checking its equipping progress, it was already over half complete, soon, it would be fully loaded. However, Zoro's own current strength was still too low, he couldn't yet fully command the domineering power of Conqueror's haki. He was only channeling a tiny fraction of it using his Azura aura. But even so, as the most dominant power on the seas, even a small portion significantly elevated Zoro's attack power. Zoro's all-out, desperate strike, fueled by consuming his stamina to channel that sliver of Conqueror's haki via his Azura aura, was currently the highest potential single attack among the original Straw Hat monster trio. This map is? Nami asked curiously, looking at the chart in Rowen's hand. A map of an island in the sky, Skypiea, Rowen replied with a smile. Skypiea. Hearing the incredible name, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, the crew's adventure trio, instantly lit up, their eyes sparkling. You mean, that ship fell from Skypiea? Luffy asked, his eyes shining brightly. The legendary Sky Island, does it really exist? Sanji, having heard tales of Skypiea, still found it hard to believe. Skypiea definitely exists, Rowen confirmed with a confident smile. Hearing Rowen say so, everyone immediately believed him. Rowen's words were never wrong. If he said it existed, it absolutely existed. YOSH. It's decided. We're going to Skypiea. I smell a big adventure. Luffy yelled, eyes gleaming. Don't be silly. Our course is already set. The next island is an autumn island, Nami interjected, holding up the log pose on her wrist. Why is it pointing upwards? Nami gasped, staring at the log pose needle, which was now pointing straight towards the sky. It's locked onto an island with a stronger magnetic field, overwriting the previous record. Just as Rowen said, Skypiea really exists, Robin commented, looking up at the sky, her own eyes shining with curiosity. All right. We can go to Skypiea. Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp cheered, throwing their arms around each other's shoulders and jumping up and down on the deck. Even if Skypiea exists, how do we get up there? It's in the sky. Rowen's ability allows him to fly, but he can't carry all of us that high. Nami pointed out, hands on her hips. Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp's faces instantly fell with disappointment. You three idiots. Are you trying to work Rowen to death? Nami, realizing the trio had subconsciously planned for Rowen to fly them up, instantly transformed into her sharp-toothed angry state and scolded them. Devil fruit powers consumed immense stamina. Even if Rowen was incredibly strong, his stamina wasn't infinite, he couldn't carry them all to a supposed sky island. These fools. Trying to exhaust her Rowen. Rowen, take us to Skypiea. Luffy immediately rushed over, hugging Rowen's leg. It's our lifelong request. Usopp pleaded. Rowen, can we? Chopper looked up at Rowen with wide, hopeful eyes. Of course. Leave it to me, Rowen replied, picking up the adorable Chopper and ruffling his fur. All right. Luffy and Usopp instantly cheered, hugging each other. Chopper's eyes curved into happy crescents. The trait equipping progress for all three advanced another step. But how exactly do we get there? Nami asked curiously, now that Rowen had agreed. She naturally wouldn't object. To reach Skypiea, we need to ride a knock upstream, Rowen explained simply. Knock upstream. The crew looked even more curious. Nami, especially, her eyes sparkled, such unknown oceanic phenomena fascinated her. That's right. It's an incredibly powerful upward current that can shoot straight into the sky. By riding that stream, we can reach Skypiea, Rowen chuckled. Suji. The sea is really amazing. Usopp exclaimed. But where do we find a knock upstream? Sanji asked the crucial question. To find a knock upstream, we first need to go to a certain island. Someone there knows how to find one, Rowen replied with a smile. Suji. Then let's hurry up and go. Luffy urged impatiently. But Rowen, if we go to that island, won't the log pose reset? Nami pointed to her wrist. Since Rowen decided to go to Skypiea, as the navigator, Nami naturally had to ensure all preparations were thorough. Rowen. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper looked pleadingly at Rowen again. Relax. We just need to leave that island before the log pose fully records its magnetism, Rowen reassured them with a smile. That island's name is Jaya. Rowen looked towards the course ahead. This Jaya Island was actually the remaining part of the landmass that had been shot up into the sky by a knock upstream 400 years ago, becoming part of Skypiea. The portion of Jaya in the sky, due to the scarcity of land on Skypiea, was revered by the Scypians as God's land. This eventually led to a 400-year war between the original Jaya natives and the Scypians over land. Trait acquired, route, path to Jaya Island. Just like when finding Chopper, after bonding with the Straw Hat crew, the system could now display routes related to major plot-altering destinations. Rowen wouldn't even need to steal the log pose from the Surima Alliance this time. Speaking of which, that salvage monkey, Masira, didn't even show up to salvage this falling wreckage. Rowen didn't bother using his haki to search for him. They'd meet that interesting fellow soon enough anyway. Set sail. Under Rowen's command, following his directions, the Going Merry headed towards Jaya Island. Not far from the Going Merry's position, in another part of the sea. A ship with a monkey figurehead sailed onward. Boss. Why didn't we go salvage that wreck back there? One of the crewmen asked the men who looked remarkably like an ape. This was the Masira pirate's captain, a man who made his living salvaging shipwrecks, famous for boasting he could salvage a ship, sink it again, then salvage it once more, salvage King Masira. Idiot. Didn't you see the Jolly Roger on that ship? Masira exclaimed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. That was the Straw Hat Pirates. Masira's eyes were wide with terror. On that ship is the man who single-handedly orchestrated the Extreme Malice Alabasta incident. Defeated one of the 7 warlords, even made the Navy suffer a defeat. The men with a bounty of 1,135,000,000 berry, the super great pirate, Sky Sovereign Rowen. Masira's terrified roar sent shivers down the spines of his crew. 1.1 billion berry. That mass-murdering monster who nearly overthrew an entire kingdom. Masira's crewmen burst into tears of fear. And that sandstorm that appeared out of nowhere earlier, that must have been the work of that super pirate. Think about it. A monster who can casually unleash natural disasters and kills without batting an eye. If we went salvaging near his ship, and he got slightly annoyed, we'd all be goners. Masira still felt a lingering terror. Luckily, reports about Sky Sovereign Rowen were flying all over the seas nowadays. He had recognized the men. Otherwise, they would have died without even knowing why. Good thing you recognized him, boss. We didn't go over. We almost died. Rumor has it, he's a mass-murdering monster who killed 100,000 people. Nonsense. I heard it was 1,000,000. Whatever the case, we cheated death. The crewmen collapsed onto the deck, their legs weak with relief. That was the super great pirate who nearly overthrew a kingdom, a mass murderer. But boss, their sailing direction. Just then, one crewman, belatedly realizing something, gasped in terror. It's Jaya Island, the crewman shrieked, drenched in horrified cold sweat. What? Masira's forehead also broke out in countless beads of cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror. That super great pirate is heading to Jaya Island. Quick. Back to base. Tell the boss this news. Masira immediately ordered his men, frantically sailing back towards Jaya Island in terror. Look. Is that Jaya Island? Nami asked, smiling as the island and the town upon it came into view. That's right. Mock Town, on Jaya Island, Rowen confirmed with a smile, looking at the town. What a nice-looking town. Luffy commented from his special seat, grinning. Doesn't it look like a resort town to you guys? Usopp added enthusiastically. Resort town. Hearing this, Chopper instantly got excited. Yeah, it really does. Makes you want to just relax and take it easy, Nami agreed, smiling. But, if it has such a resort vibe, why is it called Mock Town? Vivi asked Rowen, sensing something was off. Speaking of which, is it just me, or are all those ships anchored in the harbor, pirate ships? Usopp pointed towards the numerous pirate vessels. Because this place is a resort town for pirates to relax, spend lavishly, and let loose, Rowen explained, adopting his classic villain expression. Eek. Usopp and Chopper, the cowardly duo, instantly clung to each other, terrified. Nami and Vivi also grabbed onto Rowen. Seeing Vivi deliberately clinging to him, Rowen smiled fondly, then turned his gaze towards Mock Town. His observation haki spread out. Rowen's lips curled upwards. As expected. No overwhelmingly strong presences. Blackbeard isn't here. But Rowen's target for coming here wasn't Blackbeard anyway. Alright. Let's go find a bar, sit down, and stock up on some supplies. Sanji, I'm leaving that to you, Rowen instructed. Leave it to me. Sanji grinned. Soon, the Going Merry docked at Mock Town's harbor. Bang. Crash. The moment they docked, they saw it, Mock Town was teeming with pirates. And they were prone to violence at the slightest disagreement, making the town incredibly chaotic. Are we really going into this town? It's full of vicious pirates. Usopp and Chopper clung to each other again, terrified. Just then, all eyes in Mock Town turned towards the newly arrived Going Merry. Eek. Seeing so many pirates staring at them, Chopper and Usopp became even more frightened. But the next moment. It's the Straw Hat Pirates. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. The 300 million berry men. Idiot. Is Straw Hat the real scary one? That ship also has. The men with a bounty of 1,135,000,000 berry. The mass-murdering super great pirate. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Mock Town instantly erupted in an uproar. All the pirates stared fearfully at the Going Merry. Chopper and Usopp blinked. Then they remembered, the most terrifying pirate of all, was right there on their own ship. Chapter 94, Terrifying Infamy. Settling accounts with the world government. Jaya Island, Mock Town. This place was a haven specifically for pirates to spend lavishly and indulge their desires. Many vicious pirates congregated here, freely spending their plundered wealth and unleashing their baser instincts. Consequently, clashes between pirate crews and violent incidents were frequent. Numerous pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, infamous figures in this stretch of sea, came here for recreation. Violence and desire were the town's defining characteristics. All pirates here reveled in their darker impulses, arrogance and aggression were rampant. But at this moment, all those pirates stared in terror at the group disembarking from the Going Merry. And no mistake. He looks exactly like the wanted poster. It can't be wrong. That man is really the one who orchestrated the Alabasta catastrophe. Nearly overthrew an entire kingdom. Killed one of the 7 warlords, Sir Crocodile. And defeated a Marine HQ bigwig, an admiral candidate. The men of extreme viciousness and violence. Bounty, 1,135,000,000 berry. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Countless pirates in Mock Town stared fearfully as Rowen stepped off the ship. Some, more cowardly, were already blubbering, snot and tears streaming down their faces as they scrambled to flee Mock Town. Sky Sovereign Rowen. The most infamously terrifying super great pirate on the seas right now. Rumor had it, this pirate was so vicious, so violent, he'd massacre people at the slightest provocation. This was the man who could kill a warlord. Defeat a high-ranking Marine Admiral candidate. Against such a man, even the Navy would likely need to dispatch an admiral to attempt capture. He was on a completely different level than them. If such a vicious super pirate was in a bad mood and decided to go on a rampage here, they'd all be finished. As for enjoying Mock Town's pleasures, their lives were far more important. Set sail. Run for it. Sky Sovereign Rowen has landed in Mock Town. Idiot. Why are your legs jelly? You wanna die, lagging behind. Many pirates scrambled back to their ships. Some were so terrified their legs gave out, needing their crewmates to drag them aboard. In an instant, many of the pirate ships previously docked at Mock Town's harbor fled as if their lives depended on it. Rowen. Suji. Chopper and Usopp, witnessing Rowen's mere appearance and so many vicious pirates fleeing in terror, blinked, their eyes shining with awe as they looked at Rowen. Now that's a real super great pirate aura. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji's eyes also gleamed. Such an aura, making countless pirates tremble and flee just by showing up, was incredibly aspirational. Rowen himself felt quite pleased. With such infamy and a bounty like this, no fool would dare mess with him on the open sea. And, seeing those pirates scrambling away, tears and snot streaming from fear of his name, alongside the adoring gazes of Luffy and the others, Rowen felt a very satisfying surge of spiritual strength. His disposition increased slightly again. Rowen then led his crewmates into Mock Town. Usopp and Chopper puffed out their chests, walking proudly behind Rowen as they entered. Though many cowardly pirates had fled, some, bolder than others, remained. They wanted to witness the presence of this now most infamous pirate on the seas, curious about his purpose in Mock Town. Of course, being bold didn't mean being suicidal, they kept a safe distance, nervously watching the super pirate's every move, ready to bolt at the slightest hint of trouble. Some pirates also compared Rowen's crewmates to their wanted posters. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, 300 million berry bounty. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, 100 million berry bounty. All over 100 million. Participants in that extreme malice incident. Hearing their bounties being discussed, Luffy and Zoro grinned. And Sniper Usopp, 35 million berry bounty. To be the sniper on Sky Sovereign Rowen's crew, he must be amazing too. Hearing this, Usopp puffed his chest out even further, his grin stretching from ear to ear uncontrollably. Chopper looked on with immense envy. Chopper wanted a bounty too. Sensing Chopper's feelings, Rowen picked him up and placed him on his shoulder. Look. That Tanuki. It's on Sky Sovereign Rowen's shoulder. Is that Sky Sovereign's pet? A pirate exclaimed. I'm a reindeer, you bastard. Chopper's ears twitched, and he instantly flared up at the comment. Thump. The pirate who spoke immediately collapsed, paralyzed with fear, looking terrified at Chopper. Then, he fainted dead away. It wasn't Chopper's words that scared him. It was the realization that, this reindeer was Sky Sovereign Rowen's pet. Being able to sit on that super pirate's shoulder meant it was highly favored. If the reindeer got angry and that, in turn, angered Sky Sovereign Rowen, his death would be unimaginably horrible. The thought alone made him pass out. AA talking to Nuki. Idiot. It's a reindeer. Lord Reindeer. You wanna die? Don't drag us down with you. Seeing the pirate he'd scared faint, and the others looking at him with terror, some even calling him Lord Reindeer, Chopper blinked. Even if you call me Lord Reindeer, it won't make me happy. You bastards. Chopper declared, though he was practically dancing with joy on Rowen's shoulder. He's delighted. The pirates instantly understood, and immediately started showering Chopper with fawning compliments, making Chopper grin from ear to ear. Human fruit equipping progress significantly increased. Rowen chuckled, watching the gleeful Chopper. And cat burglar, Nami, 30 million berry. Strange. Where's Black Leg, Sanji? I don't see him. Someone in the crowd murmured uncertainly. Though quiet, Sanji, with his awakened observation haki, didn't miss it. Too bad that picture really did look like you, curly brows, Zoro snickered. Mosshead bastard. Sanji instantly ignited as if on fire. Diable jam. Sanji's right leg burst into flames as he spun. Armament. Zoro drew Wado Ikemonji, infusing it with haki. Boom. Sanji and Zoro immediately started fighting again. The terrifying force of their clash made the surrounding pirates' eyes bulge out. That must be Black Leg Sanji. Is that the power of Pirate Hunter and Black Leg from Sky Sovereign Rowen's crew? They're on a completely different level from us. The pirates watched in terror at the devastating battle. Diable jam, armament hockey, a swordsman slashes, this power, 4 pirates who mostly operated in the waters around Mock Town, felt like it belonged to another dimension entirely. Go ahead and play. But after you're done, remember to go buy supplies, Rowen commented casually without turning around. Understood. Hearing Rowen, Sanji, and Zoro instantly flinched, stopped fighting, stood at attention, and loudly acknowledged the order. They knew Rowen wouldn't usually interfere with their squabbles, as long as they completed their assigned tasks. Though Rowen hadn't explicitly stated this rule often, after being brutally trained by him, it had become an ingrained muscular reflex for both Sanji and Zoro. Scary. Sky Sovereign Rowen just said one sentence, and Black Leg and Pirate Hunter were instantly cowed. Just how strong is that man? How scary. This is what a legendary super great pirate is like. Seeing Zoro and Sanji's reaction, the crowd of pirates became even more terrified, instinctively backing even further away from Rowen's group. Hey, look at that woman. It's Princess of Malice, Vivi, 110 million berry bounty. Together with Sky Sovereign Rowen, she tried to overthrow the Alabasta government. The former Princess of Alabasta. Some pirates recognized Vivi, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Vivi showed no outward reaction, but her small fists clenched tightly. Princess of Malice. Though it was the world government slandering her and Rowen, hearing that title still stung Vivi, who loved her country, Alabasta, deeply. Rowen. Vivi felt a warm hand cover hers, and looked up to see Rowen's sun-like smile. Relax. I'll make them pay for this, Rowen said, looking at Vivi with a reassuring smile. You don't have to trouble yourself for them. They're just repeating what they read in the news, Vivi replied, touched, but not wanting Rowen's reputation to worsen further because of her. It was already because of her situation that Rowen was being labeled a mass-murdering, nation-overthrowing, vicious pirate. If his infamy grew because of her, Vivi would feel even more guilty. These are just small fry. When I help you get even, I'll definitely go after the source who burdened you with this name, Rowen declared, an astonishing crimson-black light flashing in his eyes. He then started walking towards a nearby tavern. Rowen had already found his target for this visit. Vivi blinked, confused. The source who burdened her with this name. Isn't that the world government? Vivi gasped, then quickly hurried after Rowen. Inside a tavern. What's all the noise outside? A man with yellow hair, sporting the Jolly Roger of Warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo on both arms and his chest, scowled. Bellamy the hyena, 55 million berry bounty. Are the guys I just beat still not satisfied? Bellamy snarled. He had just won a gamble against Ratio the executioner, 42 million berry bounty, and then promptly finished him off. Crash. Bellamy abruptly smashed through the window and leaped out of the tavern. Thud. He landed from several stories up, causing a group of onlookers to gasp. It's Bellamy. The 55 million berry pirate. Those exclamations of recognition always pleased Bellamy. Idiot. Get away from that fool. Don't get caught up in his mess. That idiot is about to die. What 55 million berry pirate? He's just a moron. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Bellamy, who had been preening with his head bowed, felt veins bulge on his forehead. Who the hell was just talking? Bellamy slowly raised his head. So, you're Bellamy, a calm chuckle came from nearby. Only then did Bellamy notice the group of people standing a short distance away. Huh. The moment he clearly saw the face of the man leading the group, Bellamy's forehead broke out in countless beads of cold sweat. B bounty 1,135 million berry. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Bellamy's eyes filled with terror. The name Sky Sovereign Rowen, who on these seas didn't know it by now. This was the man who killed Crocodile, a warlord, same as Bellamy's own idol, Don Quixote da Flamingo. The man who even defeated a marine bigwig, an admiral candidate. The most vicious, most terrifying super great pirate on these seas right now. 55 million. So it's you. Your bounty isn't high enough. You need to work harder, Luffy commented, looking at Bellamy with a grin. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, 300 million berry bounty, the man acknowledged by Sky Sovereign Rowen, Bellamy muttered, his eye twitching upon hearing Luffy's words, but he didn't dare retort. Hey, Luffy. Your bounty is that high mostly because of Rowen, okay? Nami interjected helplessly. This idiot better not cause trouble for Rowen because of his bounty obsession later. Be Bellamy. Just then, Bellamy's crew members rushed over. When they saw Bellamy was confronting the legendary Sky Sovereign Rowen, all of them stared fearfully at Rowen's group. Sky Sovereign Rowen, sir. Someone of your stature, surely wouldn't bother with small-timers like us, right? Sarquis, vice captain of the Bellamy Pirates, 38 million berry bounty, swallowed hard, his legs trembling as he addressed Rowen, struggling to get the words out. Bellamy's hyena pirates were infamous in Mocktown, a formidable crew no one dared to cross. For Sarquis to debase himself like this, calling themselves small-timers. The surrounding pirates, far from finding it odd, thought it perfectly natural, even considering Sarquis rather smart. Compared to Sky Sovereign Rowen, forget 55 million berry pirates, even 100 million berry pirates were small fry. To survive an encounter with such a superpower house, not immediately kneeling and begging for mercy was already a display of courage. You talk, a bit too much, Rowen stated, a tyrannical crimson-black light flashing briefly in his eyes. Boom. Thump. Sarquis's eyes instantly rolled white, and he collapsed to the ground. The numerous pirates present stared, utterly stunned. Hey! Sarquis! The hyena pirates cried out fearfully, looking at the fallen Sarquis. No matter how much they shook him, Sarquis remained unresponsive. They then looked back at Rowen in terror. Sarquis, 38 million berry, taken down by this man with just one word. This isn't far enough. Get further away. This is the super great pirate with a bounty over 1.1 billion. Don't get involved. You don't have enough lives to lose. Many pirates instantly fled at that moment. This man truly was as terrifying as the rumors claimed, to the extreme. Well then. The transponder snail that can contact Doflamingo, hand it over, Rowen stated, looking at Bellamy with a cold smile. Rowen had no interest in wasting words on a small-time punk without dreams like Bellamy. Not everyone was qualified to converse with Rowen. He sought out Bellamy solely because Bellamy possessed a transponder snail capable of contacting Doflamingo. Aye. Bellamy wanted to resist, but seeing Sarquis taken down with just a word from this man, his body refused to move. Do you want to die? Rowen's smile vanished, his conqueror's hockey flaring intensely. Fear instantly overwhelmed Bellamy. He subconsciously pulled out a transponder snail. He realized too late he was betraying his most admired men, and tried to retract it. But wham! Bellamy's eyes rolled white, and he collapsed heavily. A 55 million berry punk like him, before Rowen's current conqueror's hockey, was also just fodder. Rowen took the transponder snail. All right. Time to settle some accounts. World government, Rowen declared, an astonishing crimson-black light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 95, bonus, Warlord meeting. Rowen calling. Atop the red line, the Holy Land, Marie Joyce. Today, a special meeting was convened. Summoned by the world government, presided over by Fleet Admiral Sengoku of Marine Headquarters, a joint conference between two of the sea's three great powers, Marine HQ and the 7 warlords of the sea. Both Marine HQ and the warlords were, nominally, under the world government's authority. Thus, the meeting could only be held at the world government's center of power, Marie Joyce. The agenda, discussing a replacement for the warlord vacancy left after Sky Sovereign Rowen killed Crocodile, and how to deal with the same Sky Sovereign Rowen, now deemed an extremely vicious pirate by the world government. As the warlords began to arrive, Mariewa's broadcast system announced their presence, a customary show of face for these great pirates whom the world government used to intimidate other pirates on the seas. Warlord of the Sea Bartholomew Kuma, and Warlord of the Sea Don Quixote Doflamingo have arrived. Welcome, gentlemen. Accompanied by the announcement, a man with an arrogant, swaggering gait, clad in an ostentatious pink feathered coat, a signature evil smirk plastered on his face, entered Marie Joyce. One of the 7 warlords. Before becoming a government-sanctioned pirate, former bounty, 340 million berry. Heavenly Yiksha Don Quixote Doflamingo. The other, an immensely tall and imposing figure, dressed like a bear, wearing gloves and carrying a book in one hand, entered Marie Joyce with an impassive expression. One of the 7 warlords. Before becoming a government-sanctioned pirate, former bounty, 296 million berry. Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Gulp. Watching these two great pirates, tools of the world government used to intimidate others, and feeling the terrifying pressure they exuded, the marine soldiers stationed on either side for ceremonial duty swallowed hard. These were 2 of the 7 most infamous pirates on the seas, excluding the 4 emperors. The marines' eyes were filled with awe and apprehension. Why still 7, even after Crocodile's demise? Because now, the most infamously notorious pirate on the seas, apart from the emperors, was the very man who necessitated this meeting. Sky Sovereign Rowen, killer of Warlord Crocodile, defeater of Admiral Candidate Guion, near overthrower of the Alabasta Kingdom, bounty 1,135 million berry. Thinking about the meeting's agenda, a heavy feeling settled upon the Marines. The flames of evil on the seas were burning brighter. After the 4 emperors, another terrifying great pirate like Rowen had now emerged. The Marines silently prayed this meeting would find a way to extinguish that evil flame, to deal with the man now called the most vicious pirate on the seas, Sky Sovereign Rowen. Fuff. Since you've summoned us, get straight to the point. Lay out the business, and let's end this boring gathering quickly. Inside the conference room designated for the joint Warlord Marine HQ meeting, Doflamingo, the men whom the Marines outside hoped would help extinguish Rowen's evil fire, was currently perched insolently on the conference table like a common thug, his fingers twitching with amusement. Stop it. I can't control my body. With Doflamingo's subtle finger movements, two Marine HQ vice admirals began fighting each other against their will, their faces contorted in alarm. Doflamingo. This is your doing, isn't it? One of the vice admirals roared, glaring at Doflamingo. On these seas, only this man could do such a thing. User of the paramecia string fruit, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Stop it, Doflamingo, the other vice admiral yelled, equally furious and horrified. Being manipulated like this in Marie Joy's was a profound humiliation. Fufufufu. Then hurry up and explain things. Where's Sengoku? Doflamingo cackled with his signature laugh. Most Marine HQ vice admirals stationed in Marie Joy's were primarily for show, their strength couldn't compare to the veteran vice admirals who directly confronted Emperor Cruz in the New World. While they possessed hockey, unless they were hockey masters like Virgo, Doflamingo's string fruit could easily overwhelm their defenses. Once their hockey was breached, they were mere puppets before his devil fruit powers. Though Doflamingo toyed with the two vice admirals, his observation hockey remained keenly focused on Vice Admiral Tsuru, the great staff officer, who sat quietly to the side. This seemingly frail old woman had once chased him relentlessly. Her wash fruit was an incredibly troublesome paramecia power, and a strong counter to his string fruit. However, seeing Tsuru show no intention of intervening, Doflamingo's wicked grin widened, his actions becoming even more brazen. Clang. Under Doflamingo's control, the two vice admirals drew their swords, about to engage in a deadly clash. Are you here for a meeting, or a brawl? Just as blood was about to be drawn, a calm but authoritative voice echoed through the room. Fleet Admiral Buddha Sengoku entered. As warlords, causing such a ruckus here, have you no sense of decorum? A terrifying crimson-black light flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Fufufufu. Quite the presence, Sengoku. Doflamingo commented, cold sweat appearing on his brow, though his mocking laugh remained. Sengoku was far stronger than him, true, but as long as Doflamingo was a warlord, Sengoku couldn't openly attack him. Nevertheless, Doflamingo retracted his strings. With Sengoku present, continuing this charade would only lead to his own embarrassment. The two freed vice admirals shot Sengoku ashamed glances, then quickly took their seats. Only two of you came. Sengoku grunted, looking at Doflamingo and Kuma. Forgot to greet you lot properly, you scum of the SEA. Sengoku sneered, showing no courtesy towards the warlords. Fufufufu. Sweet praise indeed, Sengoku, Doflamingo chuckled wickedly. Think whatever you like. But having two of the remaining 6 warlords show up already exceeds my expectations, Sengoku replied, taking his seat. In reality, Kuma, for various reasons, was usually the only one who consistently attended warlord meetings, being quite subservient to the government. These scum of the seas, despite their warlord titles and nominal allegiance to the world government, all had their own agendas. The world government, in turn, only cared about using their infamous reputations to intimidate other pirates and didn't much care about their actual loyalty. This state of affairs deeply displeased Sengoku. Fufufu, my businesses have been thriving lately. I only came here out of sheer boredom, looking for some amusement, Doflamingo smirked. Is that so? But when your pirate businesses thrive too much, it gives us Marines a headache, Sengoku retorted. Enough with the pointless chatter. Aren't we here to discuss Sky Sovereign Rowen? I was beginning to think I'd walked into the wrong meeting, a detached voice interjected. Mihawk, Yura strapped to his back, slowly entered the room. The one least likely to show up actually came. Are you interested in that brat too, Hawkeyes? Doflamingo looked at Mihawk with genuine surprise. Brat. Doflamingo. Be careful. That brat is capable of killing you, Mihawk commented coolly after taking a seat, glancing dismissively at Doflamingo. Mihawk wasn't surprised Rowen killed Crocodile. After their hockey clash, Mihawk sensed that man's potential might even surpass Shanks's in terms of hockey. A mere crocodile wouldn't be a stumbling block on that man's path. Fufufufu. I remember now, you had contact with that brat too. But kill me. Do you take me for a weakling like Crocodile, content to muck about in paradise, the first half of the grand line? Doflamingo's wicked smile remained, but veins bulged on his forehead. If he weren't outmatched by Mihawk, he would have already attacked. Though the seas were currently buzzing with exaggerated tales about that brat, Doflamingo, as one of the kings of the underworld, backed by Emperor Kaido, and possessing connections within the world government due to his former celestial dragon status, he didn't put Rowen in the same league as himself. Crocodile being killed by him meant little. Crocodile was trash who relied on external objects to achieve his ambitions. As for supposedly defeating Pink Rabbit, he'd heard they clashed, but Gion was only suppressed, not truly defeated. Rowen's strength, while not weak, wasn't enough to kill him. That so-called 1.1 billion bounty was just the world government scapegoating the brat for Crocodile's attempt to overthrow Alabasta. Well then, why don't you go kill Sky Sovereign Rowen, Doflamingo? If you succeed, the government will surely reward you handsomely, Sengoku suggested, glancing at Doflamingo. Fuff. My businesses keep me very busy. Besides, hunting pirates, isn't that your job, Marines? Doflamingo retorted, directly refusing. He wasn't afraid of the brat, certainly, but he didn't want unnecessary trouble. That brat was causing massive headaches for the world government, the long stagnant seas were beginning to boil because of him. The era of upheaval was approaching. Doflamingo's operations, arms dealing, smuggling, thrived in chaos. His backer, Emperor Kaido, constantly aimed to incite a massive war. The more chaotic the situation, the better for him. Though it irked him that this brat's fame now surpassed his own, from a purely pragmatic standpoint, letting the brat continue rampaging was more beneficial. Humph, Sengoku snorted coldly. He hadn't expected these sea trash to accept the task anyway. Pirates were pirates, even becoming warlords nominally loyal to the world government didn't change their fundamental nature. Allow me to audit this meeting as well, esteemed sirs, a smooth, light voice suddenly interjected. Perched on the windowsill of the conference room, Lafitte, navigator of the Blackbeard pirates, chuckled softly. Who are you? How did you get in here? One of the vice admirals roared. Are you Lafitte? The infamous sheriff from West Blue, exiled for excessive violence. Another vice admiral recognized him. That's ancient history now. I am here to recommend a certain fine gentleman for the position of warlord of the sea. Teach is our captain's name, Lafitte announced with a polite, chilling smile. Teach? Never heard of him. Sengoku stated dismissively, not immediately ejecting Lafitte. To reach this room, Lafitte wasn't incompetent. A captain acknowledged by such a man likely wasn't small fry either. Sengoku was curious what bargaining chip this Teach could offer. Regarding that, our captain has already made detailed plans. Our captain's target is that man whose fame currently resounds across the seas, the head of Sky Sovereign Rowen, Lafitte revealed with a calm, almost pleasant smile. What? Sengoku's eyes narrowed instantly. Fuff. Isn't this interesting, Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Let him try. Doflamingo, delighted at the prospect of someone targeting the brat who annoyed him, burst into laughter. The more chaos on the seas, the better for him. Unleashing an era of upheaval was his current goal. Buru. Just then, the transponder snail in Doflamingo's coat pocket began to ring. Doflamingo frowned. What's going on? We should have jammed all transponder snail signals in this area. A vice admiral exclaimed, looking incredulously at the snail Doflamingo produced. As a meeting site for Marine HQ and warlords, security measures were naturally in place. Special horn transponder snails should have been jamming all external communications. This number is Bellamy's, Doflamingo muttered, his lips turning downwards. He knew the signals here were supposed to be blocked. Bellamy was just an insignificant pirate under his command, recruited on a whim. But Bellamy somehow had the means to bypass the signal jamming here and call him directly. To bypass the signal jamming here is no easy feat. Why don't you answer it? Let us also hear what matter is so urgent. Tsuru suggested, her hands clasped before her, a wise glint in her eyes. If you're all curious, fine. It's just an insignificant subordinate of mine anyway, Doflamingo grumbled, looking down at the snail, then answered. If Bellamy managed to bypass the jamming, it reflected somewhat well on Doflamingo. As for Bellamy revealing any secrets during the call, Doflamingo wasn't worried. Bellamy was small fry, knowing nothing of his true operations. Doflamingo was also somewhat curious, what means did Bellamy use to bypass the jamming, and what was so urgent that he'd risk it? Click. The call connected. The transponder snail's projected face mimicked the caller, revealing an incredibly powerful, confident smile. Connecting to that snail took some effort. The Holy Land, Marie Joy's, warlord meeting, correct, a calm, amused voice drifted from the snail. Who are you? Doflamingo roared, veins bulging on his forehead, his lips pulled down in a snarl. That voice was not Bellamy. What? Sengoku and Tsuru both stared intently at Doflamingo. The caller wasn't his subordinate. And somehow, they knew the situation here. Transponder snails could only transmit audio, they couldn't see the environment of the receiving snail, even the highest grade snails used by the Five Elders had this limitation. Me. I am Rowen. The name sent a collective shockwave through everyone present. Their pupils constricted. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Chapter 96, Unconscious Celestial Dragons. Conqueror's hockey roars through the Holy Land. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Hearing the name, everyone present reacted instantly. The Marine HQ vice admirals participating in the meeting stared at the transponder snail in horror. This entire meeting had been convened because of this very man. The vicious pirate who killed Warlord Crocodile and attempted to overthrow the Alabasta Kingdom had brazenly called into their high-level conference. Sengoku and Tsuru's expressions turned grim. They hadn't anticipated this man could bypass their signal jamming. They were using top-of-the-line horn transponder snails for security. Such technical prowess was rare even within the world government. The only one who could easily achieve this was likely Vegapunk, the chief scientist. This man's capabilities were even more astonishing than they initially estimated. My hawk allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. That voice, it had been some time. Even more commanding than before. Sky Sovereign Rowen. My hawk's hawk-like gaze fixed on the transponder snail. Lafitte, who had been observing, tensed. Sky Sovereign Rowen, the head their captain intended to take to secure a warlord position. He hadn't expected Rowen to directly call into this very meeting. Looks like that waste of space Bellamy has been eliminated, Doflamingo sneered, veins bulging on his forehead. He had just been boasting about the brat not being a threat. And now, Rowen had apparently dealt with Bellamy and called him using Bellamy's own transponder snail. Bellamy, though useless, was still his subordinate. To be humiliated like this, in front of everyone. Doflamingo seethed with rage. Knowing this is a warlord meeting, knowing this is the Holy Land Marie Joys, and still daring to call. You have guts, Sky Sovereign Rowen, Sengoku stated gravely. As the world government's current #1 thorn in the side, for this man to so brazenly intrude upon a top-level meeting convened because of him. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, is it? And Hawkeyes too. Been a while, Rowen's voice chuckled, completely ignoring Doflamingo. Is that Hawkeyes there too? A fierce, beast-like voice, Zoro's, came through. Roranoa. My hawk responded, a hint of a smile in his voice upon hearing the familiar challenge. And me. I'm the man who's gonna be king of the pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. A loud, boisterous shout, Luffy's, echoed through the conference room. Absolute silence fell. The faces of the attending vice admirals turned incredibly grim. Declaring his intention to become pirate king, in the Holy Land Marie Joys. What audacity! Straw Hat. Just a pirate whose bounty only reached 300 million because of Sky Sovereign Rowen. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged exasperated glances. Garp's damn family. All of them are infuriating troublemakers. Sengoku's face twitched. Garp's son, Monkey D. Dragon, became leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world government's most wanted criminal. Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, became a pirate, even gaining the acknowledgement of the troublesome Sky Sovereign Rowen. And now, he was shouting his ambition to be pirate king in Marie Joys. Fufufufu. King of the pirates. What a bunch of clueless brats. Seeing Rowen completely ignore him, Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with bulging veins, his evil grin turning savage. Flamingo. You don't get a say here. Your pirate bounty isn't high enough, the voice from the transponder snail drawled, making Doflamingo's expression freeze. Flamingo. Was he mocking his attire? He loved his flamboyant pink feathered coat, but no one had ever dared ridicule him for it like this. And his bounty wasn't high enough. Arrogant brat. You. Doflamingo was about to erupt, but the next words from the transponder snail made his blood run cold. By the way, this whole 7 warlord system. I find it rather disagreeable. Hey, Sengoku, why don't you just abolish it? Rowen's casual chuckle left everyone in the room stunned. Finding the warlord system disagreeable, so he wants the world government to abolish the 7 warlords. A mere pirate, you're overstepping your bounds, quite significantly. Sengoku's expression turned dark. The 7 warlords are ultimately just a tiresome political tool of the world government. And some filthy pirates use that title to engage in all sorts of shady dealings. For example, Crocodile. And then there's this Doflamingo, involved in dirty underworld business. If you don't want to abolish the warlord system, then I'll just have to administer some justice myself and dismantle this corrupt institution completely. The words from the transponder snail made the atmosphere in the conference room explode. Bang. Don't be ridiculous. A pirate has no right to speak of justice. A Marine HQ vice admiral slammed his fist on the table and leaped to his feet, roaring at the transponder snail. A vicious pirate, preaching justice in a Marie Joy's conference room. What insolence! What utter contempt! Fufufufu. Bold words, Sky Sovereign Rowen. And how do you plan to dismantle this system? Doflamingo was thoroughly enraged now. This brat knew quite a lot, even about some of his dealings. But Doflamingo stared at the transponder snail with a mocking sneer. Such arrogance clearly stemmed from ignorance of how the world truly worked. Dismantle the 7 warlords. Who does this brat think he is? An emperor. Even his backer, Emperor Kaido, couldn't achieve such a feat. The warlord system was established by the world government itself, with considerable effort. Without the world government's consent, the system could not be dismantled. How? Simple. Just ensure the 7 warlords no longer have 7 seats, right? Don Quixote Doflamingo, your head is mine. Rowen's powerful voice declared. Fuff. Interesting. I'd like to see how you plan to kill me. Clueless brat. Since you got this number from Bellamy, you must be in Mock Town, correct? Doflamingo's expression was now incredibly dark, a terrifying killing intent flashing in his eyes. He had initially planned to let this brat stir up more chaos, benefiting his own interests. But now, being so insulted and belittled, as a warlord, as one of the underworld's kings, Doflamingo was filled with murderous rage. Mock Town. Lafitte's expression changed. No wonder their captain couldn't find this man in Alabasta. He was in Mock Town. Oh. Interesting. You're coming for me. Then I'll wait for you here for one day. The string fruit's power is rather intriguing. Deliver the devil fruit power to me, Rowen replied with a mocking sneer. You have your eyes on my string ability. We'll see if you have the life to take it. Doflamingo was thoroughly enraged now, glaring savagely at the transponder snail. The fact that this brat could hunt devil fruit powers was now common knowledge across the seas, thanks to the world government's propaganda. But for this brat to regard his string ability as already his possession, to say he was delivering it to him, ignorant fool. By the way, Sengoku. There's something I need you to do. Rowen's voice from Mock Town suddenly shifted, ignoring Doflamingo, a tyrannical crimson-black light flashing in his eyes as he looked at the transponder snail in his hand. Rowen was seated on some steps, surrounded by Vivi, Nami, Robin, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper. The transponder snail in Rowen's hand now had its eyes rolled back strangely. In reality, the special trait within the snail that enabled communication had already been plundered by Rowen. He was merely using the snail's number to directly connect to the snail in Doflamingo's possession. Transponder snails were living creatures, communicating via a form of telepathic link over vast distances. Rowen, having plundered its communication trait, was now directly using his own spiritual power, infinitely stronger than the snail's, to utilize this trait. The signal jamming by mere horn transponder snails was easily bypassed by Rowen. And now, for an even more interesting application of this power. Rowen's eyes flashed with an astonishing crimson-black light. Because he was directly using the communication trait to link with the snail in Marie Joy's, Rowen could directly unleash his haki through that spiritual connection. You can slander me all you want, but that title, Princess of Malice, change it. Change it to Desert Princess. Understood, Navy. Rowen's demand made Vivi, standing beside him, cover her mouth in shock. Don't be absurd. Since when do you have the authority to change titles? The Navy doesn't take orders from you. Sengoku's eyes narrowed sharply. Is that so? Well then. The tyrannical crimson-black light in Rowen's eyes flared violently. The next moment, he unleashed it through the established spiritual link. Boom. Terrifying crimson-black lightning instantly materialized within the Marine HQ and Warlord Joint Conference Room in Marie Joy's. An apocalyptic aura roared through the atmosphere. The next moment, under the horrified gazes of Sengoku and the others, the haki storm erupted outwards from the conference room, spreading throughout the entire Holy Land, Marie Joy's. Boom. Thump. 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 Many Marine soldiers guarding Marie Joy's, caught in the terrifying pressure, instantly went white-eyed and collapsed unconscious. And at the heart of Marie Joy's resided numerous slaves, and the celestial dragons. Thump. 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 Struck by the wave of Conqueror's haki, some celestial dragons directly passed out, collapsing heavily. Moreover, this terrifying haki was already strong enough to cause tangible physical damage. Many buildings in Marie Joy's began to tremble and crack under the force of the haki storm. Who? Who is unleashing Conqueror's haki? An enraged roar echoed. The current commander-in-chief of the God's Knights, the powerful force composed entirely of celestial dragons under the world government, Figureland Garling Saint, burst out. That's the Marine HQ Warlord Conference Room. What in the world is that fool Sengoku doing? Garling Saint roared, his face grim as he saw the unconscious celestial dragons and slaves. Having the audacity to unleash Conqueror's haki in the Holy Land Marie Joy's, and at this intensity. Garling Saint's expression darkened further. It's already at the level capable of infusion. Whoever possesses haki this strong is among the top powerhouses on the sea, and this haki isn't Sengoku's. Are the warlords causing trouble? But among the warlords, only one should possess haki of this caliber, Hawkeye's Dracul Mihawk. That man wouldn't act recklessly. What the hell is going on? Garling Saint strode purposefully towards the conference room. Pangea Castle. Bastard. Who is wantonly unleashing conquerors HAKI? The 5 elders, gathered to discuss the warlord meeting, erupted in fury. Saint Topman Warcury, his forehead birthmark pulsing, roared. This isn't Sengoku's haki. Haki of this intensity, among the warlords, only Hawkeyes possesses it, the blonde Saint Shepherd Jupiter stated gravely. What does Hawkeyes think he's doing? Saint Ethan Baron V. Nustero slammed his sword hilt on the ground. It might not be Hawkeyes. That man isn't reckless, the long-bearded Saint Marcus Mars mused. Go. Ask Sengoku. What exactly is happening? Who is unleashing conqueror's haki so brazenly? Saint J. Garcia Saturn thundered towards the door, his face contorted with rage. Yes, sirs. Outside the door, a Marine HQ Vice Admiral, one of the few still conscious, responded loudly, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. He stared in terror at the continuously roaring haki. Under its pressure, even his legs felt weak. What a terrifying haki. And the next moment, whether it was Garling Saint rushing towards the conference room or the 5 elders, their expressions all changed dramatically. Conference room. Conqueror's haki. Doflamingo. Cut the transponder snail signal. Sengoku roared, staring in horror at the snail continuously emitting conqueror's haki. At the same time, utter disbelief flashed in his eyes. Able to unleash conqueror's haki through a transponder snail. And haki of this intensity. It's already at the level of infusion. Thinking of a certain possibility, Sengoku's pupils constricted. C can't cut the signal. Doflamingo, no longer able to even hold the transponder snail, had leaped several meters back, staring at it in horror. This conqueror's haki. It's that brat's. What astonishing power. Cold sweat dripped down Doflamingo's forehead. I completely misjudged that brat's strength. What a powerful haki. Even Mihawk looked genuinely surprised. He had clashed haki with Rowen in the East Blue. Rowen's haki was strong then, yes, but compared to now, it was like heaven and earth. Haki of this caliber placed him among the true powerhouses of the sea. Mihawk had thought Rowen might surpass Shanks in haki in the future, but this rate of progress was beyond his imagination. Can't cut the signal. Veins bulged on Sengoku's forehead. This method really is similar to Vegapunk's. Stop it. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Are you insane? This is Mariehua. Do you know what it means to unleash conquerors HAKI here? Sengoku roared. Oh. I'd like to know what it means. So, are you changing that title or not? Rowen's powerful laughter echoed back. Bastard. The crimson-black light in Sengoku's own eyes flashed violently. Stop, Sengoku. Are you planning to have a conqueror's haki clash here? Tsuru quickly intervened, seeing Sengoku about to unleash his own haki. With Sengoku's power, if he clashed with Rowen here, things would escalate beyond control. Damn it. If we don't exhaust his haki, how do we stop this guy? Sengoku raged, utterly frustrated. A conqueror's haki clash, you say? Since you want it so badly. I'll oblige, Rowen's voice came through, laced with a chilling, predatory amusement. The next moment, what happened made everyone present freeze, their faces contorting in utter disbelief and horror. VMMMM. Boomum. Chapter 97, Bonus, Clash of Kings. Confronting the 5 elders. Atop the red line. The Holy Land, Marie Joyce. This was the seat of the world's highest authority, the central nexus of global power. It was also the residence of the celestial dragons, self-proclaimed descendants of the world's creators. But now, here. Countless arcs of crimson-black lightning roared violently through the atmosphere. With each ferocious surge of this tyrannical energy, the very buildings and vegetation of the Holy Land trembled and threatened to collapse. Many of the self-proclaimed gods, the celestial dragons, had already fainted. The marine soldiers and world government agents guarding the area lay scattered, a field of unconscious bodies. Luffy. Zoro, Rowen called out in Mock Town, the crimson-black light in his eyes blazing with insane intensity. Got it, Zoro and Luffy replied, fierce, powerful smiles on their faces as they placed their hands on Rowen's shoulders. Rowen, through the strongest trait system, had established a spiritual power link channel with Luffy, Zoro, and the others. Through this channel, Rowen could directly transmit spiritual power to them using his Haushika coding. Similarly, this spiritual power link channel was two-way. Rowen also equipped traits from Luffy and the others through this same conduit. And likewise, as pure spiritual power. Luffy and Zoro's Conqueror's haki could also be transmitted in reverse, into Rowen's own body. Of course, since this Conqueror's haki belonged to Luffy and Zoro, Rowen couldn't fully control it to perform infused attacks. But Rowen didn't need to use it for infused attacks. He just needed to take Luffy and Zoro's Conqueror's Haki, and using the communication trait plundered from the transponder snail, directly transmit it to the Holy Land, Mariehua. Just like Joy Boy's Conqueror's Haki in the Egghead incident, stored across time and unleashed. No need to wield it, just unleash it. Enjoy this. Marines. World Government. These two are, the HAKI of the men who will become king of the pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. And the HAKI of the men who will become the world's greatest swordsman, Roronoa Zoro. Rowen's powerful, mocking laughter thundered from the transponder snail in Marie Joy's, causing the expressions of Sengoku and the others to change dramatically. The next moment. Release. Rowen's calm voice commanded. VMMMM. Boom. Two immense waves of Conqueror's Haki erupted violently from the transponder snail as their core. Luffy's and Zoro's Conqueror's Haki, transmitted through Rowen's spiritual channel, now roared uncontrollably throughout the Holy Land, Marie Joy's. Though Luffy and Zoro's Haki was newly awakened, far weaker than Rowen's own, which was already capable of infusion, Conqueror's Haki was still the most domineering power in the world. Even without direct attack capability, upon awakening, it was a pale gold tier trait. Furthermore, with Rowen's own Conqueror's Haki already present, Luffy's and Zoro's Haki collided violently with Rowen's in the atmosphere above Marie Joy's. This collision amplified the power of Luffy and Zoro's Haki exponentially. A clash between two kings, even if their Haki couldn't be infused, could create an incredibly terrifying spectacle, hailed as a Clash of Kings. And now, it was the Conqueror's Haki of three kings, colliding violently in the skies above the Holy Land. Plus, Rowen's own powerful Haki, already capable of infusion. Three distinct Haki auras, colliding, interweaving, unleashing the combined energy of Rowen, Luffy, and Zoro's Conqueror's Haki with multiplied force. The terrifying power generated by this three-way Haki clash was now no less than that of a peak emperor wantonly unleashing their own Conqueror's Haki. And because it was a clash of three distinct Haki signatures, the resulting power was infinitely more violent and chaotic than a single individual's release. VMM. Boom. Countless crimson-black lightning arcs danced and roared madly in the skies above Marie Joy's, the terrifying shockwaves made even the clouds high above recoil and disperse. From afar, it looked as if an invisible giant hand had torn a massive rift across the very sky. Even the weather itself began to shift erratically in response to this terrifying display of supreme power, the hallmark of kings wielding Conqueror's Haki. VMM. Thump. 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 In an instant, many of the Marine HQ officers guarding Marie Joy's, who had managed to remain conscious through the initial blast, now had their eyes roll white as they collapsed. Within the residential areas of Marie Joy's, home of the Celestial Dragons, aside from the powerful members of the Gods' Knights, the other Celestial Dragons looked on in utter terror before their eyes too rolled back, and they all fainted. The Marine HQ Vice Admiral who had left Pangaea Castle earlier, intending to investigate the conference room, caught in this explosive Haki clash, stared in horror, cold sweat drenching his forehead as he was forced to his knees, unable to move freely under the immense pressure. Bastard. Garling Saint, current Commander-in-Chief of the Gods' Knights, who was rushing towards the conference room, stopped dead, his face contorting in fury as he witnessed the three distinct Conqueror's Haki auras raging and clashing in the atmosphere. Three distinct Conqueror's Haki signatures. Three individuals wantonly unleashing their Haki in the Holy Land Marie Joy's. And deliberately causing them to clash, unleashing the most violent and destructive aspect of Conqueror's Haki. The terrifying power generated by this three-way clash, even Garling Saint felt a palpable pressure. He could only imagine how few people remained conscious within Marie Joy's at this moment. This was absolutely not normal. Garling Saint's expression turned grim. Even if the warlords were causing trouble, it was unthinkable for three of them to unleash Haki recklessly here. And this was clearly a deliberate act to create a Haki conflict, to unleash its most destructive potential. Someone was targeting the Holy Land, Marie Joy's. Insolence. Garling Saint roared, then sped towards the conference room. Pangaea Castle. Bastards. A Haki clash. Three Conquerors HAKI. Saint Topman Warcurie, his birthmark pulsing, roared, horrifying crimson-black light flashing in his own eyes. This is an attack on the Holy Land Marie Joy's. Saint Ethan Baron V. Nustero slammed his famed sword onto the ground, murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Under Haki of this intensity, the messenger we sent likely never reached the conference hall, the blonde Saint Shepherd Jupiter stated, his expression incredibly dark. Few in Marie Joy's could remain conscious under such an onslaught, even the Vice Admiral they dispatched would be immobilized. I shall go myself. See what exactly is happening, Saint J. Garcia Saturn declared, slowly rising, a strange black light glinting in his eyes. Then, Saturn, one of the five elders, headed towards the conference room. Inside the conference room. Thump. Thump. The two Marine HQ Vice Admirals who had been manipulated by Doflamingo earlier finally succumbed, their eyes rolling white as they fainted. Their strength was already inferior to the frontline vice-admirals, being this close to the epicenter of the three-way hockey clash was too much for them. Crash. 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 All the windows in the conference room shattered instantly under the terrifying hockey pressure. Glass shards, carried by the violent spiritual shockwaves, sprayed outwards into the skies above Marie Joy's. Lafitte, too, wore an expression of extreme pain. Though further from the transponder snail than the two vice-admirals, not directly in the path of its hockey release, he didn't faint immediately. But he was forced to one knee, cold sweat pouring down his face, his expression one of utter agony. Just remaining conscious was his limit, his mind was a complete blank. This. Even Doflamingo was drenched in cold sweat now. Under this terrifying hockey clash, he felt a suffocating pressure. This hockey collision was too frightening. What shocked Doflamingo even more was the implication that pirate crew had 3 Conqueror's hockey users. What kind of sick joke was this? Conqueror's hockey wasn't some common cabbage. Even in the New World, among Emperor crews, few besides the Emperor themselves has it. His own backer, Emperor Kaido of the Beast's Pirates, aside from Kaido himself, only his son Yamato, who Kaido kept locked up, possessed it. Yet Sky Sovereign Rowen's crew, aside from Rowen himself, had 2 others with Conqueror's hockey. And they had only just entered the Grand Line. Conqueror's hockey, possessed by only 1 in millions, and even then, not all who possessed it could awaken it. For a crew to have 3 users, so early in their journey. And one of them, Sky Sovereign Rowen, was a monster. Yes, monster. In Doflamingo's eyes now, Rowen was an absolute monster. So young, yet possessing Conqueror's hockey that made even him tremble. And capable of transmitting all 3 hockey signatures to Marie Joy's through bizarre means. If that wasn't a monster, what was? At this moment, Doflamingo completely abandoned any thought of going to Mock Town. If he went, he'd truly just be delivering his devil fruit ability to that monster. Roronoa. My hawk's gaze sharpened further. Roronoa actually possessed Conqueror's hockey. And had already awakened it. My hawk recalled Rowen's words in the East Blue, during their own hockey clash. Even back then, that men had been convinced Roronoa possessed it. Now, it had indeed become reality. Plus, this ability to transmit 3 hockey signatures to Marie Joy's. The secrets this man held were even deeper than My Hawk imagined. My hawk allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. Looks like these seas are about to become even more interesting. Stop it. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Sengoku roared, his face a mask of fury and disbelief. Garp's grandson actually has Conqueror's hockey. But that pirate hunter has it too. 1 pirate crew, 3 kings. What terrifying potential. What was even more unbelievable was that this man could somehow transmit Garp's grandsons and the pirate hunter's hockey directly to Marie Joy's. Such a method, even Sengoku, Fleet Admiral of the Marines, with all his vast knowledge, was utterly horrified. Looking at the transponder snail continuously unleashing the clashing hockey, Sengoku's face was grim. He could only imagine how many people in Marie Joy's had fainted, the chaos that must be ensuing. He desperately wanted to destroy the snail, stop Rowen from releasing more hockey. But to do that, he first had to break through the blockade of clashing hockey. Meaning, he had to use even stronger hockey to pierce the core of this 3-way collision. But right now, even Sengoku couldn't do it. A clash of 2 Conquerors hockey was already called a clash of kings, its energy incredibly violent. Now, it was a fierce collision of 3 hockey signatures. The energy at its core was so unbelievably chaotic and tyrannical, penetrating it was impossible. Because even if his hockey was strong enough, it would only trigger an even more violent, 4-way hockey clash. What would happen to Marie Joy's then, no one could predict. Want me to stop? You don't have the strength, Navy. Rowen's powerful laughter continued to echo from the transponder snail. Sengoku's face was utterly grim. Bang. Sengoku. What are you doing? Just then, 2 figures appeared, one after the other, in the conference room doorway. Garling Saint. Saturn Saint. Seeing the 2 arrivals, Sengoku's expression darkened even further. The current commander-in-chief of the God's Knights, and one of the 5 elders. Things here had completely escalated beyond control. Figureland Garling of the God's Knights, and Saturn of the 5 elders, is it? Ha 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 ha. Hearing the powerful laughter from the transponder snail, Garling Saint and Saturn Saint's faces grew even darker. Sengoku and Tsuru also looked on with disbelief. Who are you? Saturn Saint, as the highest-ranking individual present, demanded, his voice cold and grim. Saturn instantly understood the situation. Someone was transmitting 3 Conquerors hockey signatures into the Holy Land via a transponder snail. And they even knew his identity and that of the God's Knights. Saturn Saint, he is Sky Sovereign Rowen, Sengoku finally stated, though the situation had little to do with him directly. But for things to escalate this far, for Marie Joyce to be thrown into chaos, as the one presiding over this meeting, he would undoubtedly bear responsibility. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Hearing the name, Saturn Saint's face turned ashen. This brat had caused them so much trouble recently. He was practically the source of all the turmoil on the seas. Because of this brat, Warlord Crocodile was killed, leaving a vacancy, upsetting the balance of power. And now, he was brazenly unleashing Conqueror's Haki in Marie Joyce. Saturn Saint, Sengoku sighed, then quickly reported everything that had transpired. Hearing that this brat was doing all this because he was dissatisfied with the title the world government gave the former Alabastan princess, Saturn Saint's face grew even darker. Do you think having that kind of power gives you the right to behave recklessly? Kid, Haki also has its limits. When it's exhausted, what can you do then? Saturn Saint snarled. Faced with this ongoing Haki clash, he had no immediate solution. But as he said, Haki would eventually run out. Then, they could simply destroy the transponder snail. Without a medium, what leverage would this brat have to negotiate? Is that so? Rowen's voice drawled, and the overwhelming Haki pressure abruptly ceased. Just as Saturn Saint and the others thought the storm was about to end. Click. 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 The sound of multiple transponder snails connecting echoed one after another. The Holy Land has quite a few transponder snails, doesn't it? Greetings, 5 elders. In Pangaea Castle, the transponder snails in the 5 elders' private office automatically connected. Sky Sovereign Rowen. The other 4 elders roared, their faces contorted with utter fury. Chapter 98, The Empty Throne. Emu. Pangaea Castle. Sky Sovereign Rowen. The 5 elders remaining in the spacious office, Saints Mars, Warcury, Jupiter, and Nustero, stared with incredibly grim expressions at the transponder snail that had automatically connected. The 5 of them shared a deep understanding, even without direct communication or transponder snails, they were aware of what was happening at Saturn's location. They knew the one wantonly unleashing Conqueror's Haki in the Holy Land was none other than Sky Sovereign Rowen, the man they now desperately wanted eliminated. Through some unknown means, via a transponder snail, he was projecting his Haki. And now, he had forcibly connected to their private transponder snail here. If even their snail could be forcibly connected to, didn't that mean every transponder snail in Marie Joyce was vulnerable to this brat? What kind of power was this? The 5 elders' faces darkened further. Back in Mock Town. Several unconscious transponder snails now lay around Rowen. Their communication traits had all been plundered by Rowen, enhancing his own telepathic communication ability. And because Rowen was directly using his spiritual power, infinitely stronger than any snails, to utilize these communication traits, he could forcibly establish a spiritual link with any transponder snail within a certain range. At the Warlord meeting room in Marie Joyce. To achieve this feat, you brat. Saturn Saint's expression was utterly grim. What happened, Saturn Saint? Garling Saint asked, noticing Saturn's grave demeanor. This brat has forcibly connected to the transponder snails throughout the Holy Land. Saturn Saint stated, glancing at Garling and the others present. There was no point hiding such news now. What? Sengoku and the others' faces paled drastically, staring intently at the transponder snail still relaying Rowen's voice. Forcibly connected to the Holy Land's transponder snails. And communicating with multiple snails simultaneously. What kind of ability is this? Then, a horrifying realization dawned on Sengoku and the others. Didn't this mean, after recovering his Haki, this brat could once again unleash his Conqueror's Haki wantonly throughout the Holy Land? While such a tactic wouldn't faze powerhouses like themselves, the celestial dragons residing here couldn't withstand such Haki blasts. The Holy Land, Marie Joyce, repeatedly subjected to a pirate's Haki attacks. Celestial dragons continuously fainting under the pressure. The mere thought made even Sengoku, who held little affection for the celestial dragons, feel his scalp tingle. For a pirate to possess such a troublesome ability. Sengoku and the others looked utterly grim. Are you trying to declare eternal war against our world government? Sky Sovereign Rowen. Saturn Saint demanded coldly. As if we aren't already in a state of war. Rowen's laughter boomed back, as if he'd heard the greatest joke in the world. Don't get too cocky, brat. It's only because we haven't dispatched our true forces to apprehend you. Previously, you weren't considered a priority, but if you continue this wanton recklessness, we will have no choice but to risk upsetting the balance and eliminate you with lightning speed. Since you know of the God's Knight's existence, you should also understand what kind of power you are facing. Saint Topman Warcury, the most hot-tempered of the 5, snatched the transponder snail and roared. Continuously subjecting the Holy Land to Conqueror's Haki blasts, keeping the celestial dragons under constant threat, this was something the 5 elders absolutely could not tolerate. Their forces were needed to deal with the 4 emperors and various other global powers, to maintain the balance of the seas, true. But against this outrageously irritating brat constantly testing their limits, they wouldn't hesitate to deploy the God's Knights and utterly annihilate him. Too bad before you manage to catch me, the Holy Land, Marie Joyce, will just have to keep trembling under my conqueror's hockey. Rowen laughed mockingly, completely unfazed by the 5 elders' threat. They were about to ascend to Skypea, why would he fear them? Even the 5 elders couldn't pinpoint their location if they didn't broadcast it. Threaten him. Then let Marie Joyce get a good, long taste of continuous hockey blasts. Wait. Seeing Rowen undeterred, Saint Shepherd Jew Peter interjected gravely. The sea was vast, hunting down a single pirate, especially one possessing such power, was no easy task. Strength alone wasn't enough. Look at Roger, they poured immense resources into pursuing him for years, yet failed. Too many factors could lead to failure. And this brat, with his bizarre ability to forcibly connect to their transponder snails, who knew what other unknown powers he has? If they couldn't capture him quickly, were they truly to allow the entire Holy Land to be constantly battered by his hockey? What would become of the world government's dignity? Well. Shall we dispatch the God's Knights and eliminate this insolent brat? Warcury demanded telepathically to the others. We don't know what other tricks this kid has. What if we can't capture him quickly? Mars countered. Risking our years of preparation for this brat is not worth it, Jew Peter argued. Ultimately, all this kid wants is a title change. Mars added. That would mean we are bowing to him. What a joke. Nustero seethed. Let the Navy change the title. It's not us bowing down. This matter can be handled by the Navy, Saturn Saint stated slowly. The 5 elders fell silent for a moment, then concurred. In the meeting room, Saturn Saint gave Sengoku a look. Sengoku, with his Buddha-like wisdom, instantly understood Saturn's meaning. Once again, the Navy is being made the scapegoat. Veins throbbed on Sengoku's forehead, but he could only turn to the transponder snail. Your request, we understand. Vivi's title will henceforth be changed to Desert Princess, Sengoku announced reluctantly. Just changing the title isn't enough. You need to clarify that Vivi was not the one attempting to overthrow Alabasta, Rowen's voice came through again. Don't push your luck. Arrogant brat. Saturn Saint roared. Changing a title was one thing. But clarifying the Alabasta incident. What kind of sick joke was this? The world government had already broadcast to the entire world that the Alabasta incident was an act of extreme malice orchestrated by Sky Sovereign Rowen and Nefertari Vivi. For the world government to retract that now would be a complete and utter loss of face. Don't want to. Well then, let's continue. Let's see who can outlast whom. Or, I have an idea, why don't you just move out of Mariewa? Rowen's laughter echoed. That laughter made the 5 elders' faces turn incredibly gloomy. Move out of Marie Joyce. What a joke. As the 5 elders, they knew the world's true secret. Under the power of the ancient weapons they controlled, the sea levels of this world would continuously rise, eventually submerging most islands and continents. And the Holy Land, Marie Joyce, perched atop the red line, the world's highest point, would naturally remain above the waves. For a mere pirate to suggest such a thing to them, utterly outrageous. VMM. As Rowen's words faded, the transponder snail began to visibly charge with Conqueror's hockey again, clearly about to unleash another blast. Wait. Saturn Saint commanded grimly. Rowen smiled. He knew these old geezers wouldn't dare let him continue. Because in Marie Joyce, the ultimate authority wasn't the 5 elders. It was Emu. The world government, ultimately, served Emu. The so-called highest authority, the 5 elders, were merely servants Emu could dispose of at any time. Allowing him to continuously unleash hockey in Pangaea Castle. Emu would deem them incompetent. These 5 old men couldn't afford such a consequence, certainly not a consequence worth bearing compared to simply clarifying the Alabasta incident. And also. In Mock Town, Rowen's eyes glinted sharply. Vivi being targeted with a bounty, Emu must have already taken notice of Vivi. Faced with his demands, the 5 elders had no choice but to concede. Fine. We will clarify the matter. However, if you push your luck any further, then we will show you the true terror of the world government, Saturn Saint stated, his voice dangerously low. Interesting. In the future, you two will come to know my terror, Rowen laughed heartily. By the way, Doflamingo. Are you still coming for me? Rowen's voice shifted, addressing Doflamingo directly. Doflamingo's forehead veins bulged, but he remained speechless for a long moment. Go after this monster. That wasn't looking for death, that was suicide. Your head, I've already reserved it. Don't let someone else kill you before I get there, Doflamingo. Ha 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 ha. Rowen laughed, then cut the connection. Click. Staring at the disconnected transponder snail, Saturn Saint's face was incredibly dark. Whoosh. With a flash of black light in Saturn's eyes, the transponder snail was instantly blasted, half its body vaporized by a mysterious power. Everyone present tensed at the display. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Saturn Saint hissed, his expression utterly grim. Though there was no tangible loss, the world government's dignity had been severely damaged. Doflamingo. That brat's transponder snail, he got it from Mocktown, correct? Saturn Saint demanded, turning to Doflamingo. Correct. Facing one of the 5 elders, Doflamingo didn't act like the insolent thug he was with Sengoku. As a former celestial dragon, Doflamingo knew very well the scary extent of the 5 elders' authority, and the world government's greatest secret. Locate Sky Sovereign Rowen. Sengoku. Saturn Saint ordered, looking coldly at Sengoku. Understood, Sengoku replied after a moment's silence. Saturn Saint then departed the conference room, heading deeper into Pangaea Castle. This meeting is suspended. The warlord candidate selection will be discussed next time. Your name is Lafitte, correct? If you can bring us the head of Sky Sovereign Rowen, the warlord position will belong to your captain. Sengoku stated, looking at Lafitte, who was struggling to his feet after the hockey onslaught. Lafitte no longer made any bold claims. He composed himself, then quickly departed. Having experienced such terrifying hockey, Lafitte needed to report back to his captain, Teach, immediately. Their assessment of Sky Sovereign Rowen's strength was likely severely flawed. This man had just caused chaos in the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Lafitte's eyes still held lingering horror. Today has certainly been enlightening, Mihawk commented, standing up with a faint smile. This sea was getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo's face was incredibly grim. He stormed out, his expression dark. Rowen's words about reserving his head and the recent hockey impact echoed in his mind. Doflamingo felt a distinct chill. Pangaea Castle, the empty throne. This throne, situated within Pangaea Castle in the Holy Land Marie Joyce, was created by the 20 kings who founded the world government 800 years ago, symbolizing the center of the world. The 20 kings decreed it an empty throne, one no one could sit upon, representing equality between nations and an eternal vow against dictatorship. But at this moment, tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed. A slender, shadowy figure slowly ascended the steps to the empty throne. And then, sat upon it. Imu-sama. Below, the 5 elders, hailed as the world's highest authority, knelt humbly at the foot of the steps like mere servants. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Imu's voice sounded, strangely ethereal. Regarding that man's abilities, we will investigate with all our resources. Hearing Imu utter the name of the men who caused chaos in Marie Joyce, the 5 elders bowed their heads even lower. The reason they had instantly conceded to that brat Rowen's demands earlier was because of Imu's order. There is one other matter, Imu's voice continued. Your command, Imu-sama, the 5 elders replied reverently. I want Vivi. Imu held 3 wanted posters, Rowen's, Luffy's, and Vivi's. Gazing at Vivi's poster, Imu's crimson eyes glinted with a strange light. As you command, the 5 elders responded instantly. Mocktown. Caused chaos in Marie Joyce. Forced the 5 elders to concede, born of the sea, Apex Gold, activated. Spiritual power massively increased. Conqueror's hockey massively enhanced. A notification appeared. Causing chaos in Marie Joyce and making the world's highest apparent authority, the 5 elders, bowed down. Rowen felt fantastic. The Born of the Sea, Apex Gold, hockey training cheat code activated, significantly boosting his spiritual power, and consequently, his Conqueror's hockey. This victory was the result of a calculated gambit, exploiting the information asymmetry. Rowen knew everything about the world government, while the 5 elders knew almost nothing detailed about him. The increase was roughly equivalent to 1 deep gold tier trait. As expected of the world's highest apparent authority. Using them as nourishment under the Born of the Sea hockey cheat code really yields substantial gains. Rowen felt his hockey strengthen and smiled. This was a delightful, unexpected bonus. However, for the 5 elders to concede so quickly, Vivi must have already caught Imu's attention. Rowen glanced towards Vivi beside him, who was incredibly moved by his recent actions, and smiled fondly. Rowen had checked Vivi's traits long ago. Nothing special. But Imu's interest in her in the original story proved Vivi possessed something Imu desired. Based on existing intel, the most likely reason was Vivi's bloodline, descended from Queen Nefertari D. Lily of Alabasta from 800 years ago. But regardless, Vivi was his woman now. Imu wanting Vivi was nothing but a pipe dream. Bringing Vivi onto his ship, Rowen had considered this. Vivi being targeted by Imu was inevitable. In that case, keeping Vivi by his side was the safest option for Rowen. And after obtaining the Rumble fruit, even if the world government came at him with full force, they wouldn't be able to catch him. The value of that devil fruit wasn't just its terrifying combat power. Rowen smiled. All right. Let's go find the person who can take us to Skypiea, Rowen announced, standing up and looking at his crew with a grin. Chapter 99, Bonus, the 400-year promise. Super reward. On the outskirts of Jaya Island. A peculiar house stood here, only half a structure, the missing wall replaced with wooden planks, which also extended the building, decorated with a fairy tale-like castle painting, giving it a very flamboyant look. This was the headquarters of the Surima Alliance. Boss. I heard that Sky Sovereign Rowen went on a rampage in Mock Town. Many famous pirates died at his hands. Even Bellamy the hyena, that vicious pirate with a 55 million berry bounty, got his entire crew wiped out just for jumping in front of the men. That guy is the most vicious, super great pirate on the seas right now. What if he decides to just massacre everyone on Jaya Island? Let's get out of here and lay low for a while. Masaira, who had encountered Rowen's crew earlier, now stared fearfully at the two figures before him. One looked like a orangutan, Shuju, captain of the Shuju pirates, another faction of the Surima Alliance. The other was a man with a distinctive diamond-shaped face. Montblanc Cricket, descendant of Montblanc Noland, the protagonist of the 400-year-old, Liar Noland, story. Calm down. He just killed a warlord, that's all. I bet I could become a warlord too. Shuju declared, though his voice wavered slightly, trying to sound tough. This is no time for jokes. Confidence is one thing, but that man can casually cause terrifying natural disasters. If you really faced him, you wouldn't even know how you died. Masaira yelled, spittle flying as he berated Shuju. Does this idiot have any sense? Bellamy the hyena, a notorious pirate in these waters, got his entire crew annihilated just for jumping in front of Rowen. According to his men who scouted Mock Town and barely escaped, the entire town had become that vicious pirate's domain. For all they knew, that ruthless monster was probably conducting a horrifying, inhumane massacre right now. If he sensed their presence here, he might come slaughtering his way to their doorstep. This was the pirate rumored to slaughter countless people at the slightest whim, the most vicious pirate on the seas. The thought of that horrifying consequence made Masaira tremble with fear. Calm down. Those are just rumors. You can't believe everything you hear, Cricket stated, exhaling a puff of smoke, his eyes holding a complex emotion. He was here because of his ancestor from 400 years ago, Montblanc Noland, who claimed this island held a city of gold. When the king found nothing, and Noland, even facing death, refused to deny the city's existence, he was executed. Noland had been branded a liar for centuries, a name that shamed his descendants. Cricket himself had borne this stigma since childhood. To clear his ancestors' and family's name, he gave up being a pirate, came to Jaya, and had been diving in these waters ever since, searching for proof of the city of gold. Unfortunately, he had found nothing so far. Because of his own experiences, Cricket knew how destructive rumors could be, a linguistic force capable of ruining a person, even an entire family. He inherently distrusted such tales, otherwise, why would he still be here, searching for a city of gold? Well said. You must be Montblanc Cricket, an appreciative, hearty laugh suddenly interjected. Cricket, Shuju, and Masaira turned towards the sound, their pupils instantly constricting. SKSK Sky Sovereign Rowen. Masaira collapsed to the ground, staring in terror at the men who had just appeared. What did he just say? This man actually showed up right in front of them. Did he finish slaughtering Mock Town and come for them next? Be boss. You get out of here. Shuju, usually supremely confident, now felt his legs turn to jelly. Only by facing this man directly could one truly sense how terrifying he was. Just standing there, he radiated immense power, an overwhelming presence. Is this the terrifying aura of a man with a bounty over 1.1 billion berry? Shuju stared, horrified. Be boss. We'll hold him off. He's a devil fruit user, he can't swim. You run. Masaira, though terrified, forced down his fear for the sake of the men he respected most, Montblanc Cricket, and stood defiantly before Rowen's group. Hey. Didn't your boss just say those are just rumors, and rumors can't be trusted? Rowen asked, amused, looking at the two men, one resembling a gorilla, the other an orangutan. Though not particularly strong or handsome, their willingness to overcome fear and stand before a man they respected, ready to die, that showed the true spirit of men of the sea. A flicker of appreciation appeared in Rowen's eyes. Shishishi. Diamond-faced uncle is right. Those are just rumors. Rowen and Vivi are really nice people. Luffy grinned, already bestowing Cricket with a nickname based on his appearance, as was his habit. Luffy instantly liked Cricket's demeanor. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Straw Hat Pirates. Your reputations precede you, Cricket stated, stepping in front of Shuju and Masaira, shielding them. Do you have business with me? He wasn't a fool. The famous Sky Sovereign Rowen and his crew seeking him out, even knowing his name, they clearly wanted something. As for a massacre, He never believed those rumors anyway, and he didn't sense any killing intent from these people. In fact, they didn't seem like typical pirates at all. Diamond-faced uncle. We need to use a knock-up stream to get to Skypiea. Rowen said you know how. Luffy blurted out their purpose with a grin. Skypiea. Cricket, Shuju, and Masira stared, stunned. This fanciful legend, people still believed it. If it were anyone else, they'd scoff. But the ones asking were Sky Sovereign Rowen and his crew. You believe Skypiea exists? Cricket asked, his eyes flickering with intense emotion. Of course. Rowen said Skypiea exists, so it definitely does. Shishishi. Luffy grinned confidently. The others also wore expressions of absolute trust. Rowen was never wrong. A knock-up stream. If one were to go to Skypiea, that would indeed be the only way, Cricket murmured, his eyes suddenly shining brightly. Skypiea, in these waters, it was widely considered a fanciful legend, something only naive children who believed in fairy tales would accept. Anyone in this region claiming to believe in Skypiea was usually laughed at. But this man before him, Sky Sovereign Rowen, Cricket didn't believe the rumors about massacres or overthrowing kingdoms. But some facts were undeniable. This man had killed a warlord, defeated an admiral candidate, and possessed a bounty exceeding 1.1 billion berry. Without exaggeration, even across the entire Grand Line, he was an absolute powerhouse. For such a man to speak of Skypiea's existence with such conviction. Perhaps, the legendary Skypiea really did exist. Cricket's eyes shone with startling intensity. If the legendary Skypiea existed, then what about the city of gold his ancestor, Mont Blanc Noland, believed in? Could it also, possibly exist? All right. I'll help you. Cricket stated firmly after a moment, exhaling slowly. Shishishi. Diamond-faced uncle, you're a good guy. Luffy grinned even more happily. This isn't just helping you, it's also helping myself, Cricket replied, a wistful expression on his face. Since a man like you knows my name, you must also know the story associated with my surname, Mont Blanc. Liar Noland, Rowen stated slowly. Liar Noland. Usopp. Chopper, hearing the epithet, instinctively looked towards Usopp. When it came to telling tall tales and boasting, Usopp was exceptionally skilled. Hey. Chopper. I'm a brave warrior of the sea. Not a liar. Usopp snapped, transforming into his sharp-toothed angry state and starting to playfully wrestle with Chopper. Noland. I've heard that name too. Exiled from his country for some reason, Robin commented thoughtfully. Exiled? Why? Nami asked Robin curiously. I don't know the exact details. I heard it was because he claimed Jaya Island had vast amounts of gold, Robin replied slowly. Gold. Here. Nami's eyes transforming into berry symbols. Chopper. Stop fighting. Start digging. There's gold here. Nami ordered immediately. Is there really gold if we dig? Chopper instantly started digging in an empty spot with his antlers. As a reindeer with a pirate dream, Chopper's love for gold was immense, not for its monetary value, but because pirates were supposed to have vast treasures. That was a pirate's dream. How could there be gold here? I've been searching for years. Cricket commented, a faint smile on his lips as he watched Nami and Chopper. Indeed, the pursuit of gold, even for the crew of the infamous Sky Sovereign Rowen, it was an irresistible allure. Gold was a pirate's romance. What exactly happened? Nami pressed, more eager than anyone for news of gold. The story goes like this. Cricket slowly pulled out a fairy tale book and began recounting the tale of Mont Blanc Noland. How he proclaimed Jaya Island held immeasurable gold, how the king found nothing, how Noland, even facing death, never recanted, insisting geographical shifts had sunk the gold into the sea, how no one believed him, and the enraged king executed him, the story of Mont Blanc Noland and his descendants, burdened with a 400-year-old shame. This was why Cricket dived, searching the seabed for gold, to clear his ancestor's name, to prove he wasn't a liar. The gold exists, Rowen stated seriously, looking directly at Cricket after he finished the story. Towards a man like this, Rowen also showed respect. What did you say? Cricket's pupils constricted sharply. Rowen. Where's the gold? Nami instantly jumped up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Rowen. Nami trusted Rowen completely. If he said there was gold, then there absolutely was. Of course. Noland didn't lie, Rowen affirmed, patting Cricket's shoulder. Why are you so certain? IIVE searched this entire sea area, only found a tiny bit of gold, nothing like the legendary city of gold, Cricket stammered, his whole body trembling. This super powerhouse from the sea was actually willing to believe his ancestor. You were looking in the wrong place. The gold isn't in the sea, nor on the land, Rowen stated, then looked up towards the sky. Sea could it be? Cricket's pupils constricted. That's right. The gold, is in the sky. On Skypiea. Rowen declared, looking up at the vast expanse, then burst into laughter. The One Piece world truly was magnificent and grand. Gold in the sky. How romantic. Skypiea. Luffy and the others' eyes shone with startling intensity. Gold on a sky island. So romantic. Jaya Island 400 years ago wasn't like it is now. Before, it was an island shaped like a skull, Rowen explained, looking at Cricket. SK skull. Hearing this, Cricket trembled violently. He immediately rushed back into his house and returned with a nautical logbook. This is my ancestor Noland's logbook. It mentions his experiences on a sky island. And it says, the gold is in the skull's right eye. Could it mean? Nami's eyes lit up, and she quickly took the logbook from Cricket. It really exists. There's a sky sea on Skypiea, and various sky fish that swim in it. And waivers. Vehicles that can travel on the sky sea. Amazing. I really want to see it. Nami exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly as she flipped through the logbook. Suji. Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp, the dream-chasing trio, their eyes also shone with incredible excitement. Does the logbook mention Shandora? Rowen asked with a smile. Shandora? Let me see. Yes. The golden city of Shandora. That city was made entirely of gold. Its most dazzling feature was a giant golden bell, made entirely of gold, hailed as the light of Shandora. When rung, the sound of the golden bell was said to be so beautiful it touched the soul. Nami read, her eyes gleaming. It also says, the Shandians guarded Shandora. Noland became friends with their mightiest warrior, Kalgara the Great Warrior. They promised each other to meet again, to ring the light of Shandora together. Nami's voice rose with excitement. That's right. It's all true. 400 years ago, Noland met the Shandians and Kalgara, becoming friends. Then, because of a knock upstream, half of Jaya Island, along with the Shandians, was blasted up into the sky. Jaya Island was left with only half its original landmass. The other half is on Skypiea. And that half is where the Shandians reside, along with the golden city of Shandora, and the light of Shandora, the golden bell. Everything is on Skypiea. And Kalgara the Great Warrior, until his death, hoped the sound of the golden bell would reach down here, telling his friend Montblanc Noland that they were on Skypiea. And your ancestor, Noland, defended the existence of Shandora, his friend's home, until his death, which is why he was executed. Rowen declared, his voice filled with passion. A promise spanning 400 years, truly romantic. Is all this really true? Cricket, his entire body trembling, still found it hard to believe. But this man before him had no reason to lie. Help us reach Skypiea, and I will help you ring the golden bell. Let that 400-year promise come to a perfect conclusion. Rowen stated earnestly. Condition met. Triggering side quest reward mission. The 400-year promise. Objective, ring the golden bell. Bring the 400-year promise to a perfect conclusion. Reward, the combined spiritual power from Montblanc Noland, Kalgara the Great Warrior, and the Shandian people's 400-year fervent desire to light the light of Shandora and fulfill Noland and Kalgara's promise. Chapter 100, Bonus, the source of power in the One Piece world. Robin's heart stirs. Spiritual power is a very special existence within the One Piece world's power system. Haki itself is the manifestation of spiritual power. Armament Haki is the manifestation of spiritual power combined with physical energy. Observation Haki is the manifestation of spiritual power combined with the power of the five senses. And the most domineering, hailed as the disposition of a king, Conqueror's Haki, is the manifestation of pure spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the Conqueror's Haki. The saying, Haki can transcend all, refers to the infinite potential of human spiritual power, capable of transcending everything. This is humanity's anthem. And spiritual power can be stored and subsequently released. Like Joy Boy's incredibly powerful Conqueror's Haki during the Egghead incident, stored within the ancient robot, transcending 800 years of time. Rowen himself had experienced a similar effect. By establishing a spiritual transmission channel, he directly projected Luffy and Zoro's Conqueror's Haki into the Holy Land, Marie Joy's. Even Devil Fruit abilities. They too are manifestations of human desire. It wouldn't be wrong to call them manifestations of spiritual power. Spiritual power is the most miraculous, and the strongest, force in the One Piece world's power system. It is the source of all power. And devil fruits, which have existed on the seas since their inception, reappearing anew even after a user dies, the very fact that as long as the corresponding human desire exists, the devil fruit will continue to exist, proves that spiritual power can endure eternally upon the seas. As long as human desire, the spiritual force tied to a particular event or wish, does not dissipate, then that connected spiritual power remains eternally present upon these seas. The promise between Mont Blanc Noland and Calgara the Great Warrior spanned 400 years. Even after their deaths, their descendants, Mont Blanc Cricket and the descendants of the Shondarans who inherited Calgara's dying wish to light the light of Shandora, continued to strive for it. This spiritual power, transcending time itself, still exists within this world. Only by lighting the light of Shandora, by ringing the golden bell, letting its chimes resound once more. Only by letting Mont Blanc Noland's descendant, Mont Blanc Cricket, and the descendants of Calgara the Great Warrior, the Shandian still fighting on Skypea to light the light of Shandora, know that their ancestors' promise has been fulfilled. Only then can this 400-year promise truly reach a perfect conclusion. When that lingering obsession finally dissipates, this spiritual power, spanning 400 years, will be obtained by Rowen, the one who fulfilled their promise, through the strongest trait system. Furthermore, with the Born of the Sea, Apex Gold, hockey training cheat code, Rowen can instantly use this 400-year spiritual power to strengthen his own Conqueror's hockey. An unexpected boon. Rowen's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity. He hadn't expected this Skypea trip to yield not only the rumble fruit but also this immense, 400-year-old reservoir of spiritual power. This spiritual power encompassed Mont Blanc Noland and Calgara the Great Warrior themselves, Noland's descendant Cricket, Calgara's descendants, and all the Shondarans who, for 400 years, held the fervent desire to light the light of Shandora. And such lingering obsessions only grow deeper with the passage of time. Consequently, the spiritual power also increases. Though Noland and Calgara themselves weren't overwhelmingly strong, and their descendants striving to light the bell were also of average strength, this collective spiritual power, accumulated and fermented over 400 years, must be incredibly potent. Exactly how strong? Rowen would only know after fulfilling the promise and ringing the golden bell. He eagerly anticipated it. At this moment, Cricket and the others were utterly stunned by Rowen's words. A promise spanning 400 years. How romantic. Luffy's eyes shone with startling intensity. Chopper and Usopp nodded repeatedly, tears welling up in their eyes. This 400-year promise was too romantic, too moving. Unbelievable. Why you? How do you know all this? Cricket slowly recovered from his shock, looking at Rowen, his face filled with disbelief. Such details, even he, Noland's descendant, didn't know. Rowen knows everything. You just need to know that Rowen is never wrong. Nami declared, looking at Rowen with pure admiration. Vivi, beside her, also nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining. Indeed. Cricket managed a smile. This man could even consume multiple devil fruits, those legendary treasures of the sea that supposedly only one could be eaten per person. For such a man, possessing any kind of miraculous power wouldn't be surprising. Knowing about events from 400 years ago through special means wasn't strange either. This sea held too many wonders. All right. Let me help you ascend to Skypea, and I beg of you, let me hear the sound of that golden bell from the sky. Cricket straightened up, then bowed deeply to Rowen and the crew. Leave it to us, Rowen smiled. Whether for the reward, or to bring this romantic promise to a fitting end, Rowen would ring that golden bell. Uncle. Aren't you coming with us? Luffy asked, looking at Cricket, extending an invitation. No need. This is your adventure. Besides, I still have my own adventure, Cricket replied, looking towards Shouju and Masira. He knew his own physical condition well. Years of diving had left him with severe diver's sickness. Skypea. His body simply couldn't make the ascent. Even if he did, he might die up there. He wasn't afraid of death, but these two, Shouju and Masira, followed him out of admiration for his ancestor Noland. If he selfishly died pursuing this, how could he face them? They had accompanied him, helping him pursue his dream. After his dream was fulfilled, he also needed to help fulfill the dreams of these two idiots. Boss. Shouju and Masira instantly understood Cricket's meaning, their faces filled with emotion. Just letting me hear the sound of the golden bell's bell, I'll be content. Cricket smiled, a genuine, heartfelt smile. Rowen looked at Cricket and smiled back. To ride the knock-up stream and enter Skypea, your ship also needs to be reinforced and modified. Cricket stated seriously, looking at the Going Merry. I can help with that, using my Munch fruit, Rowen offered, explaining its power to Cricket. I see. With that fruit, the modifications and reinforcements can be even more perfect. Cricket replied earnestly after hearing about the Munch fruit. Besides reinforcing the ship, you'll also need a south bird. Navigating the Grand Line without a log pose makes it impossible to accurately determine direction. The location of the knock-up stream isn't fixed. To find it, you need a south bird, which always points south, allowing you to triangulate your position relative to its fixed magnetic orientation. Cricket added. Where do we find that bird? Luffy immediately asked. You must find it before tomorrow. The next knock-up stream occurs tomorrow. Cricket pointed Luffy in a direction, then urged them again. Cricket, his body racked with severe diver's sickness from years of diving, now felt filled with renewed strength. He truly saw hope of fulfilling his lifelong wish. Leave it to us. Luffy, along with Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper, immediately rushed off. Time was short, even with 3 of them possessing observation haki, more people made the search easier. Plus, Chopper's ability to communicate with animals could help them find the South Bird much faster. Then let's begin the modifications, Rowen stated seriously, looking at the Going Merry. With his smoke fruit, he could consume the materials Cricket provided using the embedded Munch ability, then automatically generate modified parts perfectly suited for the Merry. And thanks to the Munch fruit's processing, the quality and hardness of these modified materials would be leagues above those in the original story. Then, Cricket and his crew just needed to install them. Rowen, you truly are mysterious, Robin commented suddenly, while Rowen was assisting Cricket with the Merry's modifications. Why are you looking at me like that? Rowen asked, smiling at the glint in Robin's eyes. Nothing. It's just, you know so many things. More than even I, a historian, do. And, what you did back in Mock Town, to the world government. Robin looked at Rowen, a strange light dancing in her eyes. Remembering Rowen's actions in Mock Town still sent shivers down her spine. Directly using special means to unleash Conqueror's haki and Marie Joy's, throwing the Holy Land into chaos. And directly confronting the world's highest authority, the 5 elders, using his power to force them to concede to his demands. Those were the 5 elders. In Robin's eyes, they were the true masters of the monstrous entity that was the world government. They could issue a buster call directly, decide the fate of nations with a single word. Even the Navy was just an organization under their command. She had previously feared even a single Marine admiral, feeling utterly helpless. Let alone the 5 elders, possessing the world's highest authority. Yet Rowen dared to confront them directly. Rowen's actions were tantamount to challenging the entire world government. And he even made them back down. Though it wasn't a major concession, backing down was still backing down. This completely changed Robin's worldview. So, that all-powerful world government wasn't omnipotent and did have moments when it had to yield. And the one who achieved all this was the men before her. Remembering Rowen in Mock Town, confronting the 5 elders, the entire world government, Robin felt her heart pound even now. The world government. Didn't I tell you? I am the man who will stand above all. The world government can only be my stepping stone. This too, is a piece of history worth recording. Robin, as a historian, stay by my side and properly record this history. Rowen declared, his lips curling into a powerful smile. What kind of feeling is this? Looking at Rowen like this, Robin felt her heart beat too fast. Robin clutched her chest, pressing her lips together. Nami. I feel like. Vivi began, looking at Robin, blinking. Robin can also make that kind of expression, Nami blinked back. Right. Robin is starting to fall for Rowen, isn't she? Vivi turned to Nami. She thought she might have misread it, but Miss All Sunday, actually making such an expression. Well, it can't be helped. Rowen is just that charming, Nami replied, tilting her head proudly. As for who he chooses, that's Rowen's business. The sea is free, Nami smiled. Anyway, Rowen's affection for her would never diminish. Everyone. We found it. The South Bird. With the help of Rowen's Munch fruit ability, the modifications to the Going Merry proceeded incredibly smoothly. Not only was the entire hull reinforced, but the Merry also gained 2 small wings. Luffy and the others, now possessing observation haki, found the South Bird much more easily than in the original story. Seeing the South Bird, Rowen and the crew all smiled. Preparations were complete. After resting for a night, under the morning sun, Rowen and the others, escorted by Cricket, Shouju, and Masaira, began searching for the location of the knock-up stream. Soon, guided by the South Bird and the efforts of Shouju and Masaira, they found the spot where the next knock-up stream would erupt. That's an imperial cumulus cloud. Nami gasped, looking at the massive, dark clouds gathering in the distance. That's right. This is it. Don't try to avoid it. Head straight into the whirlpool. Shouju yelled. Soon, the Going Merry reached the designated sea area. The next moment. Rumble. A whirlpool began to form, eventually becoming a colossal vortex directly beneath the Going Merry. A whirlpool. Why is there such a huge whirlpool? Usopp shrieked, his eyes bulging as he saw sea kings being sucked into the vortex. Didn't I mention? The so-called knock-up stream involves a massive abyss deeper than the seabed itself. When cold seawater flows into this abyss, the geothermal heat below generates steam. When the steam pressure becomes too great, it causes a massive undersea eruption, a terrifying disaster that launches ships skyward on a colossal pillar of water. Before it erupts, a supervortex forms. The center of the vortex is the eruption point. This is a super gamble, either everyone reaches Skypiea, or everyone perishes. Rowen explained with mischievous delight. You didn't mention that at all. Usopp and Chopper burst into tears of terror. Zoro and Sanji also transformed into their sharp-toothed angry states. Nami and Vivi shrieked, clinging onto Rowen for dear life. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Have you forgotten who the navigator of this ship is? Rowen laughed heartily. The navigator is me. Hearing Rowen's words, Nami pressed her lips together, released her grip on Rowen, and stood resolutely at the bow of the ship. That's right. With you here, we'll definitely reach Skypiea safely. Rowen smiled encouragingly. Exactly. As long as there's sea and wind, I can take everyone anywhere. Nami declared, clenching her small fists. Yes. Her duty was to guide Rowen and everyone on the Merry to any destination on the sea. Besides, don't forget my abilities. Relax, nothing will happen, Rowen added, offering a final piece of reassurance. Everyone then remembered, even if they fell from the sky, before hitting the water, Rowen could use his smoke fruit powers to catch them all. You were just deliberately scaring us. Chopper cried, looking tearfully at Rowen. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Your expressions were just too priceless. Rowen replied playfully. The next moment. Vroom. The seawater beneath the Merry surged upwards, lifting the ship. Deep below, an incredibly terrifying power was accumulating. The next second. Boom. A terrifying force of nature erupted, forming a colossal pillar of water that pierced the very heavens. Carried by this current, the keel of the Going Merry landed squarely on the knock-up stream, ascending vertically along the skyward-bound waterspout, sailing towards the sky. Hey! Cricket! Wait for it, listen for the beautiful chime of the golden bell. Rowen's laughter thundered across the sky. Ah. I'll be waiting here. Cricket replied, watching the Going Merry shoot up into the sky, a hopeful smile on his face. This man will definitely be able to do it. Chapter 101, 101, Giving Skypiea a Taste of Monstrous Power. Rowen. This isn't good. Sanji yelled from his position on the knock-up stream, noticing a problem. Our ship is drifting away from the current. We're going to fall. Under the pull of gravity, though the Merry had successfully ridden the initial updraft, her hull was now shifting, gradually moving away from the main column of rising seawater. If this continued, the only outcome was a fatal plunge from the sky. Just then, the Sea King that had been swept up with them also lost consciousness and began to fall. From this height, even landing in the ocean meant certain obliteration. Seeing the Sea King's fate, the crew stared wide-eyed. They weren't worried about their own lives, Rowen's abilities ensured their safety even if they fell, but falling now meant failing to reach Skypiea. Calm down. Have you forgotten who the navigator of this ship is? Nami declared, a confident smile spreading across her face as she keenly sensed the changes in the atmosphere. This is an ocean current, composed of wind and sea. Even if we leave the water, as long as we utilize the wind, we can continue sailing. Nami proclaimed with absolute confidence. The navigator has given her orders. Let's do it. Rowen called out, smiling as he saw Nami take charge. His bond with Nami was already at maximum, he could perfectly replicate the power of her traits. Rowen clearly felt both Nami's and his own climate sense, pale gold, evolving in this extreme environment. This was why, despite knowing the plot and how to pilot the ship to Skypiea, Rowen hadn't intervened earlier. This was Nami's moment to grow. With her climate sense trait, Nami just needed a stronger climate weapon to become even more formidable. Conveniently, Skypiea was home to Dials with various special abilities. Using his Munch fruit, Rowen could help Nami radically upgrade her Climatact, making it even more perfect and powerful than its original story counterpart. Oh! Seeing Nami's confidence, the crew's spirits lifted. All sails open. Control the rudder. We'll use the updraft from the stream to reach Skypiea. Nami commanded with unwavering assurance. Whoosh! Under Nami's direction, the Merry's sails billowed open. The next moment, her hull completely left the vertical column of the knock-up stream. But... whoosh! The Merry. It's flying. Carried by the air currents and Nami's perfect command, the Going Merry soared upwards into the sky. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper stared, eyes shining brightly, as the Merry flew untethered through the air. Suji! Amazing, Nami! Luffy cheered, grinning broadly. As expected of Nami. Vivi exclaimed excitedly, hugging Nami. Humph. Nami tilted her chin up proudly, basking in Rowen's fond gaze. We must be close now. Skypiea. Luffy yelled, looking up eagerly at the clouds above. Skypiea must be behind those clouds. Nami declared confidently, pointing towards a thick, impenetrable cloud bank. Having heard from Rowen, Nami fully believed Skypiea existed. If so, then the Sky Island, invisible from the blue sea below, must lie beyond what was known as cloud fossils, impenetrable cumuloregulus clouds. Thump. Nami, Vivi, Robin, come here, Rowen instructed as the Mary plunged into the cloud bank. Rowen activated his smoke fruit, wrapping Nami, Vivi, and Robin in protective smoke tendrils, pulling them close. White blow. Rowen's eyes narrowed. He unleashed his smoke, then solidified it, forming a protective barrier around his body. The cloud layer was filled with water vapor, and this vapor contained a manifestation of sea energy, sea stone particles. Devil Fruit users would lose their strength in this mist. It was precisely because of these sea stone particles that Sky Islands could exist in the One Piece world. The so-called Sky Islands were formed from solidified sea energy. Sea stone particles carried skyward by air currents, combining with clouds to form island clouds habitable by people. Whoosh! After enduring the turbulent air currents and misty baptism, the Going Merry burst out of the cloud layer. Thud! The ship's hull landed softly upon a sea of white clouds. We've arrived. Above the sky, Rowen dispersed his smoke, smiling at Nami, Vivi, and Robin nestled in his arms, and then at Luffy and the others collapsed on the deck. Rowen hadn't used his powers to protect Luffy and Chopper, the other two ability users, deliberately. He wanted them to experience and adapt to the sea stone particles. Resistance to it could be trained. After adapting, while they still couldn't use their devil fruit powers, at least they wouldn't be completely helpless. As for Vivi and the others, Rowen would find other ways to make them stronger. They didn't need to endure such hardships. In the One Piece power system, due to inherent factors, females were generally weaker than males in both physique and spiritual strength. This meant, whether it was devil fruit abilities or haki, women were unlikely to reach the absolute ceiling of the world's power. Thus, Rowen's primary focus for combat training was Luffy and the others. For Nami and the others, power was only a tool to achieve their dreams. They didn't pursue ultimate strength like Luffy and Zoro did. On these seas, power ultimately served dreams. Rowen wouldn't force Nami or Robin to become overwhelmingly strong. As for Vivi, now that she desired strength to help fulfill her own dream, Rowen wasn't worried. Since becoming a sand human, Vivi's power was growing at a rate that surpassed even Rowen's initial expectations. She was perfectly attuned to the sand fruit. At this pace, Vivi might awaken her devil fruit abilities very soon. When that happened, Vivi would be stronger than even Crocodile at his peak. So thoughtful, Rowen. Robin commented with a smile, looking at Luffy and Chopper, who were sprawled on the deck, weakened by the misty clouds. Robin's form of address had already changed. While she still referred to Zoro as Mr. Swordsman, she now called Rowen by his name, no longer Mr. Sky Sovereign. So, there's water in the clouds that weakens ability users too, Vivi murmured, reluctant to leave Rowen's embrace, even snuggling closer cutely. Suji. Look, everyone. The ship is really on the clouds. After a moment's recovery, Luffy sprang up with an energetic flip, his eyes shining as he looked around. It's true. So magical, like a dream, Nami whispered, her own eyes sparkling as she took in their surroundings. YOSH. The brave warrior of the sea, Usopp the Brave, is going exploring. Usopp immediately prepared to jump into the White Sea for a swim. Calm down. You can't swim here. The buoyancy is different from the Blue Sea. If you sink, you'll fall right out of the sky. Rowen interjected, stopping Usopp's foolish act. This idiot, sometimes it was hard to tell if he was cowardly or just incredibly reckless. Eek. Hearing the terrifying consequence, Usopp burst into tears. Good thing Rowen warned him. This is the White Sea, at an altitude of 7,000 meters. To reach Skypiea proper, we need to go up to the White Sea, at 10,000 meters, Rowen explained, pointing towards the sky even higher above. That's right. The log pose isn't pointing straight up anymore, but diagonally upwards. Everyone, Skypiea is in that direction. Nami exclaimed, looking at the needle in her hand, her eyes gleaming. But how do we get up there? There's no knock-up stream here, Luffy wondered, looking around. Just then, Chopper, who had been scanning the surroundings with binoculars, suddenly yelled, everyone. A ship. Chopper was incredibly excited. There were others like them, people from the Blue Sea below. Up here in the sky, such a sight felt wonderfully familiar. But the next moment. Boom. The ship Chopper spotted suddenly exploded. The ship was destroyed. Chopper cried, tears welling up in his eyes. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji simultaneously frowned, turning towards the direction of the destroyed ship. Their observation haki sensed killing intent from that area, and that killing intent was now heading towards them. Are they here? Rowen also looked in that direction. Whoosh. A man wearing a bull-headed mask, carrying a bazooka, and equipped with rollerblade-like devices on his feet, shot menacingly towards the Going Merry. An enemy? Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji immediately prepared to engage. But the next moment. Thwack. 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 Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were instantly knocked down, completely powerless to resist the masked man's assault. Hey! Are you kidding me? You three got beaten by one guy. Usopp stared, his eyes bulging. And no strength. Luffy gasped from the deck, wheezing. Damn it. My observation haki clearly tracked his movements, but my body wouldn't respond, Sanji and Zoro grumbled, equally frustrated. Whoosh. After taking down the three, the masked man prepared to attack again. You seem to be underestimating us. Rowen asked, an astonishing crimson-black light flashing in his eyes. White blow. Whoosh. A stream of dense smoke instantly shot out, enveloping the masked men. Rowen. Chopper and Usopp cried out, overcome with relief. This is Cloud. No, it's smoke. You're a Logia ability user, the masked man's incredulous voice came from behind his mask. Vivi, Rowen suggested with a calm smile. Sandstorm. Vivi, though sweating from exertion, activated her sand fruit power. Whoosh. Bang. A miniature sandstorm instantly blasted the man's mask off, the abrasive force making him cry out in pain. Sandstorm. Another Logia user. The man, Wiper, a descendant of Kalgara the Great Warrior, known among the Shandians as the Berserker, stared in utter disbelief. Ha! Rowen. I am out of strength too, Vivi gasped, collapsing weakly into Rowen's arms after unleashing that single small sandstorm. It's because we're at an altitude of 7,000 meters. You haven't adapted to the oxygen levels yet. Once you acclimate, you'll be able to move freely, Rowen explained with a smile. This sudden weakness had little to do with physical strength, anyone ascending from the Blue Sea to the White Sea and immediately engaging in strenuous activity would feel dizzy and weak. Rowen was fine because he had anticipated this and only used his least draining ability, White Blow. His ultra-draining techniques like Haushoku coating were currently unusable until he adapted, but with a short period of acclimatization, Rowen and the others would be able to move freely. Unbelievable. 2 Logia users. Just then, an old man in knightly armor, riding a creature that looked like a cross between a bird and a horse, slowly approached. Gone fall. Wiper snarled, glaring hatefully at the newcomer. Wiper. You've targeted the wrong people this time. They are Blue Sea dwellers, recently arrived, not from my former god's army, Gone Fall sighed, seeing the hatred in Wiper's eyes. He was the former god of the Skypiea, now acting as a sky knight protecting this region. Wiper and his Shandian warriors formed a guerrilla force that attacked ships here because Enel had forced Gonfal's former god's army into labor. Occasionally, some of those guards would escape via docked ships. Wiper, viewing all Scypians as enemies, wouldn't spare them. Gonfal became a sky knight partly to prevent Wiper from harming his former subordinates. So what? Anyone who covets our holy land is an enemy of the Shandians. Wiper roared defiantly, trying to break free from Rowen's smoke. But Rowen, now gradually acclimatizing to the oxygen levels, wasn't about to let Wiper escape. Don't move. Or else, Rowen threatened, adopting his villain expression. Whoosh. The smoke binding Wiper instantly ignited into terrifying flames, pressing close to him. That's the power of fire. Gonfal stared incredulously at the flaming smoke. That's right. Rowen isn't just a smoke human from the smoke fruit, he's also a flame human from the flare fruit. Since you know about Logias, you should understand how powerful the flare fruit is. Usopp declared proudly. It's Rowen who's amazing, not you. Why are you explaining Rowen's abilities to them? Zoro and Sanji, having recovered and adapted, simultaneously whacked Usopp with a sword sheath and a kick. Sorry. I got carried away. Usopp yelped, tears welling up as he apologized meekly. He just wanted to give these sky dwellers a taste of Rowen's overwhelming power. Flame human. Unbelievable. Someone managed to eat 2 devil fruits. And both are the rarest Logia type. Gonfal stared at Rowen, utterly stunned. Wiper, still trapped in Rowen's smoke, was equally shocked. Being located above the Grand Line, and with Blue Sea dwellers who reached here having survived immense trials, the people of Skypiea knew more about devil fruits than even some on the Grand Line below. Logias were the rarest of the 3 types, possessing terrifying, disaster-level powers. This man before them possessed the power of fire, an incarnation of flame itself. And that man Enel, who had stolen his godhood and now ruled Skypiea through fear, was also a Logia user. User of the Rumble fruit, an incarnation of lightning, wielding disaster-level power. That was a force of nature no mortal could resist. But, if lightning was a force of nature, then fire too was an irresistible natural disaster. And that other girl seemed to possess the Logia power of sandstorms. 3 precious Logia devil fruits. This may be impudent of me, but if it is possible, could I implore you to save my country? Gonfall requested after a moment's silence. He dismounted from Pierre, his sky bird, who had eaten the horse fruit, and knelt before Rowen and his crew. 3 precious Logia devil fruits, and one of them, fire, capable of countering lightning. If anyone could defeat Enel, it had to be these people. Save your country. Luffy perked up, curious. Hey! As the previous god, have you no dignity? We will defeat Enel ourselves. Wiper roared angrily, seeing Gonfall's posture. Though he wanted to kill Gonfall, seeing the former god act so subserviently enraged him. As a warrior, how could you beg others? All right, Rowen replied simply, smiling. Gonfall stared, completely bewildered. He agreed. Just like that. But I haven't even explained what happened to our country yet. And you're a Shandian, right? Then, have you heard this name? Mont Blanc Noland. Rowen asked, turning towards Wiper with a calm smile. Wiper's pupils constricted violently. Chapter 102, bonus, the ones who write history. Apex Gold Observation Hockey. Mont Blanc Noland, you said Noland? Wiper exclaimed, his pupils constricting violently as he stared incredulously at Rowen. Luffy and the others, now capable of using observation hockey, clearly sensed the immense emotional turmoil radiating from Wiper, far more intense than when he learned Rowen wielded 2 Logia devil fruits. Aside from Rowen, none of them knew that Wiper was, in fact, a direct descendant of Kalgara the Great Warrior, Noland's closest friend, the man who, until his dying breath, yearned to ring the golden bell of Shandora to signal their location to Noland. To light the light of Shandora, to ring that golden bell, was the dream of all Shandians. But only Wiper, as Kalgara's descendant, had been told the full story of Kalgara and Noland by their chieftain. His proudest lineage, his ancestor Kalgara's greatest regret, his final dying wish, these were matters more important to Wiper than his own life. The proud Wiper had even once asked their chieftain if the sound of the golden bell, should they one day ring it, could truly reach Noland. The chieftain replied that it could, for this place was closest to heaven. From that day forward, Wiper pursued the goal of lighting the bell with an almost demonic fervor, willing to sacrifice his own life, even the lives of his comrades, without hesitation. One could only imagine the impact Noland's name now had on Wiper. Why you know of Noland? Wiper demanded, his face etched with desperate urgency. This was about his entire life's purpose, his ancestor Kalgara's deepest regret, his final wish, something more important than life itself. We came to Skypiea for several reasons, and one of them is to fulfill the dream of a man named Mont Blanc Cricket, to ring the golden bell, Rowen stated, looking at Wiper with genuine seriousness. A promise spanning 400 years, even Rowen treated it with respect. Ring the golden bell. Hearing this, Wiper's eyes began to glisten. That man. Mont Blanc Cricket. He is. Wiper trembled, a premonition forming, desperate for confirmation. Yes. He is Mont Blanc Noland's descendant. He has spent his entire life searching for Shandora. Rowen declared loudly. That's right. Diamond-faced uncle's ancestor, Noland, he was called a liar because he said there was a city of gold here, but the king couldn't find it. But Noland never denied its existence, not even when he was executed. Rowen said Noland died protecting the truth of his friend's civilization, and his descendants have borne that shame for 400 years. Diamond-faced uncle is still down below, searching for that city of gold, to clear his ancestor Noland's name. Luffy added excitedly. They had promised Cricket they would ring the golden bell, bringing a perfect close to that 400-year promise. To arrive in Skypiea and immediately encounter a key Shandian who seemed to know about Noland and Kalgara's promise, Luffy was thrilled. Usopp and the others, realizing Wiper was a Shandian and seeing his intense emotional reaction to Noland's name, understanding he also dreamed of ringing the bell, dropped their earlier hostility. Great warrior Kalgara. Wiper choked out, tears now streaming uncontrollably down his face. Did you hear that? Noland, he was executed for your sake. And your final wish, for Noland to hear the golden bell of Shandora, even after 400 years. Noland's descendant is still striving to fulfill it. Kalgara. Great warrior Kalgara. The man known as the Berserker, Wiper, was now openly weeping. His ancestor's dying wish had not been forgotten. Even across time. Across space. Across 400 years. Across the blue sea and the white sea. Noland's descendant had entrusted a group of blue sea dwellers to come here, to ring the golden bell. Gonfall watched the weeping Wiper, a man he knew to be incredibly fierce in battle, and felt deeply moved himself. To hear Noland and Kalgara's 400-year promise spoken of again, here in the sky. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy also smiled. Chopper and Usopp had tears of emotion in their eyes. Thank you. Thank you for bringing me this news. For letting me know Nolan's descendant is still striving to fulfill that promise. Wiper finally managed after composing himself, wiping away his tears and bowing deeply to Rowen and the crew. This news was like a powerful stimulant, reigniting his lifelong goal of ringing the bell, giving his fight even greater meaning. Towards these blue sea dwellers who carried the weight of that 400-year promise, even a man as proud as Wiper felt compelled to show such respect. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro smiled, seeing Wiper's gesture. Their observation haki gave them a sense of how proud this man truly was. Such a display clearly demonstrated the immense importance he placed on that 400-year promise. Well then. Our goal is the same, to ring the golden bell, correct? Wiper looked up, his eyes burning with intense fervor as he gazed at Rowen. 3 such powerful Logia devil fruit abilities, and one of them, fire, a true force of nature. With such powerful allies, this was a godsend, the best chance for the Shandians to attack Enel, reclaim their homeland, Shandora. Correct, Rowen replied with a smile, looking at Wiper. Though their ultimate motives weren't entirely identical, Rowen sought the rumble fruit, the 400-year spiritual power, and the satisfaction of concluding a romantic, centuries-old promise. Wiper sought to fulfill his ancestor Kalgara's dying wish and reclaim their homeland Shandora. The method was the same, defeat Enel, ring the golden bell. In that case, follow me. To the home of us Shandians, Wiper said, no longer doubting Rowen or his crew. He was a battle maniac, yes, but not a fool. He could discern truth from falsehood. Rowen and his crew were clearly genuine. Even among the Shandians, only he, Kalgara's descendant, knew the full, detailed truth of that ancient promise. In the Blue Sea, only Nolan's descendants would know. With such powerful aid, arriving because of his ancestor Kalgara and Nolan's promise, Wiper's face, for the first time, showed a rare, genuine warmth. Please wait. Saving our country too, of course, that also just requires defeating Enel. Our objectives are aligned, Gonfall interjected quickly, feeling slightly shameless but knowing this was his only chance. Don't assume such a posture, Gonfall. They came here for the ancient promise. They are friends and guests of the Shandians. Enel, we will defeat him, certainly. But after that, we will take back our land, Upper Yard, from your people. Wiper glared furiously at Gonfall. War will only bring more suffering and death. Surely, we can find a better solution, Gonfall replied earnestly, looking at Wiper. This was why, even though these newcomers had already decided to fight Enel, he still spoke up. He knew Wiper's nature. If it was just about defeating Enel, the war would likely continue afterwards, resulting in countless more casualties. For now, let's all go to the Shandian village together. How about it? I too would like to see the homeland of Kalgara the Great Warrior. Indulge me, if you will, Rowen suggested, looking between Wiper and Gonfall. Wiper looked at Rowen, remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. All right. You also need to know what we Shandians have endured here. His voice was grim. By bringing news of the 400-year promise, this man had earned his respect. He would show these Blue Sea dwellers what the original inhabitants of Skypiea had done to his people. This man's face had to be given. Thank you, Gonfall replied with a relieved smile. As long as there was dialogue, there was hope. Next, Wiper led Rowen and the crew towards the Shandian settlement, Hidden Cloud Village. Wiper used the wind dials on his skates to push the Going Merry, assisting their navigation. Though Wiper was a battle-crazed and often stubbornly unreasonable man, he felt genuine gratitude towards Rowen and his crew for bringing news of his ancestor's promise with Noland. Rowen, however, didn't deliberately make Wiper work, using his own smoke fruit to help guide the Merry. On the White Sea, this method was far less taxing than on the Blue Sea. Rowen's current physique handled the stamina consumption easily. Wiper, witnessing Rowen's power again, felt another surge of awe, then led them onwards. Hidden Cloud Village. This was the Shandians' current home. After war erupted with the original inhabitants of Skypiea over their ancestral land, now called Upper Yard, they were forced to relocate here, building a new home in this hidden enclave. It was situated in a layer between the White Sea and the White Sea, concealed between 2 cloud layers, hence its name. Splash. A ship and a figure suddenly burst through the cloud layer, entering the village. Who goes there? The Shandian warriors on patrol instantly tensed, seeing the unexpected vessel. The newcomers clearly looked like Blue Sea dwellers. But how could Blue Sea dwellers possibly know the location of Hidden Cloud Village? It's me, Wiper announced, stepping forward. Wiper. Seeing him, the Shandian warriors started in surprise. Why would Wiper bring Blue Sea dwellers here? Where is the chieftain? These Blue Sea dwellers are important friends of the Shandians, Wiper stated with absolute conviction. Friends. The Shandian warriors were completely bewildered. They couldn't believe their ears, Wiper, acknowledging Blue Sea dwellers as friends. Gonfall. Kamakiri, a Shandian warrior with a mohawk who grew up with Wiper, spotted Gonfall on the Mary's deck. The Shandians stared, utterly incredulous. When Gonfall was the previous god, he had negotiated with them regarding the ownership of Upper Yard. The talks had been progressing smoothly until Wiper, the staunchest opponent, demanded the complete return of Upper Yard to the Shandians. He even demanded Gonfall offer 100 sacrifices to atone for the 400 years of humiliation their people suffered after being driven from their homeland. Negotiations broke down violently. As the Shandians' strongest warrior and Kalgara's descendant, Wiper's fierce opposition effectively stalled any resolution. Then Enel arrived. "I will explain everything to the chieftain. The time for us to counterattack Upper Yard, to defeat Enel, has come," Wiper declared gravely. The Shandian warriors, after a moment's shock, immediately rushed off to find the chieftain. "Please, welcome to our Shandian home, Hidden Cloud Village," Wiper announced. This uncharacteristically polite and formal demeanor from Wiper left many Shandians staring dumbfounded, especially a certain little girl who usually viewed Wiper as a terrifying demon, even scarier than God. Inside the Shandian chieftain's tent. Unbelievable. You came here bearing the request of Nolan's descendant." The Shandian chieftain exclaimed, leaping to his feet after hearing Wiper's account. Noland. Several Shandian elite warriors present in the tent, Kamakiri, Braham, who used flash guns, and Ginboa, who used iron cannonballs and was somewhat portly, along with a beautiful, perfectly figured woman named Raki, looked on with intrigue. Only Wiper knew the full, detailed truth of the promise between Noland and Kalgara. Seeing that Blue Sea dwellers had arrived specifically because of that 400-year promise, the Shandian chieftain no longer concealed the truth, slowly recounting the ancient tale. Raki and the others listened, their faces filled with awe. They never knew Kalgara the great warrior, and the ringing of the golden bell held such profound meaning. "Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing us this news," the Shandian chieftain declared, standing and bowing deeply to Rowen and his crew. "Don't be so formal. We also want to see this romantic promise fulfilled." Luffy grinned. "Romantic? Yes, it is romantic." "Ha ha ha," the chieftain laughed. "As for you, Gonfall, what you spoke of, after Enel is defeated, we can talk," the chieftain said, turning to Gonfall. He had always desired peace. If not for Wiper's staunch insistence, they might have reached an agreement before Enel's arrival. "Talk. The humiliation we've endured for 400 years. If we don't wash it away, how can we face the Shandians who died during these 400 years? Wiper instantly flared up, his eyes bloodshot. Luffy and the others couldn't comment, they now understood the Shandian suffering. Dragged up to the White Sea with half of Jaya Island, then forced from their ancestral lands by the Scythian forces who coveted their territory, ultimately, the fault lay with the Skypea inhabitants from 400 years ago. War only brings disaster and death. Continuing it will yield no good outcome, Rowen stated calmly. Wiper's expression changed, but the next moment, he froze. "What if I offer you another piece of information? Tell you that the mission your Shandoran ancestors guarded for 800 years has already been completed. And what if I let you see proof of this with your own eyes? How about that? Such a war would then hold no meaning for you. You are the ones who write history, are you not?" Rowen finished, looking directly at the Shandian chieftain. The chieftain stared, utterly incredulous. Robin's beautiful eyes also widened dramatically. The ones who write history. Could it be the poneglyphs? But at that moment, Rowen's gaze shifted, looking towards the entrance of the tent. Such strong observation haki, Rowen murmured, impressed. Trait detected, ISA innate observation haki, apex gold, uncontrollable. Loadable due to alliance with Shandians. Chapter 103, 103, Sixth Sense manifested. Reward condition met. Trait detected, ISA innate observation haki, apex gold, uncontrollable, equipable exceptionally powerful observation haki, awakened at birth. Extremely high level, vast range. Uncontrollable, due to young age and insufficient spiritual strength, cannot control this haki, only passively hear various voices and presences. Equipable, due to arriving with the 400-year promise and forming an alliance with the Shandians, can be equipped using the combined spiritual power/obsession of Kalgara the Great Warrior and the Shandians' 400-year dedication to ring the golden bell as a conduit. Rowen's eyes lit up as he read Isa's trait description. An apex gold tier observation haki. Currently, among Rowen's haki types, Conqueror's haki was the strongest, capable of exerting apex gold level combat power due to Haushoku Coating's domineering force. Armament haki was next, at deep gold level. Observation haki was his weakest, only at pale gold. Because observation haki was a combination of spiritual power and the five senses, amplifying the user's senses, a manifestation and extension of them, spiritual power played a key role before awakening. But after awakening, the strength of observation hockey was determined by the user's manifested 5 senses, and even more so, their 6th sense. This explained how Katakuri, despite being only Yonko commander level in overall strength, could train his observation hockey to a level many Admiral tier fighters couldn't reach, the ability to briefly see the future. For those not blessed with Katakuri's genius in observation hockey training, aside from the initial awakening phase, once their observation hockey reached pale gold, significant improvement to their manifested senses, and thus their hockey intensity, could only be achieved through the great terror of life or death combat. Rowen hadn't yet faced such true life or death situations, hence his observation hockey was the weakest of his 3 types. But this very characteristic of observation hockey also allowed for individuals like Isa, born with exceptionally powerful innate observation hockey of an extremely high level. However, because Isa was too young, her spiritual strength too weak, she couldn't control hockey of this magnitude. This was why, in the original story, Isa couldn't control her observation hockey, passively hearing and seeing voices and presences disappear, making her emotionally volatile and easily upset by others' arguments from a young age. This kind of innate, super powerful observation hockey couldn't even be obtained through training, its detection range was immense. One major reason Rowen desired the Rumble fruit was because its lightning-based abilities could vastly amplify the range of observation hockey. Enel's ability to use his mantra to monitor an entire country was solely due to the power of the Rumble fruit. With such power, Rowen would hold absolute initiative on the seas. Even if the world government deployed all its forces to capture him, Rowen could detect them far in advance with his super wide-range observation hockey, deciding whether to engage or evade, completely controlling the terms of any encounter. But Enel's vast sensory range was entirely due to his fruit amplifying his hockey. Isa's terrifying sensory range, however, stemmed purely from her own innate hockey, and hockey she couldn't even fully control yet. Just passively receiving feedback from it was this powerful. No wonder it was an apex gold tier observation hockey. What surprised Rowen even more? Because he arrived bearing the 400-year promise, through the strongest trait system, he could use the combined spiritual power/obsession of Kalgara the Great Warrior and the Shandian's 400-year dedication to ring the Golden Bell as a conduit, to equip Isa's observation hockey. The principle was the same as when Rowen equipped Ace's traits through Luffy. And such equipping could be completed instantly. Equip. Rowen didn't hesitate, mentally selecting the option. Equipping successful. Observation hockey enhanced. Advanced 2, observation hockey, apex gold. Among his 3 hockey types, observation hockey, previously his weakest link, instantly leaped to become Rowen's highest-ranked hockey in terms of pure tier. From pale gold straight to apex gold. VMM. Rowen's observation hockey spread out, and the terrifyingly vast range he could now perceive astonished even him. It could easily cover an entire country. And this was just his base observation hockey. Once Rowen obtained the Rumble fruit and amplified it further with lightning waves, he couldn't imagine how horrifyingly vast his sensory range would become. One thing was certain, after acquiring the Rumble fruit, Rowen would completely command the initiative on the seas. Only battles Rowen chose to engage in would occur, enemies would only find him if he allowed it. Otherwise, on the vast ocean, not even the world government could hope to track him down. Such high-level innate observation hockey, amplified by the Rumble fruit, was practically unprecedented on these seas. This super wide-range observation hockey was akin to dominating information warfare on Earth, and on Earth, controlling the flow of information often decided the outcome of wars. Mastering information warfare meant mastering the entire battlefield. Possessing such super-strong innate observation hockey, further amplified by the Rumble fruit, meant Rowen had already won the information war. Furthermore, after equipping Isa's observation hockey, Rowen's manifested 5 senses also received a massive boost. The strength of observation hockey was crucial for Logia users. With sufficiently strong observation, a Logia user could elementize just before a hockey-infused attack landed, allowing the attack to pass harmlessly through them. But more importantly, observation hockey reached critical point. Born of the sea, apex gold, facilitating manifestation of the 6th sense. Observation hockey, apex gold possesses innate super-strong sensory range, can briefly see the future. Observation hockey trained to its absolute peak, manifested the user's 6th sense. Utilizing this manifested 6th sense allowed one to briefly see into the future. Because the 6th sense was such an abstract concept, exactly how observation hockey manifested it was unclear. This step stumped countless Emperor/Admiral level powerhouses. This resulted in very few individuals capable of seeing the future with observation hockey, even rarer than those who could use infused Conqueror's hockey. But now, after equipping Isa's innate, super strong observation hockey, with the help of the Born of the Sea, Apex Gold, hockey training cheat code, Rowen directly bypassed this hurdle, achieving the manifestation of his own 6th sense. From now on, in battle, he could briefly see the future. The sensation was incredibly strange. The sixth sense had always been one of humanity's most mysterious domains, a highly abstract concept. Yet, observation hockey that had manifested the sixth sense could directly utilize this abstract conceptual power. VMM. Rowen briefly focused his newly enhanced observation hockey. A flash of pure, intense red, distinct from the crimson black of Conqueror's hockey, flickered in his eyes. Such strong observation hockey. From this little girl. In the future Rowen glimpsed, Luffy exclaimed this. Such strong observation hockey. From this little girl. Luffy now exclaimed, looking towards Isa, who was hiding outside the tent. Rowen's lips curved slightly. This ability to see the future, truly is strange and wonderful. Isa. Wiper frowned upon seeing Isa eavesdropping outside the tent. For her to listen in on such an important discussion was rather inappropriate. Eek. Seeing Wiper, Isa's small face filled with fear. To Isa, Wiper was a terrifying demon, even scarier than God Enel. Riki, seeing Isa's fear, went over and gently hugged her, comforting her. But Luffy and the others were now more focused on what Rowen had just said, strong observation hockey. Rowen's expression, his tone, both conveyed unprecedented amazement. For Rowen to be so astonished by this observation hockey, one could only imagine how incredible it must be. Rowen. Are you saying this little girl, Isa, possesses very strong observation hockey? Sanji and Zoro stared at the frightened little girl, their faces filled with disbelief. P.S. Rowen said that at the end of the previous chapter. How much suffering had they endured just to awaken observation hockey? Initially, even after being relentlessly pummeled by Rowen using armament hockey and various devil fruit powers for so long, they hadn't sensed any sign of observation hockey awakening. The concept of manifested five senses was still too abstract for them before awakening it. Only when Rowen used Haushoku coding, directly infusing vast amounts of spiritual power into their bodies and knocking them unconscious, did they finally awaken their respective hockey types. Yet this little girl, so young, possessed observation hockey that amazed even Rowen. I wouldn't say very strong. Rowen began. His words made Zoro and Sanji sigh in relief. Being outdone by a little girl in observation hockey would be too humiliating. I should say, in terms of raw observation hockey talent on these seas, she's undoubtedly among the absolute top. Rowen, having benefited so immensely from Isa, offered his praise generously, filled with genuine admiration. Luffy and the others stared dumbfounded at Isa. Who was Rowen? The man who could already preliminarily use Haushoku coding, fight head-on with Admiral level, one of the absolute top-tier powerhouses on the seas. Rowen's knowledge was astounding, it seemed there was nothing in the world he didn't know. For him to say this little girl's observation hockey talent was supreme across the seas. Hey! Wanna join my crew? Luffy immediately stared eagerly at Isa, extending an invitation. Bonk. Nami instantly punched Luffy, teaching him some manners. I'm so sorry. He must have scared you. This idiot is like this sometimes, Nami apologized to Isa with a bright smile. You moron. She's just a little girl. How can she go out to sea with us? It's too dangerous. Nami then turned, transforming into her sharp-toothed angry state, lecturing Luffy. That observation hockey you were talking about, what is it? Riki asked, hugging the frightened and somewhat bewildered Isa, her own expression puzzled. Observation hockey, simply put, allows you to hear distant sounds, sense distant presences. Possessing such super strong innate observation hockey, yet being too young to fully control it, Isa has probably been uncontrollably hearing sounds and sensing presences ever since she was born, Rowen explained, using Isa's own power as an example. Hearing Rowen's words, both Isa and Riki stared wide-eyed. On Skypiea, this power is called mantra, Rowen added. Mantra. The power those priests and Enel use to control the entire country. Hearing this term, Gonfall, Wiper, and the others all tensed, their pupils constricting. They were all too familiar with mantra. It was because of this power that they were completely outmatched in their battles against the priests, all their movements seemed to be predicted. Enel, especially, could use mantra to cover the entire country, keeping everything under his absolute control. Isa's observation hockey is actually stronger than Enel's. Enel's ability to cover the entire country is solely due to the amplification from his rumble fruit. But Isa is still too young to control such power, she can only use it passively and can't even unleash its full potential. When she grows older, she should gradually gain mastery over it. Then, she won't be uncontrollably hearing those sounds anymore, Rowen explained with a smile. Isa's observation hockey was innately super strong, very special, with an extremely vast range, and this was while she couldn't even consciously control the power yet. In Rowen's hands now, its perceptive range, even without the rumble fruit's amplification, was easily comparable to Enel's mantra. Unbelievable. So that's the truth behind this power, Riki murmured, looking at Isa, seemingly relieved. When Isa uncontrollably heard those voices, she often appeared deeply distressed and frightened. For a little girl, facing an unknown, uncontrollable power within herself was naturally terrifying. And the experience of uncontrolled observation hockey was extremely unpleasant, the constant barrage of others' emotions. Even Koby nearly broke down from it during the Summit War, let alone a little girl like Isa. Knowing that Isa would gradually gain control as she grew older brought Riki immense relief. After all, the unknown is what's most frightening. Knowing the truth about Isa's power was reassuring. Mr. Rowen, you said earlier that our Shandian people's 800-year mission is complete. What did you mean? And how did you know? We are the writers of history. The chieftain, finally recovering from the shock of Rowen's earlier words, now looked nervously at Rowen. This was the greatest secret of the Shandians, of Shandora. Robin's gaze also fixed intently on Rowen. The ones who write history, that phrase resonated deeply with her. It's exactly as you think. The Shandora where the Shandians reside holds a poneglyph. Protecting it for generations, that is the true mission of the Shandians, of Shandora. 800 years ago, you were allies of Joy Boy, fighting together against the world government. Rowen stated, looking at the assembled group, dropping another bombshell. Poneglyph. Robin's eyes instantly lit up. This poneglyph, like the one in Alabasta, records the location of one of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon, Rowen continued. His words made Robin's expression fall slightly. Not the true history then. However, the information from this poneglyph here has already been guided to the final island, Laugh Tale, by the Pirate King, Gold Roger. Your mission can be considered complete, Rowen finished, smiling at the Shandian chieftain. Roger. Did you say Roger? Gonfall suddenly exclaimed, standing up. Sky Knight. You know Roger. Luffy's eyes lit up. Rowen had previously explained to them who the Pirate King was, and why their history was now guided to the right place. Many years ago, Roger came here, just like you, riding a monstrous current. We became friends. He was a very generous man. I never imagined he would become the Pirate King, Gonfall reminisced, his expression filled with nostalgia. So, the history we guarded, has truly been guided to where it belongs. Our mission is really complete. We don't need to fight anymore. The Shandian chieftain trembled, his voice choked with emotion. Correct, Rowen confirmed with a solemn nod. The Shandian chieftain instantly burst into tears, overcome with emotion. Condition met. Side quest reward triggered. Reward, the combined spiritual power of the Shandian generation's 800-year obsession with guarding the poneglyph and guiding history to its correct destination. Chapter 104, 104, Bonus, Special Concept Devil Fruits. Apex Gold Observation Hockey. Rowen vs. Enel. VMM. An immense surge of spiritual power, drawn from the very fabric of the world by the strongest trait system, poured entirely into Rowen's being. Spiritual power, the most unique power system in the One Piece world. Both hockey and devil fruits originated from it. And like hockey, spiritual power could also be stored, lingering indefinitely within the world itself. This particular surge of spiritual power was the accumulated obsession of the Shandian people, of Shandora, for generations, their unwavering determination to protect the poneglyph and guide its history to the correct destination, amassed over 800 long years. Now, with the Shandians' generational mission fulfilled, this spiritual power should have gradually dissipated. But the strongest trait system intercepted it, directly extracting the fading energy from the world and channeling it into Rowen. No wonder the system could only extract the corresponding spiritual power after the obsession/mission was fulfilled. A flash of understanding lit Rowen's eyes. Spiritual power born from obsession seemed to form a knot in the fabric of the world. Just like Joy Boy's pure spiritual power manifested as incredibly potent conqueror's hockey, stored within the ancient robot, it existed as a knot, waiting for specific conditions to be met. Only when the ancient robot was willing to release it could that hockey knot be untied, its power fully unleashed. Spiritual power from obsession worked similarly, except that knot was intangible, woven into the world itself. When the obsession was fulfilled, this intangible knot naturally unraveled, releasing the spiritual power within. The condition for extracting this power was for Rowen, the system's wielder, to help those bound by the obsession fulfill it. This created a spiritual transmission channel, much like how Rowen equipped traits from Luffy and the others. The unraveled knot of spiritual power could then be drawn by the system and absorbed by Rowen. Using devil fruits as an analogy made it easier to understand. Devil fruits were manifestations of past human desires, a form of spiritual power. Someone wished to become fire, and the flare fruit appeared, allowing its eater to become a flame human. The fruit itself was the physical manifestation of that desire, that spiritual power, granting the power of flame. Similarly, the strongest trait system had now manifested the Shandians' collective obsession, essentially weaving it into a special, conceptual devil fruit of pure spiritual power, and infused it into Rowen. Then, under the effect of Born of the Sea, this immense spiritual power was perfectly digested by Rowen, used to enhance his conqueror's haki. An intense crimson-black light flashed briefly in Rowen's eyes. Thanks to the Born of the Sea haki training cheat code, this massive influx of spiritual power was instantly and perfectly assimilated. Rowen had complete control over his newly enhanced haki. There was no risk of unconscious leakage or uncontrolled outbursts. This spiritual power was incredibly strong. It boosted Rowen's conqueror's haki by the equivalent of roughly 2 deep gold trait levels. Just as Rowen suspected. Though the individual Shandians were not exceptionally powerful, their collective obsession, steeped in 800 years of history, had accumulated into a truly vast reservoir of spiritual power. And according to the system's feedback, the spiritual power he would gain from lighting the light of Shandora, fulfilling Noland and Calgara's 400-year promise, would be even greater. While protecting the Poneglyph and guiding its history was the Shandians' generational mission spanning 8 centuries, the mission itself was somewhat abstract. Over generations, only the chieftain truly understood its full meaning. But lighting the light of Shandora, that was a very concrete, tangible goal. For 400 years since arriving in the White Sea, countless Shandian lives had been sacrificed for it. It was the shared, unwavering consensus of all Shandians for 4 centuries. The spiritual power generated by such an intense, focused obsession would naturally be far more potent than that of the more abstract, Guardian mission. If the 800-year obsession with guarding the Poneglyph yielded haki strength equivalent to 2 deep gold traits, what heights would his haki reach after lighting the light of Shandora and absorbing that immense spiritual power? Rowen's eyes flashed with an astonishing crimson-black light. He grew increasingly satisfied with the Born of the Sea haki training cheat code. No matter how vast the influx of spiritual power, Born of the Sea allowed him to instantly and perfectly assimilate it, enhancing his own haki. Without this trait, controlling such external spiritual power would be no easy feat. Now, Rowen's conqueror's haki was only 6 deep gold trait levels away from reaching apex gold. At this moment, the Shandian chieftain, having regained his composure, began to recount to Wiper and the others the true, 800-year-long mission of their people. Learning their ancestral duty was now complete left them with mixed emotions, a sense of relief, yet also a profound sense of unreality. Unlike the tangible goal of lighting the bell, for which so many had shed blood over 400 years, this 800-year Guardian mission, its true meaning known only to successive chieftains, felt distant. Regardless, we still need to light the light of Shandora. Only after ringing the golden bell can we discuss whether the Shandians still have reason to fight. Wiper declared, standing tall, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. The other Shandian elites nodded in agreement. Each generation had its own mission. Perhaps 800 years ago, their ancestors' greatest duty was to protect the Poneglyph. But for their generation, the mission was to light the light of Shandora. I too, shall give it my all, Gonfall added, standing up, his expression equally serious. He sensed that knowing their ancient mission was fulfilled, though unsettling for Wiper, had also eased much of his fierce aggression. Gonfall saw a glimmer of hope for peace. Don't think this means I approve of your proposal, Wiper snorted at Gonfall. Even so, I shall strive with all my might. The Shandians are already people of Skypea. For the sake of all our people, I am willing to burn what remains of my life, Gonfall replied with heartfelt sincerity, deeply moving the Shandians present. Wiper remained silent for a moment, then grunted, humph. Do as you please. Gonfall and the Shandian chieftain both smiled. YOSH. Let's go beat up that Enel guy and light the light of Shandora. Luffy yelled, jumping up excitedly. Enel is a Logia user, an incarnation of lightning. Normal attacks are useless against him. The only one who can face him is you, Mr. Rowen, as an incarnation of flame, Gonfall stated, looking towards Rowen imploringly. You're mistaken about that, Sky Knight. We can all hit Logia users now, with the power of haki. Luffy declared, pointing towards Zoro and Sanji with a grin. Haki? You mean mantra? Gonfall looked confused. How could the power to predict movements harm a Logia user? That's observation haki. We're talking about armament haki. Luffy yelled, coating his fist in jet black armament, a powerful grin on his face. Zoro and Sanji also looked confident. Before awakening haki, they were helpless against Logias. Now, it was time for payback. Bonk. 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 3 sharp raps echoed as Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all clutched their heads, squatting down, eyes watering from pain. You 3 idiots. Haven't you learned anything I taught you? Rowen's voice, laced with exasperation, boomed as smoke curled from his still raised fist. Haki merely gives you the means to hit ability users, it doesn't make you invincible. Weak haki can still be overwhelmed by powerful devil fruit abilities. Your current haki levels can't even withstand my basic flare fruit power, let alone the rumble fruit, which is even more offensively potent. With Zoro and the others' current haki strength, fighting the rumble fruit user would be suicide. Except for Luffy, whose Nika rubber body, not ordinary rubber, perfectly countered the rumble fruit's full power. Awakened Nika could even directly control lightning for attacks. But Rowen wouldn't coddle Luffy's reckless habits. Against an uncounterable devil fruit ability, rushing in with their current hockey level was just asking to die. Sorry. We got carried away. Luffy and the others apologized meekly after being disciplined. I have Sea Stone, and reject dials, enough to land a fatal blow on Enel. Rowen, if you can provide cover with your Logia abilities, give me a chance to get close to him, Wiper offered, explaining his own combat capabilities. Sea Stone. The power of the sea itself. They have that in Skypiea. Nami asked, surprised. The clouds here, they're formed because of sea energy from below, let's call them sea stone particles for now. These particles create this special environment, forming the Sky Islands. Sea Stone's power isn't uncommon here, Rowen explained, smiling at Nami's curiosity. Oh, I see. No wonder we felt so weak in that misty cloud layer. Luffy and Chopper exclaimed, finally understanding. But things like that won't be necessary. You all, just focus on dealing with those priests and God's army soldiers, Rowen stated, looking at Wiper and the others, an astonishing crimson-black light flashing in his eyes. As for Enel, leave him to me. I'll let that frog in a well know just how vast this sea truly is, Rowen declared, laughing with absolute power. Crackle. 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 Terrifying arcs of crimson-black lightning now swirled around Rowen. This power is. Wiper and the others stared at Rowen in horror. This power was too violent, too tyrannical. Even though it wasn't directed at them, they felt a suffocating pressure wash over them. That's Conqueror's Haki. An incredibly powerful ability that only a handful of the strongest individuals on the seas can master. Just you wait and see, that so-called Enel, I bet he won't even be able to take one hit from Rowen. Usopp declared proudly, hands on his hips, laughing boastfully. Why are you so proud? Zoro grumbled, smacking Usopp on the head. He then looked intently at the crimson-black lightning surrounding Rowen, his eyes burning. To wield such violent, tyrannical power, was truly awe-inspiring. Conqueror's Haki. Gonfall, Wiper, and the others murmured the term, their faces filled with profound shock. Let's go. Ring the golden bell, Rowen commanded, surrounded by crackling crimson-black lightning, his voice resonating with absolute power. Oh. Inside a palace adorned with the character for God. The Shandians and Gonfall have joined forces. A man with bare feet, long earlobes, and large thunder drums strapped to his back, smirked playfully. User of the rumble fruit, Enel. The moment the Shandians entered the upper yard region, Enel's observation Haki, amplified by his rumble fruit, had detected everyone's presence. And some blue sea dwellers too. Interesting. Teaming up with some rats to try and overthrow my divine rule. Yahahaha. Enel let out his signature laugh. Very well. The maxim is complete. In that case, let the survival game begin today. Yahahaha. Enel cackled. The maxim was the golden ark Enel built using Shandora's gold, capable of utilizing his rumble fruit's energy to fly to his so-called endless Earth, the moon. Seizing godhood here was primarily for this purpose. Today, the maxim was finished. Next, was to let this unnatural Sky Island fall from the sky using his rumble powers, as a celebration for his journey to the endless Earth. Enel wore a condescending, superior smile. These blue sea dwellers also use mantra. And that girl's ability is a Logia. Enel, monitoring events in upper yard with his observation Haki, first frowned, then his expression shifted to delighted surprise. This ability is an incarnation of sand. Perfect. Absolutely perfect for the endless Earth. You shall be one of the 5 chosen to accompany me, your god, to the endless Earth. Yahaha. Enel sat up, spreading his arms wide, laughing maniacally. He had decided to take 5 attendants with him. This power of sand delighted him immensely. As for the sand user herself, or the blue sea dwellers who could use mantra, Enel dismissed them completely. Lightning was the strongest Logia. What is that black power? Enel suddenly noticed Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji using armament Haki. With their combined armament and observation Haki, the battle against his 4 priests was completely one-sided. Vivi, too, wielding her sand fruit, was giving another priest a terrible beating. Without armament Haki, mere observation Haki was useless against a Logia. Enel frowned slightly at this unfamiliar black Haki. Not because he feared it, but Enel, who considered himself omniscient and omnipotent god, was annoyed. There's a power he doesn't know. Learned something new, have we, Enel? Just as Enel continued to monitor the battles with his mantra, a calm, superior, amused voice sounded from directly above him. Enel's pupils constricted. He snapped his head upwards. A figure sat leisurely atop his divine pavilion, looking down on him with condescending amusement. That gaze was like looking at an ant. Seeing that look, Enel's eyes instantly turned red with fury. No one had ever dared look at him like that. Crackle. Boom. A terrifying bolt of lightning erupted from Enel's body, instantly engulfing the pavilion and the figure upon it. The sheer destructive force of the lightning completely obliterated the structure, leaving nothing behind. Whoosh. Under Enel's grim gaze, terrifying flames suddenly materialized out of thin air. Countless flames converged, slowly forming a humanoid figure of pure fire. Logia. The power of fire. Enel snarled, his expression dark. Though fire was also a natural disaster, in Enel's view, it was still inferior to lightning, the incarnation of God. What truly made Enel's face so grim was, his mantra couldn't sense this person's presence at all. Enel traits: Rumble Rumble Fruit, Deep Gold, Unawakened, Observation Hockey, Deep Gold, Range amplified by Rumble Rumble Fruit. You are lightning, correct? Well then, let's see whose power is more violent, Rowen stated calmly, the crimson-black light in his eyes solidifying. Boom. Crackle. Crackle. Countless arcs of crimson-black lightning now roared violently through the atmosphere around Rowen. Chapter 105, 105, Enel screams in agony. Crackle. 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 Violent, tyrannical arcs of crimson-black lightning erupted, centered on Rowen, filling the entire atmosphere. With each surge of this incredibly potent energy, the very air trembled. Here, on the white sea, 10,000 meters above the blue sea, the surrounding clouds roiled and recoiled violently, as if being torn asunder by an irresistible force. Before this tyrannical power, even the sky seemed to tremble. Boom. The ground beneath Rowen's feet shattered like a spider web, then, under the onslaught of the ferocious crimson-black lightning, disintegrated into dust. The giant beanstalk, which pierced through the white sea and reached towards the sky, began to tremble violently. The sky trembled. The earth quaked. This was the power possessed by only a handful of the absolute strongest individuals on these seas, Conqueror's Hockey, Infusion. Around Enel, the lightning generated by his Rumble Rumble Fruit ability flickered and shuddered with each surge of crimson-black hockey, as if cowering before this overwhelmingly violent energy. The Rumble Rumble Fruit, even among the myriad of devil fruit abilities, was hailed as one of the most invincible. Among Logias, its offensive power was second only to the Magma Fruit, which stood at the absolute pinnacle of all devil fruits. But before infused Conqueror's Hockey, the most violent and tyrannical power on these seas, the lightning conjured by Enel's unawakened Rumble Rumble Fruit was simply not on the same level. How is this possible? Enel stared, his eyes bloodshot, at the crimson-black lightning raging through the atmosphere. His Rumble Rumble Fruit's power was completely overwhelmed by this strange energy. What kind of sick joke was this? He was the incarnation of lightning. Possessing the power of thunder, a force humans since ancient times believed only gods could wield. He was God, yet, before this inexplicable crimson-black lightning, his divine thunder was utterly defeated. As a Logia user with decent observation hockey, Enel could sense that this crimson-black lightning wasn't a natural element. It was a power he had never encountered before, a power emanating from the men before him. Human power, stronger than that of a god. How could Enel, who had considered himself divine ever since eating the Rumble Rumble Fruit, possibly accept this? 60 million volt, Thunder Dragon. Enel struck the thunder drums on his back with his golden staff, unleashing one of his strongest techniques. Crackle. Whoosh. Accompanied by an ear-splitting thunderclap, terrifying electrical energy coalesced into a roaring dragon of pure lightning. The sound alone was deafening, audible across much of Upper Yard, the half of Jaya Island in the sky. The destructive power of lightning, the ability to manipulate electromagnetic waves to amplify observation hockey, and the terrifying, ear-splitting thunderclaps accompanying each attack, all designed to instill fear and even disrupt an opponent's observation hockey. Its offensive power, speed, and support capabilities all ranked near the pinnacle among devil fruits. Hence, it was hailed as one of the most invincible abilities. But VMM. The crimson-black light in Rowen's eyes blazed with intense brilliance. The crimson-black lightning raging around him instantly converged, coiling around his right fist. Wham! As Rowen punched forward, the very atmosphere seemed to shudder. The Thunder Dragon, formed from the element humans had revered as divine and destructive since ancient times, disintegrated instantly under that single blow. Crackle. Fizz. The sound of the dissipating lightning now sounded almost like a mournful wail. The power of an unawakened Rumble Rumble Fruit stood no chance against infused Conqueror's Hockey. Complete, utter defeat. Enel, his eyes practically bulging out in horror, looked comically pathetic. That's not how you use a devil fruit ability, brat, Rowen stated, his voice radiating power. Though Enel's physique energy, tempered by the Rumble Rumble Fruit, had reached the deep gold tier, far surpassing aces with the Flare Flare Fruit, his hand-to-hand combat skills were abysmal, his armament hockey non-existent. He had virtually no close-quarters fighting ability. Even Kizaru, with his over-reliance on the glint-glint fruit, at least possessed swordsmanship that complemented his fruit, elevating his combat level. Forget admiral-level battles, even among emperors, decisive outcomes were almost always determined in close combat. Enel's fighting style, relying entirely on the rumble-rumble fruit, specifically its long-range lightning attacks, was completely unviable at the highest levels on these seas. The consequence of this over-reliance was evident. When faced with Luffy, whose rubber body completely countered his lightning, Enel's lack of close combat skills left him utterly helpless, almost completely unable to fight back. "Let me teach you how a Logia devil fruit ability should be used," Rowen sneered, his words like daggers to Enel's pride. "Bastard." Enel, already shaken by the instant defeat of his 60 million volt attack, now roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. A mere human dares to teach him, God, how to use a Logia powers. But the next moment. Great Flame Commandment. Whoosh. Boom. Rowen unleashed the full power of his Flare fruit ability. Terrifying flames erupted, dyeing the very atmosphere of the white sea a blazing red. Due to Skypia's unique geography, from below, it looked as if the entire sky above Upper Yard was consumed by fire. That's. The Shandians fighting across Upper Yard stared in horror at the fiery red sky that now overpowered Enel's lightning, and at the crimson-black hockey lightning still crackling around the giant beanstalk. The entire sky seemed to be burning. Is that the power of fire? The power of the Flare fruit? Gonfall gasped, utterly stunned. Indeed, a force of nature comparable to lightning, a natural disaster beyond human resistance. Enel's lightning has been defeated, Wiper murmured in disbelief, watching Enel's lightning completely dissipate under the combined assault of the flames and the crimson-black hockey. Of course. I told you. That Enel guy couldn't even take one hit from Rowen. Just watch. The fight will be over soon. Usopp declared proudly, puffing out his chest. The real show is just beginning, Zoro and Sanji commented, smirking slightly as they gazed up at the sky consumed by searing flames. The priests had already been utterly defeated. With Luffy using Gear Second, Zoro channeling a sliver of Conqueror's Haki through his Azura aura, Sanji unleashing Diable Jam, and all three utilizing Armament Haki, the priests, who relied solely on dials and basic observation Haki, were completely outmatched. Vivi, too, leveraging her Logia intangibility against non-Haki users, teamed up with Nami to defeat another priest. Now, the Straw Hats and the Shandians gathered together, watching the cataclysmic battle unfolding atop the giant beanstalk. Not started yet. Gonfall and Wiper looked confused. In their eyes, such a wide-scale, disaster-level attack was the epitome of Logia power. But the next moment. Whoosh! The sea of flames that seemed to consume the entire sky, in an instant, began to converge violently towards a single point. In a fraction of a second, the immense inferno vanished as if it had never existed. All that remained were two small points of light atop the giant beanstalk, blazing as brightly as miniature suns. He released all that fire, then condensed it entirely into his fists. Sanji and Zoro murmured, their observation Haki barely able to sense the horrifying power contained within those 2 points of light. Luffy also stared, awestruck. Just as Rowen had told them during training, even if Rowen didn't use any Haki, just this level of Flare fruit mastery alone could burn through their armament Haki. Their Haki was still far too weak. Rowen hadn't even fully unleashed his infused Conqueror's Haki yet, and they already felt infinitely small before his power. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all clenched their fists. Still have to train harder, get stronger. After this fight, gotta ask Rowen to knock us out with Haushoku coding a few more times. All of it, concentrated on his fists. Gonfall, Wiper, and the others stared, utterly dumbfounded. That sea of flames, which seemed to burn the very sky, all of it, concentrated onto a pair of fists. Though they lacked observation Haki, they could still imagine the horrible power contained within. Only now did they truly begin to grasp how vast, how powerful, the Blue Sea Dwellers could be. VMM. Rowen's fists now blazed with the intensity of miniature suns. All the fire released by the Flare fruit was concentrated there. Flame gloves, Rowen stated calmly. Unleashing the entirety of a Logia fruit's elemental power and then condensing it like this, theoretically, this was a feat only achievable after awakening, after gaining complete mastery over the fruit's power. Ace, for example, couldn't use such a technique, he could only wield the flames for attacks, similar to how Enel used his lightning. Though Ace's physical combat skills were far superior to Enel's. Rowen could do it because the system had converted the Flare fruit's power into a trait, granting him perfect control over it, even unawakened. This technique made Enel, whose own rumble fruit was unawakened, stare wide-eyed. This is the true way to use a Logia devil fruit, brat, Rowen declared, extending his flame gloves towards Enel, his voice calm. Who are you calling brat? Hearing Rowen's condescending tone, veins bulged on Enel's forehead, his eyes bloodshot. He was God. To be addressed, to be looked down upon, like this. Don't get cocky. Crackle. Whoosh. Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing and instantly reappearing above Rowen. 100 million volt, Vari. Enel roared, his eyes flashing with savage triumph. So what if this guy's attacks are stronger? He was lightning. He can move through the atmosphere at the speed of lightning. Fire was ultimately inferior to lightning. Enel, having just reformed from his elemental state, began to gather the 100 million volt charge, ready to unleash it in an instant. But as his vision cleared, Enel's pupils constricted violently, his face contorting in utter horror. A fist, blazing like a sun, was already right before him. It was as if Enel himself, moving at lightning speed, had flown straight into it. Boom! The sun-like fist slammed squarely into Enel's face. Whoosh! Enel shot backwards like a cannonball, crashing through the massive trees and rocks of Upper Yard. These ancient, oversized plants, unique to this environment, shattered like twigs under his impact. A deep, terrifying trench was carved across Upper Yard. Crash! Finally, Enel slammed into a giant rock formation, buried under an avalanche of debris. Crackle! Bang! After a long silence, lightning erupted from the rubble, blasting the rocks apart. A figure of pure lightning staggered out, then solidified, dropping to one knee, panting heavily. Enel's face, where Rowen's fist had connected, was completely caved in and twisted, the bones clearly shattered. His skin was severely burned. The excruciating pain from the impact and the burns made Enel sweat profusely. Hisses. The intense agony forced a strangled scream from Enel's lips. Since eating the rumble fruit, he had never been injured, let alone so grievously. If he hadn't instinctively elementized after being hit, his internal organs and every bone in his body would have shattered. This single punch made Enel scream in agony. What horrified Enel most, his mantra hadn't detected any of the man's movements. Instead, the man's fist seemed to have been waiting for him, striking him before he could even unleash his own lightning attack. It was as if the man had predicted his every move. How? His mantra, amplified by the rumble fruit, had never encountered such a thing. And that movement, it wasn't a reaction after Enel attacked. It was as if he hadn't even initiated his ability yet, but the men had already foreseen all his actions, then simply waited for him to crash into the fist. Mantra worked by sensing an enemy's movements and presence the moment they initiated an attack, analyzing their subsequent actions and trajectory to evade. But this man's performance was like he could see the future. And he could actually harm him, an incarnation of lightning. Enel clutched his shattered face, howling in pain, his mind filled with absolute terror. Crackle. Whoosh. Accompanied by a flash of crimson-black lightning, Rowen appeared before Enel. After absorbing the Shandian's 800-year spiritual power, Rowen had gained some mastery over using Conqueror's Haki to boost his speed. Though not comparable to Shanks or Garp who had fully mastered infused Conquerors, the speed increase was still astonishing. Shanks and Garp, with their Haki-enhanced speed, could catch Kizaru, user of the Glint fruit. Of course, this also related to how users of super-speed fruits like Glint or Rumble actually fought. They couldn't just remain pure light or lightning, zipping around constantly, that would just waste stamina. To attack, they had to partially solidify from their elemental form. That brief instant was when a master with Haki-enhanced speed could strike. Rowen using observation Haki to see the future and strike Enel preemptively worked on a similar principle. Felt it, didn't you? Your future, I saw it all, Rowen stated calmly, an astonishing red light flashing in his eyes. The future, Rowen had already seen it. Finally, let me shatter your so-called divine dream completely. Your game of playing God is over, brat, Rowen declared, a chillingly villainous smile spreading across his face. Chapter 106, bonus, 3 punches shatter a god's dream. Only Haki transcends all. Playing God game is over. Enel, initially stunned by the Blue Sea Dweller's claim of seeing the future, a power Enel himself considered the epitome of an omnipotent god, now grit his teeth, enduring the searing pain, and slowly pushed himself to his feet. His eyes, bloodshot and blazing with fury, locked onto the men before him. Shatter his divine dream. Playing God game. What kind of joke was this? He wielded the power of lightning, a force only gods should possess. Able to use electromagnetic waves to amplify his mantra, extending his perception across an entire country, monitoring the words and actions of every single citizen. Anyone who defy his divine rules or incur his wrath would be smote by heavenly thunder, reduced to ashes. Within this nation, he was omniscient, omnipotent. Wasn't that enough to be called a true god? Yet now, this blue seaman dismissed all of it, as a mere game of playing God. Don't get so cocky, Blue Sea Dweller. Enel roared, his eyes bloodshot as he unleashed the full power of his rumble fruit. Crackle. Whoosh. His body rapidly swelled, enveloped in crackling lightning, transforming into a colossal figure of pure electrical energy. 200 million volt, Amaru, Thunder God. How's this? Blue Sea Dweller. My divine form. Enel's thunderous voice boomed. Ultimate technique trait, Enel Amaru, Thunder God, Deep Gold unleashes 200 million volts of lightning, enveloping the body to become a giant of pure thunder. Rowen observed this ultimate technique trait with interest. Enel hadn't yet awakened his rumble fruit. Unlike Rowen, he couldn't concentrate its Logia power entirely onto his fists, resorting instead to this inflated form. But, admittedly, Enel's control over the rumble fruit surpassed Ace's mastery of the flare fruit. This Amaru form was very close to an awakened state. Enel was indeed talented. He had even constructed the Arc Maxim using gold, a vessel through which he could channel his fruit's power to achieve effects mimicking awakening. Attacks like Mamaragan, Heavy Thunder, and Rago, Thunder Welcome, when channeled through the Maxim, possessed apex gold-level destructive power, reaching the Admiral tier. But to achieve such combat power relying solely on an unawakened rumble fruit, without Haki, it truly underscored why the rumble fruit was considered one of the most powerful devil fruits. Once awakened, its power would undoubtedly far exceed the minimum Admiral threshold. This makes sense. No wonder the magma fruit, possessing the highest offensive power, allowed Akainu to achieve such devastating results. Anyone who fought him ended up dead or maimed. The power amplification from those potent devil fruits might be even greater than Rowen initially anticipated. Combined with his own Haushuka coating, the destructive force he could unleash would be frightening. Rowen looked at Enel's Thunder God form, using his observation Haki to sense the immense power of the rumble fruit, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. This fruit was already as good as his, seeing its impressive display naturally pleased him. What's with that look? Enel's eye twitched. His earlier rage and adrenaline rush had numbed much of the pain. But now, having transformed into his 200 million volt Amaru form, Enel instinctively wanted to see this Blue Sea man's reaction to his divine might. Instead, he saw the man looking at him, like a hunter eyeing prized prey. Seeing that gaze, combined with the fading adrenaline and the returning throb of intense pain in his face, made Enel's cheek twitch uncontrollably. The rumble fruit, truly a fine ability. After today, it will be mine, Rowen stated calmly, the crimson-black light in his eyes flaring. Rumble fruit. Yours. Enel started to scoff. This Blue Sea fool doesn't even know a person can only eat one devil fruit. But the next moment, Enel froze. I seem to have forgotten to tell you. Rowen added. Enel stared blankly. The Blue Seaman before him, half his body dissolved into smoke. As a Logia user himself, Enel was certainly familiar with such power. It was the Logia ability of smoke. This Blue Seaman possessed the powers of two Logia devil fruits simultaneously. And from his words, he intended to take Enel's rumble fruit ability as well. To possess a third Logia ability. Who the hell was the real god again? Enel felt his entire worldview shattering. Alright. Playtime's over. I've seen enough of the rumble fruit's capabilities. Rowen's smile faded, replaced by a tyrannical crimson-black glint in his eyes. Your control over your devil fruit may be superior to mine, and I don't know what power you use to harm me, an incarnation of lightning, but lightning's offensive power is greater than fire. You can't defeat me. Enel roared, thrusting his lightning-wreathed right hand towards Rowen in a palm strike. It seems my last attack didn't make things clear enough. Very well. This time, I won't bother predicting your moves, Rowen stated, raising both fists. Armament. VMM. Dense armament Haki instantly coated Rowen's flame gloves. Whoosh. Bang. The combination of armament Haki and flame gloves slammed heavily into Enel's outstretched palm. Hiss. So painful. Bastard. What is this power? An excruciating pain shot up Enel's arm, forcing a pained cry from him. Boom. His feet slid back, the ground beneath his lightning form cracking under the force. In contrast, Rowen looked completely unfazed. Actually, the combat power of flame gloves combined with armament Haki wasn't vastly different from Enel's Amaru form. It hadn't quite reached apex gold attack power yet. But because Rowen possessed armament Haki, the reactive force from their energy collision was absorbed by his Haki. Enel, however, had to endure that shock with his physical body. Enel, having little tolerance for pain, immediately howled. This is called armament Haki. It allows one to strike the true body of a Logia devil fruit user. The taste of Haki isn't too pleasant, is it? This is a power every living being possesses. Your so-called mantra is also a form of Haki, called observation Haki, Rowen explained with amusement, watching Enel clutching his hand in agony. This was the limitation of relying solely on devil fruit powers. Ranged attacks couldn't unleash a Logia's full potential. But in close combat, without Haki, even if you could match the opponent's offensive power, you still had to endure the pain of impact. Enel's current state would normally pose little threat to an armament Haki user. The surface of his body was composed of coalesced lightning. But Rowen possessed armament Haki, Ryuo. It directly bypassed the surface layer of elemental lightning, striking Enel's true body hidden beneath. Armament Haki. Is that the black energy those blue sea dwellers used to defeat my priests? Enel's eye twitched. Under the intense pain, even his elemental Amaru form began to destabilize. His mantra sensed a power similar to what those blue sea dwellers used on his fists, but the density, the sheer power, was on a completely different level. This power. Human power can actually contend with the power of a god. With lightning. Enel, amidst his agony, felt his convictions begin to crumble. Why did he consider himself god? Wasn't it precisely because mortal power was helpless before a natural disaster like lightning? Yet now, this blue seaman told him mortal power, this armament Haki, could contend with lightning. How could Enel not be devastated? Are you trying to insult me? Trying to make me lose my Amaru form and mantra? Close-range attacks involving contact won't work on you. Then, I'll use long-range. Enel roared. All the lightning energy in his body surged towards Rowen. The next moment. Whoosh. Enel's true body transformed into a bolt of lightning, attempting to flee. His real plan was to use the lightning blast to stall Rowen, then escape to the Arc Maxim using his lightning speed. With the Arc, he could unleash power far greater than his current abilities. Attacks like Mamaragan and Rago required the Arc. But. Crackle. Aya. Countless arcs of crimson-black lightning instantly ensnared Enel's true body as he tried to escape, piercing him like countless arrows. The pain, as if searing his very soul, forced an uncontrollable scream from Enel. Did you forget? I told you, I've already seen your future, Rowen stated calmly, a pure red light flashing in his eyes. Observation Haki, future sight. Enel's every move had been predicted by Rowen. The power of Conqueror's Haki was already waiting for Enel along his escape route before Enel even made his move. This power. This isn't that armament Haki. Why can this harm me too? Enel shrieked in agony. This is called Conqueror's Haki. As for its power, experience it with your own body. Rowen replied, looking at Enel, whose elemental transformation had been forcefully disrupted. An astonishing crimson-black light flared in Rowen's eyes. The next moment, that light fully materialized. Countless arcs of crimson-black lightning roared through the atmosphere, then surged, converging towards Rowen. Amaru. Enel roared again, desperately trying to unleash his 200 million volt thunder god power once more. Rowen's Conqueror's Haki, while powerful, wasn't yet at Shanks's level. He couldn't completely immobilize someone like Green Bull from a distance with Haki alone. But interrupting Enel's elemental escape was more than enough. Crackle. Boom. As the crimson-black light in Rowen's eyes blazed even brighter, he dispersed the flare fruit's energy. Instead, he gathered all his physical energy, channeling it forward. The countless converging arcs of crimson-black lightning also merged into it. Finally, forming an incredibly terrifying ball of pure shockwave energy. All of Rowen's physical power was contained within it, along with the utterly violent and tyrannical power of Haushoku coding. The Spear of Elbaf, Hakoka Sovereignty. Because this fusion technique originated from the combined power of two giants, Dori and Bragi, Rowen alone could now unleash a shockwave ball comparable to what Big Mom and Kaido working together could produce in the original story. Ocean Sovereignty and Hakoka Sovereignty are both ultimate Elbaf techniques requiring two giants. Rowen could do it alone. VMM. The incomparably violent shockwave ball pulsed, surrounded by countless roaring arcs of crimson-black lightning. Before this utterly tyrannical power, the entirety of Upper Yard began to tremble. Luffy, Zoro, and the others, Gotten Fall, Wiper, and the rest, stared in horror from afar at the dazzling crimson-black sphere of destructive energy. The sheer violence radiating from it was terrifying just to behold. Enel's colossal thunder god form seemed almost insignificant before it. Let me tell you, you frog in a well, only Haki can transcend all. Brat. Hakoka Sovereignty. Rowen gave Enel no more time to react. He slammed his fists together. Boom. The incomparably violent crimson-black shockwave ball tore through the sky, obliterating countless ancient trees, carrying an aura of absolute destruction as it surged towards Enel. Everything in its path was instantly annihilated, reduced to dust. Amaru. Facing this terrifying attack, Enel, his elemental form already disrupted by Conqueror's Haki, could only stare in horror, desperately releasing all the power of his rumble fruit, thrusting his palms forward in a futile attempt to resist. But. Boom. The unstoppable, tyrannical energy smashed through his defenses, coursing through Enel's entire body. The dazzling, colossal thunder god form was utterly annihilated before this overwhelmingly violent energy. Amaru instantly disintegrated, revealing Enel within, his eyes already beginning to roll white. Why? Before Enel lost consciousness, memories of his past flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Eating the rumble fruit. Destroying his homeland, Burka. Coming here. Becoming God. Using the gold here to build the arc maxim for his journey to the endless Verth. Reigning supreme, like an omniscient, omnipotent God. Until he met this blue sea dweller. Until he encountered this power, conqueror's hockey. Crack. Thud. Accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones shattering and organs rupturing, just like Enel's divine dream, and his journey to the endless Verth, it all shattered. 3 punches shattered Enel's god dream. Bang. The shockwave carried Enel's broken body high into the sky. Then, the full force of the shockwave's energy detonated, blasting a massive, gaping hole through a section of the white sea. It was as if a prehistoric giant, with matchless power, had thrust a spear through the very sky, creating this terrifying void. Haushaku coding. Hakoku's sovereignty. Enel, relying solely on his devil fruit ability without haki, couldn't even withstand a single blow. Watching Enel being obliterated by a single attack, Gon fall, Wiper, and the others stared in utter horror. That Enel couldn't even take one hit from Rowen. What kind of divine power was this? Even Usopp, who had boasted earlier but was witnessing the full power of Haushaku coding for the first time, had his eyes nearly pop out. He was just habitually exaggerating. Who knew Rowen would actually one-shot that lightning monster? This is too ridiculous. Zoro and the others also stared, mouths agape, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. This too was the first time they had witnessed the full, unbridled power of Rowen's Haushaku coding. Compared to this, Rowen's earlier hockey training with them felt like child's play. Plunder. Chapter 107, Physique Upgrade. Rumble Fruit Awakened. Observation Hockey Nullification. Plunder. As Rowen's command echoed in his mind, 2 brilliant golden lights were extracted from Enel's falling body and absorbed by Rowen. Plunder successful. Acquired, Rumble Fruit, Deep Gold. Observation Hockey, Deep Gold. Physique energy contained within Rumble Fruit, Deep Gold, automatically digested. Superhuman demonic physique, Deep Gold, enhanced. Born of the Sea, Apex Gold, activated. Armament Hockey, Deep Gold, enhanced. A notification screen appeared. All of Enel's power was now Rowen's. The Rumble Fruit, Deep Gold, trait contained all of Enel's physical energy, along with his intense desire to be lightning, developed through using the fruit's power. Regarding this, the moment Rowen obtained the Rumble Fruit, feedback from the system confirmed, Enel, who proclaimed himself God, the incarnation of lightning, his desire to be lightning had already reached the threshold required for the fruit to awaken. The only reason it hadn't awakened yet was because Enel's physique hadn't met the necessary conditions. For a devil fruit like Rumble, arguably one of the most powerful in existence, to awaken, the user's physique had to reach the Apex Gold tier. Enel's physical energy yielded the equivalent of 7 Deep Gold tier physique trait materials for Rowen. Though Enel's hand-to-hand combat skills were abysmal, his innate affinity with the Rumble fruit's desire, reaching the awakening threshold, combined with the fruit's constant tempering of his body, meant his physique contained astonishing energy. No wonder Enel could use the arc maxim to simulate the Rumble fruit's awakened power, even unleashing terrifying attacks like Rago, capable of obliterating an entire sky island. Physique energy didn't equate directly to physical strength, it was also the fuel for devil fruit abilities. Enel being able to provide such vast energy to the arc maxim showed he was only one step away from awakening. It was just unfortunate that Enel first encountered Luffy, whose Nika rubber body completely nullified his lightning, and now, Rowen, who had mastered infused conqueror's hockey. His life had met its decisive end. This plundered physique energy existed within every cell. Even if Enel expended vast energy during his fight with Rowen and died brutally, the cellular physique energy wouldn't dissipate immediately. Only through centuries of continuous, life-or-death struggle, like Dory and Broggy, causing complete exhaustion of cellular energy, would it affect the total amount. Or, of course, after death, physical energy naturally dissipates over many years. Now, Rowen's superhuman demonic physique, Deep Gold, after absorbing Enel's physique energy, was only 1 Deep Gold trait material away from reaching the Apex Gold tier. And that final piece, Rowen looked towards the observation hockey, Deep Gold, trait he'd plundered from Enel. He had 2 choices: directly use it to enhance his own observation hockey, or convert it. Observation hockey was also a strength-type trait. Rowen's own observation hockey was already Apex Gold, capable of briefly seeing the future, placing him among the absolute top hockey masters on the seas. Amplified by the Rumble fruit's electric waves, its range was terrifyingly vast. Rowen closed his eyes. Crackle. Crackle. His entire body dissolved into dazzling lightning. The Rumble fruit's power amplified his observation haki range even further, incredibly vast. Rowen smiled. After equipping Ice's innate, super high-level observation haki, his sensory range already covered the entirety of Upper Yard. Now, amplified by the Rumble fruit, it expanded a staggering tenfold. Such terrifying sensory range, combined with his apex gold observation haki capable of briefly foreseeing the future, even if the world government sent a massive fleet to hunt him, they could never catch him. Forget a fleet, even individual intelligence agents trying to track him, Rowen's haki, amplified by lightning waves, could sense their hostile intent and use the Rumble fruit for long-range strikes, eliminating all possibility of being found. Unless Rowen chose to reveal himself, no one on these seas could find him now. Yet Rowen could monitor a vast expanse of ocean, holding absolute battlefield initiative. Essentially, Rowen was now truly undefeatable in a strategic sense. Furthermore, Rowen discovered the Rumble fruit could also assist in training observation haki. By using electric waves to amplify haki, the fruit essentially turned the user into a living antenna, receiving information from vast distances, thereby expanding the sensory range of observation haki. This, in turn, effectively broadened the influence of the user's manifested five senses. With an increased range and volume of sensory input, the user's manifested senses were constantly exercised, thereby strengthening their observation haki intensity. Enel, ignorant of haki's true nature, calling it mantra, still managed to reach deep gold observation haki precisely because of the Rumble fruit's training assistance. With this ability, Rowen didn't need Enel's observation haki, deep gold, trait to further enhance his own. Besides, at Rowen's current level, absorbing Enel's haki would provide minimal improvement. Converting it into a fixed upgrade material was the optimal solution. Convert. Rowen commanded inwardly. Conversion successful. Enel's observation haki, deep gold, was converted into one deep gold strength type upgrade material. The Rumble fruit only amplified haki range, not intensity. Enel, for instance, couldn't sense any of Rowen's movements through haki. And this training method, while consistent, wasn't as effective for raw intensity increase as life or death combat sharpening the manifested senses. Enel's haki was just barely deep gold. But this single deep gold material was exactly what Rowen needed. Enhance. Without hesitation, Rowen applied the converted material to his superhuman demonic physique, deep gold. Superhuman demonic physique, deep gold, meets upgrade conditions. Advancing to superhuman demonic physique, apex gold. Born of the sea, apex gold, activated. Armament haki, deep gold, enhanced. Due to insufficient spiritual power, reached armament haki, deep gold, limit. A notification appeared. Physique, successfully promoted to apex gold. Though adding directly to the physique trait, the hunger was manageable. After all, it was only a 1 deep gold level increase to his already substantial 9 deep gold levels worth of physique energy, a mere 1/10th deficit, not requiring immediate eating. However, seeing armament haki only reach deep gold limit instead of apex gold was perplexing. Armament haki combined spiritual power and physique energy. All along, Rowen's Conqueror's haki had been the limiting factor. Now, with physique at apex gold, his Conqueror's haki, deep gold, became the bottleneck, preventing armament from reaching apex gold. Fortunately, the reward for ringing the bell of Shandora, that vast 400-year spiritual power awaited, and Born of the Sea would continue to strengthen his Conqueror's haki. Reaching apex gold was inevitable. Although armament haki didn't advance a full tier, the abundant physique energy resolved Rowen's previous stamina issues with Haushaku coding. Haushaku coding, though pure spiritual power, still consumed immense physical stamina to wield its violent energy. Previously, his deep gold physique couldn't fully sustain its terrifying consumption, his body would give out before his haki did. Now, with apex gold physique, that problem was solved. As long as his Conqueror's haki held out, Rowen could continuously unleash Haushaku coding. His control over it also improved, boosting its attack and speed enhancements. After all, power needed a strong wielder. Abundant physical energy allowed 100% manifestation of that power. And the gains didn't stop there. Physique energy meets awakening conditions. Desire to be lightning meets awakening conditions. Rumble fruit awakening condition satisfied. Rumble fruit awakened. A notification appeared. Devil fruit users, even meeting the desire and physique conditions, faced a difficult trial to awaken their fruit. Even Luffy, with protagonist plot armor, was beaten unconscious by Kaido before his sun god trait finally triggered awakening. But Rowen, with the strongest trait system, once the physique and desire conditions were met, devil fruit awakening was automatic. The Rumble fruit, one of the most invincible abilities, at this moment, in Rowen's hands, awakened. Boom. Crackle. 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 Rowen transformed entirely into a lightning human, ascending from Upper Yard High into the white sea. Terrifying bolts of lightning, within Skypia's unique environment, seemed to pierce the sky. Lightning even more dreadfully violent than Enel's now raged through the atmosphere and the white sea. Deafening thunderclaps echoed endlessly, like the wrath of a true god. Only upon awakening could the rumble fruit's full power be unleashed. After awakening, the devil fruit's abilities reached their absolute peak. Rumble fruit, Apex Gold. The trait tier instantly leaped to Apex Gold. Even relying solely on this fruit, without any hockey, Rowen now possessed admiral-level combat strength. This was the fearsome power brought by a true top-tier devil fruit. Rowen. At that moment, Luffy, Zoro, and the others rushed over. Nami, Vivi, and Robin, Wiper, Gonfall, and the others, all stared dumbfounded at Rowen, now like a thunder god, hovering in the vast white sea. Lightning. Enel's power. Gonfall and Wiper stared in horror at the thunder god Rowen. And was it their imagination, or did Rowen's lightning seem even stronger than Enel's? Rowen can take other people's devil fruit abilities and use them himself. Usopp explained, though his forehead was beaded with cold sweat, he still managed a proud tone while looking at the horrifying, sky-piercing lightning Rowen controlled. So scary. The power of the rumble fruit, Zoro and Sanji swallowed hard. As expected of an ability desired by Rowen, the power of lightning, fit for a god. This destructive force, in Rowen's hands, was leagues above even the flare fruit. Of course, they didn't know Rowen's rumble fruit was now awakened, unleashing its full potential, naturally far stronger than his current mastery of the flare fruit. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy clutched their heads, expressions of pain twisting their faces as the terrifying thunderclaps echoed through the sky. Rowen. Our observation HAKI, it's not working. Zoro yelled, a hint of horror in his voice. No, not exactly not working, but the moment they tried to activate it, it was instantly overwhelmed by the deafening roar of thunder. The rumble fruit's power can overwhelm your observation haki. Unless your observation haki is trained to its absolute limit, it's useless before this fruit's power. Rowen turned, looking down at Zoro and the others on the edge of Upper Yard, a smile on his face. After awakening, the rumble fruit's power was unleashed to its extreme. Unless one's observation haki reached Apex Gold, it would be overwhelmed by the thunder sound. It was, in a way, an observation haki nullification, using devil fruit power to completely shut down haki perception. As expected of one of the most invincible abilities among devil fruits, Robin murmured, utterly amazed. The display of the awakened rumble fruit was too outrageous. Akiji's ice fruit, which had once left her with deep psychological scars, seemed significantly weaker in terms of raw destructive display. And, the power of awakening didn't stop there. Witness, the true power of devil fruit awakening. Rowen declared, looking towards Luffy, Robin, Vivi, and Chopper, the 4 devil fruit users, his body thrumming with crackling electricity. Devil fruit awakening. The others' pupils constricted. Thanks to Rowen's explanations, they knew only after awakening could a devil fruit unleash its full power, and each type gained unique, wondrous abilities. The next moment. VMM. A strange ripple emanated from Rowen's entire body. Crackle. Affected by this ripple, a vast expanse of the white sea's clouds suddenly began to change. Crackle. 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 Countless arcs of lightning, like coiling thunder serpents, began to writhe violently within them. The white clouds darkened, eventually transforming into raging thunderclouds, constantly roaring with untamed lightning. Logia Devil Fruit Awakening Ability. Permanently alter the climate of an area. These clouds were now permanently thunderclouds. Boom. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the lightning within these newly formed thunderclouds suddenly struck downwards. Mamaragan, Heavy Thunder. Rowen stood at the center of countless thunderclouds, like a true thunder god, laughing triumphantly. Crackle. Boom. Innumerable bolts of lightning rained down. Crash. Far below, the White Sea at 7,000 meters, under the bombardment of 10,000 thunders, had massive holes blasted through it. Logia Devil Fruit Awakening, this was true, unadulterated, natural disaster. Everyone stared blankly at the spectacle, their eyes filled with absolute, utter horror. This scene looked like power capable of destroying the world. Chapter 108, 108, Bonus, The Full Power of Logia Awakening. Ringing the Light of Shandora. Thank you for 900 Power Stones, here's your bonus chapter. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. Mamaragan, Heavy Thunder, Apex Gold. Rego, Thunder Welcome, Apex Gold. These 2 ultimate technique traits, which Enel could only unleash using the Arc Maxim, Rowen, having now awakened the rumble fruit, automatically acquired them. And the power of Logia Awakening didn't stop there. VMM. Crackle. 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 Rowen, standing at the center of numerous thunderclouds, felt the lightning within his body begin to contract. The next moment. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder, the countless bolts of lightning writhing within the thunderclouds surged inwards, following this contraction, pouring into Rowen's body. All the lightning from these thunderclouds was absorbed by Rowen. Stamina, recovered, Rowen murmured, feeling the change within him, a smile gracing his lips. After acquiring the rumble fruit trait, Rowen himself could transform into a lightning human. The lightning within these thunderclouds, permanently transformed by his awakened ability, could naturally be absorbed by Rowen to replenish his lost stamina. No wonder Akiji and Akainu could battle for 10 days and nights before a victor emerged. This method of drawing stamina from their transformed elemental environment granted astonishing endurance. Converting elements consumes spiritual power. Rowen mused, analyzing the sensation. It made sense. Devil fruits themselves were manifestations of ancient human desires, a form of spiritual power. Unleashing their awakened might would naturally consume spiritual power as well. However, because this was an inherent ability of an awakened Logia fruit, as natural as a human waving their arm, the drain on spiritual power was minimal. At least, negligible compared to the vast amount of stamina recovered. Crackle. Whoosh. Rowen transformed into a bolt of lightning, reappearing before the crew, the ambient lightning around his body gradually dissipating as he reverted from his elemental form. Rowen. These thunderclouds. Nami, with her climate sense trait, felt the lingering unnaturalness of the storm clouds that refused to disperse. These thunderclouds have been permanently transformed from normal clouds. This is the power of an awakened Logia devil fruit, Rowen explained. His words sent another wave of shock through everyone present. Permanently transformed into thunderclouds. This was the power of Logia awakening. If Rowen unleashed such an ability over a country, wouldn't that nation be utterly annihilated by endless lightning strikes? A natural disaster. Vivi, once your sand fruit ability awakens, you'll be able to do something similar. Your awakened power will allow you to permanently transform an area's climate into a sandstorm, Rowen added, smiling at Vivi. While sandstorms weren't overly threatening to top-tier powerhouses, they posed a significant danger even to Marine HQ vice admirals, let alone those of rear admiral rank or below. An awakened Logia was true a force of nature. Devil fruits are terrifying, Zoro and Sanji muttered, deeply impressed. Before such power, their haki felt almost insignificant, the Mamoragan scene Rowen just displayed, their haki would have been instantly overwhelmed by those countless falling thunderbolts, and they'd be annihilated in the barrage. Only the absolute top-tier devil fruits can achieve such an exaggerated level of power. Robin commented thoughtfully, her gaze intense as she looked at Rowen. Thanks to Rowen's explanations, Robin now had a much clearer understanding of the power dynamics on these seas. The most powerful devil fruits, once awakened, could allow their users to contend with admirals based solely on fruit abilities. The rumble fruit was undoubtedly one of these top-tier fruits, and Rowen also possessed the power of Haushiku coding. Combining these two abilities, Rowen's combat strength surely surpassed that of a normal admiral. Even against Akiji, one of the strongest generation of marine admirals, Rowen probably wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Though the psychological scars from Akiji remained, Robin now felt significantly more optimistic and confident. Robin's mental comparison of Rowen and Akiji's strength, Rowen would soon let her witness it firsthand. Hearing Robin's words, Zoro, Sanji, and the others instinctively glanced towards Luffy, who was still providing ample emotional support for Rowen, loudly exclaiming Suji at every display of power. Luffy's devil fruit, once awakened, was hailed by Rowen as the strongest devil fruit. The human fruit, mythical Zoan, model, Nika. If Rowen's rumble fruit was already this outrageously powerful, then Luffy's fruit, deemed even stronger by Rowen, how powerful would it be upon awakening? Zoro and Sanji clenched their fists. They needed to train even harder. Due to their respective dreams, neither would eat a devil fruit. Now, having witnessed firsthand the exaggerated power of a top-tier awakened devil fruit, they, who relied on haki, swordsmanship, and kicking techniques, had to exert even greater effort to catch up to these top-tier devil fruit users. These thunderclouds, Nami, are a gift for you, Rowen said, looking at Nami with a smile. Displaying the rumble fruit's awakened power here served another purpose besides personal experience, it was for Nami. Eh? For me? Nami blinked, confused. Your Climatact. Using the unique dials from Skypiea, combined with my Munch fruit ability, we can give it a major upgrade. We'll incorporate these thunderclouds into your new Climatact, Rowen explained, gesturing towards the permanently altered storm clouds. Normally, Rowen's current Munch fruit ability couldn't assimilate and combine such violent, awakened thunderclouds, the awakened rumble fruit's tier was far too high. But because these thunderclouds were originally transformed by Rowen's own spiritual power, and Rowen himself was using the Munch Munch ability. It was essentially exploiting a loophole, allowing his Munch Munch fruit to assimilate these thunderclouds. Afterwards, by combining Skypia's dials, Nami's climb attacked, and these thunderclouds through munching and reassembly, they could create a sorcery climb attack, capable of summoning a devastating thundercloud finisher. I love you so much, Rowen. Hearing Rowen's explanation, Nami instantly threw her arms around him, overjoyed. With the power of these thunderclouds, Nami could wield a portion of the Rumble Rumble fruit's awakened abilities. If she could accurately hit her enemies, her combat power would be astonishing. At the very least, Zoro and Sanji beside her definitely couldn't withstand it. Mr. Rowen. Thank you. Thank you for saving this country. Gon Fall knelt heavily before Rowen. The Shandians nearby, even Wiper, were silent, their expressions humbled. Only now, at this moment, did they truly witness that scary power of the Rumble Rumble fruit. During Enel's 6-year reign, he had merely been toying with them, like a god playing with ants. If Enel had truly unleashed his full power, they would have died at his hands long ago. If Rowen and his crew hadn't come here, they would have had zero chance of defeating Enel. Rowen didn't stop Gon Fall from kneeling. The customs of this world were different. Kneeling here was an expression of utmost gratitude. Stopping Gon Fall now would be disrespectful to this man who had burned everything for his country. Mr. Rowen, I have one more presumptuous request. My former god's guards, they were captured by Enel and forced to work on some mysterious project in Upper Yard. I don't know where they are now. Gon Fall said, his voice heavy with concern after expressing his gratitude. This had weighed on his mind for a long time. They were forced by Enel to construct a vessel made entirely from the gold of Shandora, the Ark Maxim, a ship capable of flying using the Rumble Rumble fruit's power, intended to take him to his so-called endless Earth. Your god's guards are currently in a cave, severely injured by Enel's lightning, unconscious. Rowen replied, extending his observation haki and locating their faint presences. Whether Enel looked down on them too much to finish them, or it was plot armor, they were still alive, though gravely injured. Gold. A ship made entirely of gold. Hearing this, Nami's berry eyes instantly activated. But then, she looked towards Chopper. Chopper. Let's go. Save those people. Nami urged. Yes. Chopper initially panicked, then clutched his little head, exclaiming. Rowen, Vivi, and the others weren't surprised by Nami's reaction. Though Nami loved money due to her past in Kokoyashi village, she was, above all, incredibly kind-hearted. Don't worry. They're not in life-threatening danger, Rowen reassured them with a smile. His observation haki had already pinpointed their location. Shandora's gold, that's the location of Shandora. And the light of Shandora. Wiper interjected urgently. Relax. The gold used for the Ark was just from the city itself. The ruins of Shandora are on a section of this beanstalk. As for the golden bell, it's at the very top of the beanstalk. Enel never found it. Rowen explained, pointing towards the colossal beanstalk. Let's go. Tend to the injured first, Rowen said, leading the way. Compared to ringing the golden bell, Nami's kind heart took precedence for Rowen. But Wiper started to protest, but was stopped by the chieftain, who had approached unnoticed. Wiper. Battle isn't everything. Seeing all this, don't you understand yet? The chieftain sighed, gesturing towards the white sea, still bearing the terrifying scar from Rowen's earlier attack. Without Mr. Rowen and his friends, that would have been our fate. Even if, this time, we won thanks to Mr. Rowen, if the war were to continue, it would eventually destroy us all. Compared to life, everything else pales in significance. Life is the continuation of hope. The war is over, the chieftain declared, his voice filled with emotion. Wiper fell silent. He looked around at his comrades, seeing expressions of relief and an end to conflict on their faces. Led by Rowen, the group arrived at the construction site of the Ark Maxim. Under Chopper's medical care, the injured god's guards gradually regained consciousness. Seeing Gon fall, and learning Enel had been defeated, they wept openly. From these guards, they also learned Enel's final, horrifying plan. Before departing for his endless Earth, Enel intended to use the combined power of the Ark Maxim and the Rumble Rumble fruit to completely annihilate the entirety of Skypiea, just as he had destroyed his own homeland, Burka. Hearing this, Gon Fall, the Shandians, even Wiper, stared in profound horror and lingering fear. If not for Rowen, they and their homes would have long since become thunderous ruins. Without that, what meaning would discussions of Upper Yard's ownership, Shandora's honor, or ringing the bell hold? Everything would have been reduced to dust, returned to nothing. In that moment, a deep weariness settled in everyone's hearts. War held no meaning. The Ark Maxim, Rowen commented, looking at the massive golden vessel with a smile. Rowen. So much gold. Once the god's guards were out of danger, Nami immediately rushed towards the ship, made largely of gold, shrieking with delight. So much gold. How much would this be worth? This ship, can I take it? Rowen asked, looking towards Gonfall and the Shandian chieftain with a smile, showing them due respect. This gesture deeply moved Gonfall and the Shandians. This man before them was countless times stronger than Enel, yet displayed none of Enel's vile arrogance. Instead, he treated them, the weaker party, with genuine respect. Of course. It is rightfully your spoils of war. Besides, our debt to you cannot be repaid by this single ship. Gonfall and the chieftain quickly assented. Yosha. Luffy and the others immediately swarmed the ark, exclaiming in awe. So much gold. Their crew was rich. Don't dismantle the core golden components. This ship can fly. Rowen reminded the excited crew. With the rumble fruit now in Rowen's hands, the Ark Maxim held immense strategic value. Luffy and the others' faces fell. Not because they disagreed with Rowen's decision, but from a pirate's instinctive regret at not being able to dismantle all the gold. We will gather all the remaining gold here for you. Gonfall and the chieftain quickly offered. Their gratitude couldn't be measured in gold, they would gladly give Rowen everything they could find. All right. Follow me, Rowen instructed, leading everyone aboard the Ark Maxim. VMM. Boom. The rumble fruit's power surged. Powerful lightning flowed into the Ark Maxim, generating immense propulsion, causing the massive ship to slowly lift off. Suji. Luffy and the others yelled in amazement. Whoosh. Whoosh. Under Rowen's control, the Ark Maxim ascended higher and higher. Rowen first guided the Shandians to the location of Shandora's ruins, then piloted the Ark even higher, towards the very top of the giant beanstalk. A colossal golden bell, intricately carved with ancient patterns, bearing the heavy marks of time, appeared before them. The light of Shandora. Wiper and the numerous Shandians stared blankly at the giant golden bell, tears instantly flooding their eyes. Suji! What a huge golden bell! Luffy and the others gasped in awe. Ring it. Clang. Rowen activated his smoke fruit ability. An extended fist of smoke, crackling with faint traces of lightning, slammed heavily against the golden bell. Duanug. A clear, melodious chime, seeming to resonate deep within the soul, rang out. Amplified by the lingering properties of the rumble fruit's power, the sound of the bell spread, thundering across the entire sky. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/DragonnX. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Hashtag keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. Hashtag every 300 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. Chapter 109, 109, Conqueror's Hockey advances to Apex Gold. Nika. Drums of Liberation. As usual. Bonus chapter every 300 Power Stones. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. Dung. 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 Amplified by the rumble fruit's properties, the chimes of the light of Shandora, the golden bell, thundered across the entire white sea. This is. On Angel Island, the inhabitants, hearing the resonant bell, felt their panicked emotions swiftly calmed. From the direction of Upper Yard, terrifying bolts of lightning had been visible even from Angel Island, accompanied by horrifying thunderclaps. The Scipians, having lived under Enel's tyrannical rule for 6 years, immediately assumed their god had been angered. Though they had witnessed many instances of divine retribution, individuals struck down by lightning for rejecting God's will, this level of divine fury was unprecedented, like a precursor to total annihilation. Angel Island had been thrown into chaos, only prevented from devolving into a disastrous stampede by the efforts of the White Beret peacekeeping force. Until, the sound of the golden bell arrived. See, could it be? This is, the legendary bell from 400 years ago. McKinley, captain of the White Berets, stared, his eyes wide with disbelief. The White Berets were composed entirely of former members of Gonfall's God's Guard. After Enel defeated them and usurped the title of God, most of the unwilling guards were forced to build the Ark Maxim, their families on Angel Island held hostage. McKinley's smaller faction feigned subservience, becoming the White Berets to maintain order under Enel's rule, strictly enforcing his divine laws. They did this not as true collaborators, but because they had witnessed Enel's terrifying, invincible power and the horrific consequences of defiance. They hoped that by ensuring the Scipians obeyed Enel's laws, they could at least preserve their lives. Though McKinley found their actions spineless, it was a means of survival. Now, seeing the terrifying lightning from Upper Yard, and that unprecedented crimson-black hockey lightning that seemed to overpower even Enel's thunder, and finally, an even more dazzling, terrifying display of lightning that blasted holes through the white sea itself, McKinley had been filled with utter panic and confusion. Cheap. Just then, a creature resembling a cross between a horse and a bird flew towards them from the direction of Upper Yard. Lord Gonfall's steed. McKinley, a former member of Gonfall's Guard, instantly recognized Pierre, the sky bird who had eaten the horse fruit. Chirp. Pierre dropped a letter before McKinley. This is. McKinley hastily opened it. As he read, tears began to stream down his face. Captain McKinley. What's wrong? The anxious Scipians gathered around. Everyone. Enel. Enel has been defeated. McKinley looked up at the crowd, tears flowing freely. If he didn't recognize Gonfal's handwriting, if Pierre hadn't delivered the letter himself, he wouldn't have believed it. The Scipians didn't react with excitement or joy at first. Instead, they instinctively looked up at the sky, fearing divine retribution, the lightning from above. But the sky remained calm. Previously, uttering such blasphemy against God would have brought instant judgment. Now, nothing happened. God Enel is really defeated. The Scipians murmured in disbelief. That's right. Defeated by Mr. Rowen, who came from the Blue Sea. He's an incredible man. And the gods' guards forced to labor under Enel, they've all been saved by Mr. Rowen and his crew. Everyone. We are free. McKinley cheered, overcome with emotion. After ensuring the gods' guards were safe, Gonfal had Pierre deliver a letter to McKinley detailing the situation in Upper Yard. He knew the terrifying display of power earlier would have thrown Angel Island into chaos. Mr. Rowen. Is that the name of the men from the Blue Sea? He defeated Enel. Rowen. We're free. The Scipians looked at each other, then burst into joyous cheers, embracing one another. McKinley watched the celebrating crowd, tears still streaming, but his smile was one of pure, heartfelt joy. Though I don't know who you truly are, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Rowen. Let it reach him. Rowen commanded, looking at the resonating golden bell, lightning flashing in his eyes. His awakened rumble fruit amplified the sound, channeling the properties of thunder itself into the chimes, guiding them further down through the white sea, piercing the cloud layer, all the way to the blue sea below. Doong. 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 Jaya Island. Cricket looked up towards the sky. Boss. It's a bell. The sound of a golden bell, coming from the sky. Shuju and Masira rushed towards Cricket, yelling excitedly. Ever since Rowen's crew ascended on the knock-up stream, Cricket had been sitting by the shore, gazing up at the sky. I hear it. What a beautiful sound. This is the most beautiful sound I've ever heard, Cricket whispered, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Mr. Rowen and his crew did it. Skypiea really exists. Boss, your ancestor Nolan's city of gold, that giant golden bell, it's really on Skypiea. How romantic, boss. Shuju and Masira cheered, jumping up and down, hugging each other. Yes, romantic. So romantic, Cricket murmured, slowly standing up. The next moment, he covered his face, his shoulders shaking. They're all right. They actually made it. Thank goodness. Even a great pirate with a bounty over 1.1 billion berry, if he fell from the sky, I couldn't imagine. I'm so glad they reached Skypiea safely. Cricket sobbed openly. Shuju and Masira looked at Cricket with understanding smiles. Their boss, more than hearing the golden bell, had been consumed with worry for Mr. Rowen and his crew's safety these past few days. Why didn't he say so earlier? When they asked, Cricket had stubbornly replied, idiots. How can you speak such discouraging words to dreamers chasing a romantic adventure? Only when everything was settled did their boss finally reveal his true feelings. Awkward, yes, but also very much like a true man of the sea. Thank you. Thank you all so much, Cricket whispered, looking up at the sky, tears still in his eyes, but his smile was one of profound relief and peace. Everything had been worth it. The promise between his ancestor, Noland, and Calgara the Great Warrior, after 400 years, today, 10,000 meters above the sea, resonating down to the blue sea, was fulfilled. Condition met, light of Shandora ignited, golden bell rung. Condition met, Noland's descendant, Mont Blanc Cricket, has heard the light of Shandora, the golden bell's chime. A notification appeared. Cricket heard the sound of the golden bell. Rowen smiled. Hearing Rowen's confirmation, Luffy and the others cheered loudly. They had absolute faith in Rowen's words. If Rowen said Uncle Cricket in the Blue Sea heard it, then he definitely heard it. Noland's descendant has heard the golden bell of Shandora. Wiper trembled violently. He too had no doubt about Rowen's words. This Blue Sea man, Wiper, had witnessed his incredible power firsthand. If this man said Noland's descendant heard the bell, then it was absolute truth. Great warrior Calgara. Noland's descendant heard the golden bell. This is the place closest to heaven, Noland must have heard it too. Your dying wish, is fulfilled. Wiper roared towards the sky, tears streaming down his face. Final condition met, Calgara the Great Warrior's descendant, Wiper, acknowledges Noland's descendant heard the light of Shandora, the golden bell's chime. The 400-year promise. All conditions fulfilled. The spiritual power knot, formed by Mont Blanc Noland and his descendants, Calgera the Great Warrior and his descendants, and the Shandian people's 400-year yearning to light the light of Shandora and ring the golden bell, has been unraveled. Extracting and acquiring all of the above spiritual power. An immense surge of spiritual power was extracted from the very fabric of the world by the strongest trait system. Then, it was woven into a sphere of pure spiritual energy, almost like a special, conceptual devil fruit, and infused into Rowen's body. Born of the sea, apex gold, activated. Combined with the gratitude and acknowledgement inherent in the above spiritual power, all spiritual power perfectly digested. A notification appeared. Because Rowen had brought this 400-year promise to a perfect conclusion, this spiritual power inherently contained gratitude and acknowledgement towards him. Just like the previous infusion of spiritual power, even this vast amount was instantly and perfectly assimilated by Born of the Sea, apex gold, and used to strengthen his Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki enhanced. Advanced to Conqueror's Haki, apex gold. Born of the Sea, apex gold, activated. Armament Haki enhanced. Advanced to Armament Haki, apex gold. This immense spiritual power, just as Rowen anticipated, was far greater than the previous surge from the Shandians' 800-year mission of guarding the Poneglyph. It yielded Haki strength equivalent to 6 deep gold trait levels for Rowen, elevating his Conqueror's Haki to the apex gold tier. Conqueror's Haki, apex gold, complete mastery of Conqueror's Haki, infusion. Can form a perfect Haushaku coating covering the entire body, providing all-around enhancement to defense and speed. Conqueror's Haki, finally reached apex gold. The power of Haushaku coating was now fully mastered by Rowen. The Haushaku coating was the crimson black aura Kaido perfectly enveloped himself in during the Onigashima War, a power only usable after complete mastery of Haushaku coating. Perfect utilization of Haushaku coating's full power granted terrifying enhancements to defense and speed. During Kaido's first clash with Luffy in Onigashima, Luffy in Gear 4th, using full power armament Haki, landed numerous blows on a drunken Kaido, yet Kaido remained unharmed, merely sobering up. This was due not only to his Azure Dragon physique but also the defensive amplification from Haushaku coating. Before a master of Haushaku coating, Yonko commander level attacks couldn't even breach their defense. The speed boost from Haushaku coating was also terrifyingly immense. Garp speed during the Hakanosa battle shocked countless observers. Shanks instantly appearing before Kid from his ship, felling him with a single divine departure, that almost instantaneous speed, appearing like teleportation to the naked eye, also stemmed from Haushaku coating. At the deep gold tier, Conqueror's Haki primarily served as an offensive tool, its enhancement to speed and defense wasn't as versatile. But complete mastery, apex gold Conqueror's Haki, was a terrifying all-around upgrade. Even against devil fruits granting incredible speed like the Glint fruit, it wouldn't fall short. Speed, defense, attack, a trinity of power. A terrifying enhancement with no weaknesses. This was the true power of Haki that Kaido proclaimed could transcend all. No weaknesses, no shortcomings, only then could it be called the strongest power on these seas, capable of transcending everything. And previously, Rowen's armament Haki, limited to deep gold, due to insufficient spiritual power, now, under the influence of Born of the Sea, apex gold, directly advanced to apex gold as well. Reaching the level of Zephyr Blackarm in his prime. Relying solely on armament Haki and hand-to-hand combat, Rowen could now exert combat power at the minimum admiral threshold. After reaching the apex gold tier, a new progress bar appeared behind the Conqueror's Haki trait, displaying 1/infinity. The improvement of Conqueror's Haki had no upper limit. As a manifestation of pure spiritual power, its strength was directly proportional to spiritual strength. The physique trait, superhuman demonic physique, apex gold, also displayed such a progress bar. The human body held infinite possibilities, physique improvement also had no theoretical limit. But, it was still a physique trait. Unlike Rowen, who could directly plunder other powerhouses' physical energy, others had to build their physique bite by painstaking bite. Even natural monsters like Big Mom showed little significant physical improvement after reaching their peak. Physique became exponentially harder to improve at higher levels. Traits like observation Haki and armament Haki, however, didn't show such a progress bar after reaching apex gold. They merely indicated their current tier was equivalent to X number of apex gold traits. Rowen's current apex gold traits were all at the entry-level 1 stage, still a considerable gap from veteran peak emperors like Kaido. This gap was primarily in Conqueror's Haki and physique energy. Observation Haki trained to its peak allowed briefly seeing the future, further improvement was unlikely to create a dimension-crushing advantage against another user of ultimate observation Haki. After his Conqueror's Haki reached apex gold, Rowen also understood that, observation Haki nullification, the ability to overwhelm another's observation Haki was also a function of Supreme Conqueror's Haki. Armament Haki was similar, after reaching apex gold, significant further increases in its power became incredibly difficult. Armament hockey, after all, wasn't as violently tyrannical as Conqueror's hockey. Further improvement at Apex Gold was possible but extremely hard, unlike Conqueror's hockey, which still held vast room for growth even at Apex Gold. To enter the final, championship round, in the one-piece power system, Haushaku coding was the true entry ticket. Rowen, at this moment, truly held that ticket. And his growth had only just begun. But the gains didn't stop there. Defeated Enel. Liberated Skypiea. Through the spiritual transmission channel with Monkey D. Luffy, obtained the essential drums of liberation, the power essential for Nika's awakening. A notification appeared. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/DragonnX. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Hashtag keep the chapters coming, support with power stones. Hashtag every 300 power stones equals bonus chapter. Chapter 110, bonus, Nika's awakening. Hacked upgrade. Thank you for 1,200 power stones, here's your bonus chapter. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. Rowen examined the feedback from the strongest trait system in his mind. This was it, that desire required for the Nika form to awaken. To awaken the Nika form, two desires must be fulfilled, the desire for absolute freedom, and the desire to grant freedom to all others. Hence the title, Warrior of Liberation. The unique, drum-like heartbeat of Nika, called the Drums of Liberation, also stemmed from this. The true, core desire for Nika's awakening was to grant freedom to everyone, liberation. By liberating others from their lack of freedom, one moved closer to Nika's awakening. In the original story, Luffy liberated many countries and countless people. Through these acts, Luffy's own desires increasingly aligned with those required for Nika's awakening. True freedom equals liberation. Rowen smiled. Such a desire resonated deeply with his own values, shaped by his past life on Earth. Through the spiritual transmission link established with Luffy via the strongest trait system, this desire for liberation was manifested and acquired by Rowen. This power was essential for Nika's awakening. Though it offered no direct benefit to Rowen himself at present. Rowen could transmit this desire for liberation directly into Luffy's being through their spiritual link. By directly manifesting this desire for liberation via the system, the infusion would be far more potent than Luffy's gradual, perception-based development in the original story. Meaning, Rowen could now accelerate Luffy's Nika form awakening, making it happen even faster than in the original story. Once awakened, Nika Luffy's combat prowess was absurdly exaggerated, calling it the strongest devil fruit was no overstatement. More importantly, after Nika form awakened, Rowen could also equip its power. And because Rowen was the one transmitting this desire for liberation, accelerating the awakening, equipping the Nika form wouldn't require the lengthy waiting period like his other equipped traits from Luffy. Through their spiritual transmission channel, it could be equipped instantly. It wouldn't be wrong to say that this Drums of Liberation desire power was now effectively Rowen's to bestow. The reason he hadn't acquired this desire for liberation after liberating Kokoyasi village or Alabasta was because only after his Conqueror's Haki reached Apex Gold could he fully control his spiritual power, allowing him to perfectly channel this desire into Luffy. If he couldn't transmit it, such a desire, misaligned with Rowen's own devil fruit powers, could have been detrimental. Now, the conditions were met, he could naturally acquire this desire for liberation. And liberating desire from defeating Morgan and freeing Shell's Town. Liberating desire from defeating Clown Buggy and freeing Orange Town. Liberating desire from defeating Arlong and freeing Kokoyasi village. Liberating desire from defeating Crocodile and freeing Alabasta. Conditions met. All above desires for liberation, their automatically formed spiritual knots, have been unraveled. Acquired, all of the above desires for liberation. Throughout their journey, all the desire for liberation from the numerous people and countries Rowen, Luffy, and the crew had freed, at this moment, were all acquired by Rowen. Because Rowen couldn't absorb this desire back then, the strongest trait system, much like Joy Boy storing his Conqueror's Haki within the ancient robot, had formed a knot with this desire, storing it away. Now that Rowen could channel this desire into Luffy, these knots automatically unraveled, and their power flowed into Rowen. Rowen looked intently at Luffy. The ridiculous power boost granted by strong devil fruits, Rowen had already experienced it with the Rumble Rumble fruit. And the Nika form, whose combat performance was even more exaggerated than Rumble Rumble, along with its bug-like power of imagination, once he acquired it, his own strength would undoubtedly receive another massive enhancement. Rowen. Why are you looking at me like that? Luffy shivered. He suddenly felt a chill. Luffy. Want to awaken your devil fruit? Rowen asked with a knowing smile. Luffy blinked. Then, along with everyone else, he gasped. Devil fruit, awakening. Everyone stared at Rowen and Luffy in shock. They had personally witnessed how terrifying an awakened top-tier devil fruit could be. Rowen's awakened rumble fruit was a true natural disaster. Once unleashed, it could trap an entire island in a perpetual thunderstorm, turning it into a forbidden zone for life. Such terrifying power truly seemed like a miracle. And Luffy's devil fruit, hailed by Rowen himself as the strongest, the human fruit, mythical Zoan, model, Nika. The only regrettable aspect was that this particular fruit was unique. Before awakening, unlike Rowen's rumble or flare fruits which possessed incredible power even unawakened, Luffy's Nika form could only fight using its rubbery body. Its combat performance was quite average among devil fruits. But now, Rowen had a way to awaken Luffy's Nika form. The strongest devil fruit. Thinking of Rowen's assessment of Luffy's fruit, everyone stared wide-eyed. Awakening. Rowen, you can awaken my fruit. Luffy asked, looking at Rowen with delighted surprise. I can accelerate the process, Rowen clarified, not making absolute promises. Even if the desired threshold was met, Luffy's current physique was still too weak, even handling gear 2nd and 3rd was a struggle, let alone the power of an awakened Nika form. To awaken, especially a mythical Zoan, the user's physique had to be up to par. That's still great. Shishishi, thanks, Rowen. Luffy grinned cheerfully. He was naturally optimistic and never expected to achieve everything at once. With Rowen's help, Luffy was already incredibly thrilled with his own rate of power increase. If not for Rowen broadening his horizons and helping him get stronger, his power would never have reached its current level. Only with strength could he achieve his dream of becoming king of the pirates. After Rowen opened his eyes to the true scale of power, Luffy understood his current strength was still far too weak. He had to get stronger to achieve his dream. And Rowen's dream also needed his strength. Luffy grinned, but his gaze towards Rowen held a serious resolve. Rowen was the first man to acknowledge his dream. His very first comrade. Throughout their journey, Rowen had contributed the most, even helping them awaken Haki. Luffy wasn't selfish, only dreaming of becoming Pirate King for himself. On his path to that dream, he also wanted to help all his comrades achieve their dreams. He wanted to contribute to Rowen's dream too. For that, he needed even greater strength to be of help to Rowen. Of course, Luffy would never say such things aloud. As he mentioned before, between him and his comrades, such words were unnecessary, they already shared a deep, unspoken understanding. That was true companionship. Well then, experience this properly, the desire that aligns with your devil fruit, required for awakening, Rowen stated. He naturally understood Luffy's thoughts. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were indispensable combatants on his own path to achieving his dreams. Their improvement was his improvement. To enter the final, championship round, the more high-end combat power on his side, the better. Rowen then channeled the desire for liberation into Luffy's body. VMM. Luffy closed his eyes, feeling the continuous stream of liberating desire flowing into him from Rowen. His understanding of freedom deepened profoundly. After a long while, Luffy finally opened his eyes. Rowen. This desire still needs to be digested, Luffy informed Rowen seriously, relaying his internal sensations. That's normal. Your current strength is still insufficient, Rowen replied with a smile. Luffy's power was still far from the awakening threshold. However, this desire for liberation inherently resonated with the Nika form within Luffy, so there was no risk of conflict. He just needed to slowly assimilate it. Sanji. I'm starving. Luffy suddenly yelled towards Sanji. Hey. Rowen fought so hard and isn't even saying he's hungry, yet you, Sanji retorted, veins popping on his forehead as he looked at the wailing Luffy. I don't know why. After digesting those desires, I'm suddenly super hungry. Luffy clutched his stomach, looking weak. Let me see. Rowen's observation haki spread out. Then, through the spiritual link with Luffy, he quickly reached a conclusion. The Nika form is truly monstrous. As expected of the strongest devil fruit, Rowen exhaled, filled with admiration. What's wrong? Zoro and Sanji, the crew's other two main fighters, looked towards Rowen. While digesting this desire, Luffy's physique is also rapidly strengthening. And his haki is rapidly improving as well, Rowen explained, somewhat astonished himself. The rubbery body of the human fruit, mythical Zoan, model, Nika, was merely its form. Its true essence represented accommodating everything, transforming everything. Haki could also be perfectly integrated into Nika's rubbery body. This meant, once Nika awakened, every punch and kick would automatically carry Nika's power, perfectly fused with Haushoku coating and armament haki. No wonder Nika Luffy's combat performance was so outrageously powerful. Correspondingly, during the awakening process, the desire for liberation not only brought him closer to the awakened state, but Luffy's haki and physique also rapidly improved as he neared Nika's full awakening. This level of hacking the power system was simply too exaggerated. And with Rowen's strongest trait system infusing Luffy with desire for liberation, it was like a hack within a hack. Eat this first, you glutton. This was supposed to be for Rowen. Sanji, realizing Luffy wasn't just messing around, quickly handed him a pirate lunchbox he had prepared for Rowen. Sanji knew Rowen was going to fight Enel, though confident in Rowen's strength. As a cook, he had prepared a lunchbox for Rowen just in case, to quickly restore his stamina if needed. Now, Luffy got to benefit. Shishishi. Itadakamasu. Luffy instantly brightened and began eating ravenously. But Rowen. The crew's food budget is running low again. We can't sell the gold from that arc, can we? Sanji asked, looking towards Rowen. Rowen had said the arc maxim had great strategic value. Even Nami, who loved gold most, wouldn't dare suggest dismantling it. Rowen, those 2 devil fruits you gave me could still sell for a lot, right? Nami raised her hand. Rowen ate a lot. For his sake, Nami was willing to part with the monetary value of those fruits. Mr. Rowen. Everyone. Is gold very valuable in the Blue Sea? The Shandian chieftain suddenly asked. Of course. It's the most valuable metal. Nami immediately replied. This golden bell cannot be given to you, it is the honor of our Shandora. However, look, the pillars supporting the golden bell, those can be yours, the Shandian chieftain declared, pointing towards the massive golden pillars with a smile. The other Shandians also smiled in agreement. Even Wiper nodded towards Rowen and his crew. Their gratitude towards Rowen was beyond words. The golden bell represented Shandian honor and couldn't be parted with, but giving the golden pillars supporting it to Rowen and his crew was a small token of their immense thanks. Nami, Vivi, Chopper, Usopp, even Sanji, and Zoro stared blankly at the 2 enormous golden pillars supporting the golden bell. This was. How much gold was that? We're rich. Yatta. We're rich. We're rich. Nami and Vivi shrieked excitedly, jumping up and down, hugging Rowen. Usopp and Chopper also cheered wildly. Sanji and Zoro grinned excitedly. Even Robin offered a bright smile. Gold was a pirate's romance. Thank you all, Rowen said, smiling warmly at the Shandian people. He genuinely liked them. It was because of them that his own strength had progressed so rapidly. Looking at the massive golden pillars, Rowen's eyes also held a hint of a smile. Gold wasn't just a pirate's romance. As someone from Earth, he had a particular fondness for it. These massive golden pillars, which Luffy and his crew missed out on in the original story due to leaving prematurely, now truly belonged to them. This gold would make them one of the wealthiest pirate crews on the seas. At least from now on, they wouldn't have to worry about money at all. You are too kind, the Shandian chieftain and the others smiled back. These things couldn't express even a fraction of the gratitude in their hearts. By the way, for your future training, I won't need to use Haushoku coding to hit you anymore. And Vivi, Robin, spiritual power can also be infused into you. Looks like I need to find 2 more candidates for Conqueror's Haki, Rowen chuckled. Previously, he could only transmit spiritual power by physically striking them with Haushoku coding because his own Conqueror's Haki hadn't reached Apex Gold, meaning he hadn't fully mastered control over spiritual power. Now, he could directly transmit it via the spiritual channels established with his comrades through the system. Rowen had no strange quirks about needing to beat up Zoro and the others. And this also meant Vivi and Robin could begin learning Haki. Time to hunt down 2 more Conqueror's Haki users. Vivi's eyes lit up with excitement. She yearned to help Rowen, Conqueror's Haki. Vivi certainly desired it. Robin also pressed her lips together, her beautiful eyes shining. As for Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, I'll try to infuse it more slowly. How much you can digest will be up to you, Rowen said, fondly patting Nami's head, then looking somewhat helplessly at Chopper and Usopp. Though he could perfectly infuse spiritual power, their inherently timid natures made it difficult for Nami, Chopper, and Usopp to assimilate it, even if they received it. How much they could improve depended entirely on themselves. But Rowen, if you use Haushoku coding on us, our physiques will also grow stronger, right? Zoro suddenly asked. Of course. You 3 have rather special physiques, Rowen nodded. Zoro had demonic physique, Sanji had his gradually awakening modified exoskeleton. Being struck by Haushoku coding could also accelerate their physical evolution. Then bring it on. Zoro and Sanji both grinned fiercely. Excellent. But before that, Rowen suddenly adopted his villain expression. Gulp. Gon Fall and the Shandians all swallowed hard. What is Mr. Rowen planning to do? Of course, we have a feast. You bastards. Rowen roared with laughter. Oh. The Straw Hat Pirates instantly erupted in joyous laughter as well. A pirate victory naturally called for a feast. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/DragonnX. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Hashtag keep the chapters coming, support with power stones. Hashtag every 300 power stones equals bonus chapter. Chapter 111, The True Great Treasure. As usual. Bonus chapter every 300 power stones. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. Once Gone Fall brought the accurate news back to Skypiea, the entire place erupted in joyous celebration. Though they had already learned of Enel's defeat from McKinley's letter, truly seeing their former, benevolent god return felt like awakening from a long nightmare. Many wept openly. During Enel's 6 years of violent rule, their lives weren't even human, they were merely Enel's playthings. Now, with Gone Fall and the other priests back, the Scipians finally had a pillar of strength to lean on. Upon learning from Gone Fall that Mr. Rowen and his crew, who had defeated Enel, were currently holding a victory feast on Upper Yard, many citizens of Skypiea felt conflicted. On one hand, they desperately wanted to see for themselves what kind of blue seaman could defeat Enel, who seemed omnipotent in their eyes. They also yearned to express their profound, inexpressible gratitude to Mr. Rowen. On the other hand, these people had endured Enel's violent rule for 6 long years, they knew firsthand how terrifying Enel's power was. The men who defeated such a being must be even stronger. To them, Enel's power was godlike. Facing Mr. Rowen, who surpassed Enel, naturally instilled an instinctive fear in those who had lived under tyranny for so long. Furthermore, they learned from Gone Fall that the Shandians, with whom they had waged war for 400 years, were also present at Mr. Rowen's feast. Previously on Skypiea, though many advocated for peace, a hawkish faction insisted on continuing the war with the Shandians. After 400 years, Upper Yard, the Verth, or land from the Blue Sea, had become an indispensable part of God's country, its resources made life on Skypiea more prosperous. But now, no one wanted to continue fighting the Shandians. After 6 years under Enel's violent rule, the people of Skypiea lived in constant fear, terrified of angering Enel and being smitten by lightning. Those 6 years had left them physically and mentally exhausted. Not a single person desired more war, they only yearned for a peaceful life. Thus, facing the Shandians now, they even felt some apprehension. However, a group of citizens very proactively set out for Upper Yard, the families of the former God's guards who had been forced by Enel to build the Ark Maxim. For 6 long years, they had yearned day and night to see their loved ones. Now, no matter the hardship, they wouldn't give up this chance. Soon, these citizens, following Gone Fall, arrived at Upper Yard. The moment they arrived, they were stunned. Drink. Drink it all up. Scipian specialty, big stew. Shishishi. Delicious. Numerous bonfires blazed, surrounded by Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, performing all sorts of bizarre, hilarious dances. Luffy, his appetite even larger now due to digesting the desire for liberation, had his mouth constantly stuffed with Sanji's cooking, which, combined with his ridiculous dances, sent everyone into fits of laughter. The Shandians performed their traditional Shandoran dances, their faces radiant with the joy of war's end. Even a pack of wolves had joined in, circling a bonfire, performing their own wolfish dances and howling at the sky. On the outskirts of the bonfire circles, an immense serpent, the one they called the Master of the Sky, was actually smiling, as much as a serpent could, its massive body swaying rhythmically, as if dancing too. Their loved ones, the former God's guards, though covered in bandages, also energetically joined the festivities around the bonfires, their faces beaming with happiness. Gone Fall. Come on. The party started. Rowen called out, seeing Gone Fall return with the Scipians, raising his cup in a toast, laughing heartily. After the feast began, the pack of dancing wolves, who had encountered Luffy's group in the original story, were drawn by the aroma of food. Dancing wolves, a rare sight indeed. Rowen, with a grand gesture, had Chopper, who could speak to animals, invite them to join. The process was smooth, there was no initial standoffishness from the wolf leader like in the original story. Through Chopper, Rowen learned this wolf leader had coincidentally been nearby when Rowen defeated Enel, witnessing his power firsthand. The wolf leader now looked at Rowen with immense reverence, leading his pack in a unique wolf dance to express their admiration for such a powerful being. Rowen watched the dancing wolves, laughing heartily. And the giant serpent, the Master of the Sky, who had ancient ties to Noland and Kalgara the Great Warrior, was also drawn by the festivities. Hearing the golden bell of Shandora ring, a long-held wish of the serpent's was also fulfilled, and it cried out joyously towards the sky. The serpent, having witnessed Rowen ring the bell, and possessing considerable intelligence, understood Rowen had helped Noland and Kalgara fulfill their 400-year promise, and thus, willingly joined the feast. The party here had now become a joyous, raucous gathering of Rowen's crew, Shandians, God's guards, dancing wolves, and the Master of the Sky, a lively feast of different peoples and different species. Beside Rowen, Nami and Vivi watched him with smiling eyes, attentively refilling his cup and offering him food. Even Robin sat nearby, a gentle smile on her face. Mr. Rowen, Gone Fall, seeing the lively feast, also smiled from the bottom of his heart. Such a sight, hadn't been seen in 400 years. Mr. Rowen. The Scipians, who had rushed to reunite with their families upon seeing them, many weeping with joy, now turned their attention towards the men gone fall addressed. The one who defeated the invincible Enel, Mr. Rowen. Mr. Just call me Rowen. Come on, join the party. Rowen called out, laughing towards the Scipian newcomers. The Scipians hesitated, looking somewhat bewildered. This handsome young man was Mr. Rowen. Shishishi. Rowen's right. Let's party. This is a pirate feast. Watch this. Luffy activated his rubber powers, stretching his mouth and nose to absurd lengths, then stuck a giant tree branch through them. Goma Goma no. Chopstick dance, Max. Luffy's appearance left everyone stunned for a moment. Then. Ha 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 ha. Amazing. How can he stretch his face like that? Is that a devil fruit power? Suji. Laughter erupted all around. Rowen's crew, the Shandians, the Scipians, even the dancing wolves and the Master of the Sky, all laughed until tears streamed down their faces at Luffy's antics. Encouraged by the laughter, Luffy danced even more wildly, performing his bizarre chopstick dance. Usopp and Chopper, seeing this, though lacking rubber powers, immediately joined in. The nostril chopstick trio clowned around exuberantly by the bonfire, bringing the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Swept up in the joyous mood, the Scipians quickly joined the celebration, their faces soon also lit with genuine, happy smiles. Well. Wiper. The Shandian chieftain looked at Wiper, who sat somewhat silently, holding a cup of wine. See. No one wants war anymore, the chieftain said, looking out at the joyful bonfire feast, a heartfelt smile on his own face. We Shandians are born for battle, Wiper muttered, still struggling to reconcile his lifelong beliefs. Clink. Wiper looked up, startled, as Rowen approached and clinked his cup against his. Baka, idiot. On such a happy day, how can you wear such a gloomy face? Drink up. Rowen laughed, then snatched Wiper's cup and began pouring the wine straight into Wiper's mouth. Not satisfied, he grabbed an entire barrel of wine and unceremoniously dumped it over Wiper's head. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the drenched, sputtering Wiper, Isa, who had been very afraid of him earlier, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Wiper's comrades, the Shandian warriors, also roared with laughter. They had never seen Wiper like this, utterly bewildered, soaked to the bone with wine. Wiper's expression darkened. Isa instantly yelped, hiding behind Riki. The Shandian warriors also quieted, looking at Wiper uncertainly. But the next moment. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Wiper drained the remaining mouthful of ale in his cup, mostly what had streamed down his hair and face from Rowen's dousing, then threw his head back and roared with laughter. I must look ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Wiper looked at his comrades and laughed, tears of mirth streaming down his face. As a descendant of Kalgara the great warrior, he had never been so humiliated, doused with wine like a common drunkard. But seeing his comrades, seeing Isa, laughing so genuinely, Wiper felt no shame, only an overwhelming sense of joy. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Wiper finally laugh, all the Shandians roared with laughter too. See. A pirate feast is all about laughing. You bastard. Rowen declared, laughing heartily at Wiper. Shishishi. Wiper. You try this too. Luffy yelled, gesturing towards his nostril chopsticks. Idiot. As if I'd do something like that. Wiper retorted angrily. Ha ha ha. Wiper. You're pretty good. How'd you get such a big branch up your nose? Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. Wiper, you. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Wiper now enthusiastically joining Luffy and Usopp in the nostril chopstick dance, the Shandians laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Some even pounded the ground in hysterics. Isa, who had been so afraid of Wiper, and Riki, who had been wary of his previous disregard for his comrades' lives, looked at each other and also burst into laughter, tears of joy in their eyes. They had never seen Wiper like this before. Pretty good, Wiper. Luffy grinned at him. Humph. Wiper snorted dismissively, but combined with his ridiculous nostril chopstick-adorned face, it only made everyone laugh even harder. The Scipians watching from afar first stared incredulously, then also joined in the laughter. Wiper, the strongest Shandian warrior, who, before Enel's reign, had clashed most frequently with their god's guard, known as the Berserker for his ferocity in battle, it was hard to believe this man, soaked in wine and performing a comical chopstick dance, was that same fearsome warrior. Hearing the crowd's laughter, seeing his comrades doubled over, seeing Isa no longer afraid of him, Wiper's face also broke into a genuine smile. Doing this. Guess Rowen's wine really did mess with my head. The sound of his comrades laughing like this, how long had it been since he heard it? Or perhaps, Had he ever heard it before? After all, they had been born into a state of perpetual war. Such unrestrained joy. Truly felt like a first. Well done, Wiper, Rowen said, laughing as Wiper finally stepped down from his performance. It was just your wine messing with my head, Wiper grumbled, though a faint blush crept up his neck. He had acted on impulse, and now felt a bit embarrassed. But it feels pretty good, right? Rowen laughed. Yeah, Wiper admitted, smiling. If you want to fight, there will be opportunities. You Shandians are our natural allies, Rowen stated, looking at Wiper with a meaningful smile. Wiper and the Shandian elites instantly focused their attention on Rowen. Have you forgotten? What you guard is the poneglyph, Rowen reminded them. Meaning? 800 years ago, their ancestors also fought against the world government. Robin interjected, stepping forward. The poneglyph at the base of the golden bell, and Roger's inscription in the ancient script, Robin had naturally seen them. Rowen had already told her this information, so while Robin and the Shandian chieftain were still deeply moved, it wasn't as shocking as it would have been in the original story. It merely further validated Rowen's words. Exactly. We are destined to clash with the world government. And you, Rowen looked towards Wiper and the others. Even sacrificing our lives would not be enough to repay your great kindness. Besides, it is our ancestors' will. Wiper and the Shandian elites declared solemnly, performing the traditional Shandian warrior's salute to Rowen. It signified an oath of allegiance, to follow him even unto death. Ha ha ha. Then I'll teach you hockey in due time, Rowen laughed heartily, looking at Wiper and the others. The foundation for his grand fleet could begin forming now. To take down the world government, the more combat power on his side, the better, and the Shandians, chosen as guardians by the world government's ancient enemies, their potential was worth training. Teaching them hockey could create a formidable fighting force. But for today, let's just sing, drink, and dance, Rowen declared, gesturing towards the bonfires with a wide grin. Oh. As news spread from the returning Scipians, more and more Scipians flocked to Upper Yard. Eventually, everyone joined in, creating an unprecedented feast. Rowen now danced by a bonfire with Nami and Vivi, a wide, contented smile on his face. Rowen, you seem very happy, Nami and Vivi commented, noticing their beloved's mood, their eyes filled with affection. Nearby, Robin, though not dancing, watched Rowen's every move, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Yeah, Rowen replied, listening to the joyous laughter, watching the unprecedented feast, and smiled. Amidst this joyous laughter, Rowen, who had personally infused the desire for liberation into Luffy, could clearly sense Luffy's assimilation of that desire accelerating. Sun god Nika, the legendary warrior of liberation, was also a symbol of laughter. Legend said wherever Nika went, everyone would laugh. With this feast underway, as the sounds of joy and laughter increased, Luffy's digestion of the desire for liberation also sped up. Especially with the joining of different peoples, Shandians, Scipians, and different races, the Dancing Wolves, the Master of the Sky Serpent, this assimilation rate became astonishing. Different races, different peoples, feasting together, laughing together. Rowen stood at the heart of this celebration, looking at Nami and Vivi, their beautiful faces illuminated by the bonfire light. Nearby, Robin slowly approached, coming to stand beside him. Rowen smiled, a genuine, heartfelt smile. One Piece definitely exists. Because this is the true great treasure, Rowen declared, laughing freely. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/DragonnX. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Hashtag keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. Hashtag every 300 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. Chapter 112, bonus, the Klabotterman. See you soon, Akiji. Thank you for 1,500 Power Stones, here's your bonus chapter. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. The unprecedented bonfire feast raged from night into day, then from day back into night. Joyful laughter echoed ceaselessly until everyone, every race present, was utterly exhausted. As the bonfires slowly died down, the grand celebration gradually drew to a close. Nami and Vivi lay peacefully on either side of Rowen's chest, their beautiful faces adorned with blissful, contented smiles. Robin too had fallen asleep, her head uncharacteristically resting on Rowen's lap, her hands subconsciously clutching his torso, a position that clearly brought her immense comfort and security. Rowen opened his eyes, shaking his slightly aching head, then smiled fondly at the two lovely sleeping faces beside him and Robin clinging to his leg. This epic party, even he had had a bit too much to drink. The subsequent headache wasn't pleasant, but the joy of the drinking itself was unforgettable. Rowen carefully extracted his now numb arm from beneath Nami and Vivi's heads, shaking it out. Looking at Robin, sleeping so peacefully with a serene smile, still hugging his leg, Rowen found her unexpectedly adorable. He smiled and playfully poked her cheek. Robin frowned slightly, like a little girl whose dreams were disturbed, and slowly opened her eyes. Good morning, Rowen greeted her with a smile. Robin looked at Rowen, then at her current position, and her face instantly flushed crimson. But her hand subconsciously tightened their grip on Rowen, reluctant to let go. She had slept so soundly, so peacefully, more peacefully than at any time since the O'Hara incident. Since she was 8, witnessing the horror of O'Hara under the Buster Call, burdened with a 79 million berry bounty, she had endured countless betrayals and pursuits, even with her flower fruit. Never a truly restful night's sleep. But this sleep had been incredibly sweet, incredibly secure. In her dreams, there were no horrors of O'Hara, no pursuits, no nightmares of being captured by the world government. Only endless tranquility and sweetness. And it was all because she was leaning on Rowen. Robin cherished this feeling, reluctant to let it go. Rowen. Robin. Good morning, Nami, and Vivi stirred awake. Nami blinked, looking at Rowen, then at Robin still clinging to his leg. Ah. Like a startled rabbit, Robin instantly let go of Rowen. Seeing Robin like this, Nami and Vivi stared, momentarily stunned. Especially Vivi. Miss All Sunday, who always seemed so enigmatic and unreadable in Vivi's eyes, was now acting like a little girl. Robin looked at Nami and Vivi, wanting to say something but unsure where to begin. But just then. Shoo. Rowen placed a finger to his lips, his expression mysterious. Thump. Thump. The clear sound of a wooden mallet striking, amplified by his rumble fruit-enhanced observation hockey, reached Rowen's ears. Rowen. Nami, Vivi, and even Robin looked at Rowen, confused. They didn't possess his enhanced hockey. Follow me, Rowen said, standing up and walking towards the slightly misty white sea. Aboard the Going Merry, shrouded in light mist. A figure in a raincoat, wielding a wooden mallet, was diligently repairing the ship. Under its ministrations, the wings that had been attached for their ascent to Skypiea vanished, and the Merry gradually returned to her original form, the way she looked when Kaya gifted her to them. That's. Nami stared incredulously at the figure. The Cloboterman. It's Mary's spirit, Rowen murmured, looking at the figure in the raincoat, a wave of emotion washing over him. The ship's spirit, whose appearance brought tears to countless One Piece fans in the original story, had finally manifested. More importantly, this spirit was born from the ship Kaya had given them. Thinking of that beautiful lady from Syrup Village, a gentle smile touched Rowen's lips. The day I fulfill my promise and return to take Kaya to sea is not far off. Rowen's eyes gleamed. Nami, Vivi, and even Robin pressed their lips together, watching the figure in the mist diligently repairing their ship, the Going Merry. This legendary spirit, said to only appear on ships deeply loved and cared for by their crew, had been born on their ship. Merry, Rowen called out softly. Rowen. And Nami. Vivi. Robin. Merry looked towards them, speaking somewhat haltingly, but accurately naming each of them. Hearing her name, Robin covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. The ship's spirit remembered her name. Did even Merry acknowledge her, as a true member of this crew? In that moment, Robin felt the darkness in her heart, which Rowen had slowly been dispelling, recede even further. You've only just been born, you probably can't talk much yet, can you, Merry? Rowen asked with a kind smile. Merry nodded, smiling back. I can't appear, where there are many people. Merry spoke in broken sentences, but Rowen understood. As a somewhat ethereal ship spirit, she arguably didn't exist in the same plane as humans. This was likely why Clobotermans always appeared amidst mist. Don't worry. I'll figure something out, Rowen stated seriously. So what if they weren't the same species? After dealing with the world government, they would definitely have an unprecedented feast, a final feast, and Merry would absolutely be there. With the strongest trait system, Rowen was certain he could make it happen. Thank you, Rowen. Without your ability. I would have been hurt much worse, Merry's voice was filled with a cheerful lilt. Unfortunately, none of us are shipwrights, we can't properly modify you. Don't worry, when we reach the next island, we'll definitely find the best shipwright to make you even stronger. Rowen promised earnestly. After acquiring the munch fruit, Rowen had made some minor reinforcements to the Merry, focusing primarily on strengthening the wood of her keel. But Rowen wasn't a shipwright, he knew little about ship modification. Carelessly using the munch fruit for major alterations could lead to unforeseen problems. So, Rowen had been very restrained, only focusing on the keel. Merry nodded, smiling. She too wished to accompany Rowen and the others on their voyages for much longer. But on the Grand Line, her hull was inherently ill-suited for such demanding conditions. If not for Rowen using his munch fruit to strengthen her somewhat, she might already be struggling to sail. I have to go now, Mary said, looking at the gradually dissipating mist with a smile. See you next time, Mary, Rowen replied, smiling. As the mist cleared, Mary's figure vanished, leaving only the going Mary, now restored to her original appearance. Incredible. Mary, Nami smiled softly. Vivi and Robin also smiled. All right, let's get ready. Time to leave this place. Nami, how's the log pose? Rowen asked. All set. Nami held up her wrist. The log pose needle was now pointing downwards, towards the next island, in the blue sea. Let's go, Rowen commanded. Only in Water 7 could the Mary be properly modified and repaired. Nami, Vivi, and even Robin, buoyed by Mary's appearance, eagerly anticipated their next journey. When Rowen told Luffy and the others about Mary's appearance, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper immediately started yelling, clamoring to see her. But the newly born ship spirit couldn't manifest without mist. A single sharp look from Rowen quickly silenced them. However, Luffy and the others were now incredibly excited for their next stop, all shouting about finding the best shipwright to upgrade Mary. With so much gold, their crew was very wealthy. Next came preparations for leaving Skypiea. Nami's Climatact had already been upgraded to a sorcery Climatact. With the Munch Munch Fruit's ability and the assistance of the Scythians, Usopp found many dials perfectly suited for it. Leveraging Usopp's inventor trait, the thunderclouds created by the awakened Rumble Rumble fruit were successfully integrated into the sorcery Climatact. Because Rowen himself used the Munch Munch fruit for the process, the normally violent thunderclouds became remarkably docile, like Zeus, and were smoothly incorporated. Now, Nami just needed to continuously practice using her new weapon. Rowen also conducted hockey training for Wiper and the other elite Shandian warriors. Since they were now allies, Rowen could naturally use their spiritual link channel to infuse them with spiritual power. Wiper successfully awakened Armament Hockey and Observation Hockey. Kamakiri, Braham, and Genbo awakened only Armament Hockey. Observation Hockey was generally harder to awaken. Riki, surprisingly, like Usopp in the original story, awakened only Observation Hockey. Rowen didn't completely give up on the Shandians who hadn't awakened Hockey. Instead, like Joy Boy 800 years ago, he tied a knot of his own spiritual power, storing it within the statue of Kalgara the Great Warrior, one of Shandora's landmarks. Thanks to the system, the spiritual knot was even more better than Joy Boy's. Joy Boy's knot, once untied, released all its Hockey at once. But Wiper and the others could gradually untie Rowen's knot, drawing out portions of the stored spiritual power as needed. Whether to enhance their own spiritual strength or to help other physically qualified Shandian warriors awaken Hockey, it was very convenient. And because a link was established, Rowen could replenish the spiritual power in the knot at any time via the system, without needing to physically return. Now, Wiper and the other elites just needed to train the rest of the Shandian warriors. The Shandians possessed formidable physiques. With Rowen's help, before the final war, they would become a force not to be underestimated in Rowen's arsenal. Rowen also equipped the physique traits from Wiper and the others, but the gains were minimal. After his own physique reached apex gold, these lower-tier physique traits offered little improvement. To achieve significant further physical enhancement, besides slow, diligent training, Rowen would need to plunder high-tier traits from truly powerful individuals. During this period, Rowen and his crew also enjoyed the unique sights and culture of Skypiea, its distinctive food and fruits, its unique architecture. The beautiful, dreamlike Sky Island, freed from Enel's tyrannical rule, had regained its original splendor, much to the delight of Luffy and the others, who exclaimed in awe constantly. Rowen, accompanying Nami, Vivi, and Robin, watching their happy smiles as they experienced the beautiful sights, also smiled. Girls, after all, love beautiful things. Rowen enjoyed it too, experiencing the unique charm of this land 10,000 meters above the sea. A truly magical experience. Before leaving, one final preparation was needed, storing the Arc Maxim and the giant golden pillars. The Going Merry certainly couldn't carry these colossal objects. Fortunately, Rowen had the Munch Munch fruit. Combining it with his Smoke fruit, he could consume both massive items and then store them as wisps of smoke. Since this was an inherent ability of the Munch Munch fruit, the continuous stamina drain was minimal, negligible for Rowen's current apex gold physique. He could store them easily. The synergistic use of multiple devil fruit abilities was truly miraculous and convenient, making Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, the Curiosity Trio, gape in awe, loudly praising Rowen's awesomeness. All preparations complete, the Going Merry set sail once more. Thank you, truly, thank you. As the Merry weighed anchor and sailed towards the cloud end, Shandians, Angel Island citizens, the dancing wolves, even the Master of the Sky, all came to see them off. A countless crowd chased after the Merry, their faces filled with profound gratitude, escorting the ship on its departure. After the unprecedented bonfire feast, the Shandians and Angel Islanders reached a consensus. Gonfall would resume his role as leader, guiding them towards a better life. Upper Yard would become a shared land for both Shandians and Angel Islanders. The 400-year war finally, truly, ended. Their gratitude towards Rowen and his crew was beyond words. They could only express a fraction of it through this heartfelt farewell. Goodbye. We'll definitely meet again. Luffy grinned, waving enthusiastically at the crowd. The others also smiled, looking at the people whose faces were now filled with joy, free from war. Rowen smiled, watching the crowd escorting the Mary. This feeling was very good. Rowen. Wiper's shout made Rowen and the others look back. We will become stronger. When you need us, use the power stored in Calgara's statue to let us know. No matter where you are, we will come. And fight for you. Wiper yelled, raising his right hand, his expression fiercely determined. Behind him, the Shandian warriors all raised their right hands, their faces equally resolute. I look forward to your growth, Rowen laughed heartily. Then, amidst the farewells of the Shandians, Angel Islanders, Dancing Wolves, and the Master of the Sky, a giant octopus balloon unfurled above the Going Merry, grasping the ship and slowly descending towards the blue sea. Riki. Isa blinked, looking at Riki, who lingered, unwilling to leave. Let's go. I need to train, Riki said, taking a deep breath, her eyes shining with determination. She deeply admired Rowen, but knew with her current strength, she would only be a burden. Fortunately, she still had a chance to contribute to Rowen's cause. Before that, she had to train relentlessly. Isa, tell me again, about the feeling of observation hockey. Splash. With the help of the octopus balloon, the Going Merry landed safely back on the blue sea. We're back. The SEA. The crew cheered, looking around at the familiar sights and sounds, all smiling. Rowen took a deep breath, a crimson-black light flaring in his eyes. See you soon, Akiji. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/DragonnX. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Hashtag keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. Hashtag every 300 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. Chapter 113, Human Fruit Awakened. Rowen the Ultimate Human. As usual. Bonus chapter every 300 Power Stones. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. Splash. Rowen dived into the sea, feeling the familiar embrace of the ocean's energy. Crimson-black light flashed intensely in his eyes, a look of profound contentment on his face. Though Skypiea also contained sea energy particles, the sea stone particles carried skyward by air currents, forming the Sky Islands, compared to the true ocean, that energy was incredibly dilute. After acquiring the Born of the Sea, Apex Gold, trait, Rowen had truly become the sea's favored child. Enveloped by the ocean's energy, it felt like being in the most comfortable cradle imaginable, filling him with boundless confidence and power. While Rowen's adaptability allowed him to function comfortably even in Skypiea's environment, being immersed in the energy-rich ocean was still the most pleasant. And that wasn't all. The recovery speed of my spiritual power has increased. The deep crimson-black light in Rowen's eyes pulsed. The Born of the Sea trait, allowing him to become the sea's favorite, directly harnessing its energy to continuously strengthen his spiritual power and, consequently, his haki, had evolved further after his Conqueror's haki reached the Apex Gold tier and he fully mastered its use. It now drastically accelerated the recovery rate of his spiritual power during combat. By drawing upon the ubiquitous sea energy particles in the atmosphere, he could regenerate his spiritual power, and thus, his haki reserves. Conqueror's haki, as the most violent and tyrannical power on these seas, naturally possessed absolute top-tier destructive force. A full-power Haushoku coating strike could instantly defeat Yonko commander-level fighters, who often couldn't even withstand a single blow. But correspondingly, its consumption of both spiritual power and physical stamina was immense. Rowen's Conqueror's haki, having only just reached the Apex Gold tier, lacked the sheer depth and resilience of veteran emperors like Kaido or Shanks. For short bursts, relying on his awakened Rumble fruit and full-power Haushoku coating, Rowen was confident he could fight on equal footing with anyone. But once his Conqueror's haki was depleted, he would face a situation similar to Nika Luffy on Egghead in the original story. While he wouldn't become as shriveled and exhausted as Nika Luffy, losing the power of Haushoku coating would still leave him vulnerable against the absolute strongest opponents. Haki was the manifestation of spiritual power. Recovering spiritual power and haki required complete stillness, deep sleep. In the original story, when Luffy exhausted his haki, he had to rely on Zoro to buy him time to recover, leaving him completely defenseless. Rowen disliked leaving his fate to chance, and currently, Zoro and Luffy were far from strong enough to hold off peak-tier opponents for him. But now, this problem was significantly mitigated. During combat, the Born of the Sea trait could also utilize atmospheric sea energy particles to recover spiritual power and haki. After his Conqueror's haki reached Apex Gold, this trait had become even more potent. Stamina-wise, his awakened rumble fruit enhanced his combat stamina recovery. Spiritual power-wise, Born of the Sea enhanced his combat spiritual power and hockey recovery. Rowen's endurance and sustained combat capability had massively improved. This gave Rowen even greater confidence for his upcoming confrontation with Akiji. A fierce crimson-black light flashed in Rowen's eyes. This battle, Rowen would, of course, give it his all. He had now officially obtained his ticket to the championship round, becoming one of the true peak powerhouses on these seas. With such strength, he naturally needed a whetstone to further hone his combat skills. Akiji was the perfect opponent. Akiji was undeniably incredibly strong, one of the sea's pinnacle fighters. But his strength was still a notch below the absolute top tier like Akainu, Shanks, or Kaido. This made him an ideal opponent for Rowen's current level. Furthermore, Akiji was one of the primary sources of Robin's deepest psychological trauma. Though Robin's fears had lessened considerably thanks to Rowen's strength and the knowledge he imparted, without witnessing firsthand Rowen confronting Akiji, that shadow would always remain a significant hidden vulnerability. On Skypiea, Rowen had also tried to help Robin awaken hockey, but without success. The existence of that psychological trauma was a major inhibiting factor. Rowen was determined to help Robin completely shatter that psychological barrier. Whoosh! Rowen finished his daily ocean swim and training, bursting out from the sea. After his physique and hockey all reached apex gold, combined with Born of the Sea, Rowen could dive to extreme depths, using the immense water pressure to train his physique. Rowen. Seeing him step onto the deck, Vivi and Nami quickly offered him towels they had prepared. Rowen took a towel, wiping the seawater from his body. Though he could instantly vaporize the water by transforming into a flame human with his flare fruit ability, the towels, carrying the unique, delicate scents of the two women, clearly hand-washed by Vivi and Nami themselves, Rowen rather enjoyed this. We should be reaching the next island soon. I wonder if there will be a shipwright there, Nami and Vivi commented, smiling as they watched Rowen use their towels. A shipwright, we'll have to wait until the island after the next one for that, Rowen replied with a smile, not bothering to be mysterious. The next island after Skypiea was Long Land, an island with unique geography and many bizarrely elongated creatures. The main event there in the original story was the Davy Back fight against the Foxy Pirates. A game where losers were stripped of comrades, pride, and even their Jolly Roger, losing everything precious to a pirate. Rowen had no interest in such games. Back in the East Blue, when he defeated Krieg, Rowen had already dismissed such childish games as a pathetic way to talk about losing everything. His observation hockey, amplified by the rumble fruit, spread out across the sea. In a shadowy cove nearby, a pirate ship, its Jolly Roger a skull with a conspicuous red nose, was scouting for its next game target. The Foxy Pirates, specializing in using the Davy Back fight to steal crewmates and flags from other pirate crews. Ugh. Captain. You're not seriously thinking of targeting that ship, are you? Did you even see their flag? Portia, the Foxy Pirates' navigator and cheerleader, whined in her distinctively cloying voice, her eyes filled with fear. Fee-fay-fa-fay. The Straw Hat Pirates. Captain is Straw Hat Luffy, 300 million berry bounty. They have over 4 members with bounties exceeding 100 million. More importantly, they have that man, hailed as the most vicious super great pirate on the seas today, Sky Sovereign Rowen, bounty 1,135 million berry. If we try to mess with a super great pirate like that, we'll be wiped out instantly. Hamburg, a Foxy Pirates combatant, snickered nervously, habitually covering his mouth, though his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Don't be ridiculous. A super great pirate of that caliber, and you want to play games with him. Even if we're shamed and have to quit being pirates, we're not suicidal. I'm abandoning ship. You can spread whatever rumors you want about us not following the rules of the sea. The pirates Foxy had won through previous Davy Back fights instantly erupted in panic. What kind of sick joke was this? That was the most vicious, evil pirate on the seas, killer of a warlord, bounty over 1.1 billion. Some were even comparing him to the 4 emperors who ruled the New World. Playing a Davy Back fight with a monster like that. Angering him meant certain, unknowable death. They had only joined Foxy's crew because of the sea's unspoken rule. Losers of a Davy Back fight who didn't honor the agreement became absolute laughingstocks, an unacceptable fate for a pirate. But compared to their lives, that hardly mattered. If they died, everything was lost. Facing Sky Sovereign Rowen, the 1.1 billion berry pirate, screw the rules of the SEA. Bastards. So what if his bounty is over 1.1 billion? Everyone on these seas must abide by the rules of the Davy Back fight. Otherwise, they'll be the laughingstock of the entire ocean. If we can get that super great pirate to join our crew, think about it, everyone. That legendary great treasure, One Piece. We'll have a chance to claim it. When it comes to understanding the Davy Back fight, even that great pirate can't compare to me. Foxy, captain of the Foxy Pirates and user of the slow fruit, declared, a mad glint in his eyes. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could just acquire this 1.1 billion berry pirate, he could use that super pirate's strength to chase the ultimate treasure, One Piece. There wouldn't be another chance like this. Foxy was confident no one knew the Davy back fight better than him, it was how he survived. He too had ambitions. But the next moment. VMM. Boom. Tyrannical crimson-black lightning erupted violently in the sky above the Foxy Pirates. The entire Foxy crew stared up in horror, then their eyes rolled white, and they collapsed unconscious. Conqueror's Haki. Foxy Pirates, annihilated. Plunder. Whoosh. Foxy's slow fruit ability manifested as a stream of purple light, merging into Rowen's body. The Paramecia slow fruit, while decent, had many weaknesses. It could only be fired as a light beam via a specific hand gesture and was useless against anything that emitted light. Meaning ineffective against the glint or rumble fruits. Strong Haki users could also shatter its effects. The unawakened slow fruit was of little use to Rowen. Its contained physique energy was also negligible for Rowen now. But for a clown like Foxy, who constantly stole others' comrades through games and delusionally thought he could use Rowen to plunder One Piece, Rowen would let him taste what it felt like to have everything stolen. This was true plundering. Rowen, did you just use Haki? Luffy asked curiously. It's nothing. Just some insignificant, delusional small-timer, Rowen replied calmly. Rowen. That line had such a super great pirate vibe. So cool. Chopper exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Before me, Captain Usopp, you are but a small fry. Jai hee hee. Usopp mimicked Rowen, though his attempt lacked Rowen's powerful aura, looking rather comical. You're not doing it right at all, Usopp. Watch me. Luffy, inspired, joined Usopp and Chopper in their antics. What a convenient ability, the rumble fruit's amplification of observation Haki. Zoro and Sanji commented admiringly. They hadn't sensed Foxy's presence at all. Such long-range takedowns were indeed impressive. Alright, let's go check out this island, Rowen stated with a calm smile. Akiji wasn't on this island. That man was waiting for them on an uninhabited island just before Water 7. Trait acquired, route, location of Akiji. The route had already appeared in Rowen's mind, they didn't even need to wait for Long Land's log post to set. Rowen and the crew stepped onto Long Land. The animals here were indeed bizarre, every creature's body was unnaturally elongated. Chopper, however, was delighted. Having always felt self-conscious about his blue nose, seeing these equally different animals made him incredibly happy. Having fun, Chopper? Rowen asked, placing Chopper on his shoulder, smiling as he gently petted Chopper's smooth fur. Chopper was too adorable. Rowen. The sea really is so vast. Chopper purred, nuzzling against Rowen, his eyes closing into happy crescents. Sailing with Rowen and the others was the best. On this vast sea, he wasn't an outcast. More importantly, he had Rowen and the others, his precious comrades. Human fruit equipping complete. On Skypiea, that grand feast, the joining of the dancing wolves and the master of the sky, had brought the human fruits equipping process to its final stages. Now, at this moment, it completed. Chopper. I've obtained your power too, Rowen murmured, a keen light flashing in his eyes. Rowen, you got the human fruit's power. The others instantly looked at Rowen, their eyes shining with curiosity. This power, which Rowen called the ultimate human, they were incredibly intrigued. Ah. This devil fruit's power is truly remarkable, Rowen commented, a spark of profound wisdom glinting in his eyes. An. Physique meets awakening conditions. Desire meets awakening conditions. Human fruit, awakened. The human fruit contained the desire to be human. Rowen, having transmigrated from Earth, could be said to have lived 2 lives as a human. That desire was already more than fulfilled. Under the effect of the strongest trait system, the human fruit, awakened. VMM. Rowen tore off his upper shirt. Under the stunned gazes of the crew, Rowen's body began to expand. In an instant, he transformed into a giant, even larger than Dory and Broggy. And behind him, coiled the distinctive flame clouds unique to awakened Zoan devil fruit users. Rowen clenched his fists, feeling the surging new power within him, his eyes blazing with keen light. Strength, skin durability, jumping power, endurance, all aspects of human physical capability, massively enhanced. His physique energy, having acquired this awakened devil fruit, also received a massive boost. More importantly, humanity's most crucial attribute, intelligence, was also vastly enhanced. Rowen had become the ultimate human. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/DragonnX Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Hashtag keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. Hashtag every 300 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. Chapter 114, 114, bonus, encounter. The world government's strongest combatant. Thank you for 1,800 Power Stones, here's your bonus chapter. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. Suji. Luffy and Usopp roared, staring at Rowen, who had transformed into a colossal giant. Giant. Super giant. So awesome, Rowen. Usopp cheered, jumping up and down. After witnessing Dory and Broggy's honorable warrior battles on Little Garden, Usopp's dream of becoming a brave warrior of the sea had affirmed. One day, he too would be a man embodying warrior honor, journeying to the giant's village, Elbaf. Now, seeing Rowen as a super giant, Usopp was incredibly thrilled. Suji. Super Suji. Rowen, how does it feel? So cool. What's that flame cloud? Luffy, equally ecstatic, circled Rowen excitedly. Becoming a super giant was just too cool. Luffy had already developed Gear 3rd, allowing him to gigantify parts of his body, his most powerful move. Developing such a gigantification technique, based on his rubber body's properties, was partly influenced by Dory and Broggy on Little Garden. Luffy, too, deeply admired giants as symbols of warriors. Now, seeing Rowen as a super giant, Luffy was beyond excited. Especially that ribbon-like flame cloud coiling behind Rowen, combined with his super giant form, it looked unbelievably cool, making Luffy's eyes sparkle. Feels pretty good, Rowen replied with a smile. Awakened Zoan forms granted immense physical energy. Even for Rowen, whose physique had already reached apex gold, the enhancement was substantial. His physique energy doubled. Previously, Rowen's physique trait had just entered apex gold, at the 1 level. Now, after acquiring the awakened human fruit, his physique trait advanced to the 2 level within apex gold. Zoan devil fruits, while perhaps offering the least direct combat power increase among the 3 types, provided the greatest physique enhancement upon awakening. Born of the Sea, apex gold, activated. Armament Haki enhanced. His armament Haki, under the influence of the Born of the Sea trait, also grew stronger. Though it didn't double in power due to the inherent limits of armament Haki itself, it became significantly denser and more potent. After acquiring Haushoku coating, the relative importance of armament Haki had diminished somewhat for Rowen, especially since Born of the Sea allowed him to recover Conqueror's Haki during battle. However, once Luffy's Nika form awakened and Rowen equipped its power, things would change entirely. Nika's rubbery body merely resembled rubber, its true meaning was the ability to accommodate and reshape everything. The Nika form could perfectly fuse Haushoku coating, armament Haki, and devil fruit powers. Every punch, every kick, would carry the full might of Nika. This power level was inherently a tier above others. Add the bug-like power of imagination, and Nika Luffy's combat strength upon awakening became absurdly exaggerated. Calling it the strongest devil fruit was no overstatement. So, enhancing armament Haki would be greatly beneficial for Rowen in the future. And even now, it had its uses. While Born of the Sea could recover spiritual power, and thus Conqueror's Haki, in battle, full power Haushoku coating consumed immense spiritual energy, stronger armament Haki could provide a buffer, allowing time for Conqueror's Haki to recover. As for how to manage the timing, switching between armament Haki and Haushoku coating. The human fruit was the perfect tool for that. What set humans apart from other creatures, allowing them to become rulers of the world, was primarily the power of intellect, and the human fruit enhanced human intelligence. Upon awakening, this enhancement reached an even higher level. Rowen felt his mind clear, a brilliant light of wisdom shining in his eyes. With enhanced intellect, his thoughts became sharper, his brain processed information more efficiently, allowing for deeper levels of strategic thinking. Sengoku owed his title largely to the Buddha-like wisdom granted by his human fruit, mythical Zoan, model, Daibutsu. Relying on intellect and strategy alone, Sengoku was feared by many great pirates. Rowen, after awakening his human fruit, likewise gained the wisdom of an ultimate human. In combat, this manifested as the ability to rapidly analyze and identify an enemy's weaknesses. In the One Piece world, with its brutal survival of the fittest power system, true powerhouses were forged through countless horrific life-or-death battles. Their bodies often carried numerous injuries, many of them hidden, latent wounds. Like Whitebeard, hailed as the world's strongest man, in old age, his accumulated hidden injuries flared up, forcing him to rely on constant medical treatment, a shadow of his former peak self. Though in their prime, these hidden injuries remained dormant. But Rowen, as an ultimate human with awakened intellect, could swiftly pinpoint an enemy's most vulnerable points, and using the incomparably violent and destructive Haushoku coating to strike those hidden weak spots, one could only imagine the terrifying damage it would inflict. The power of the ultimate human, even for Rowen, already one of the peak powerhouses on these seas, provided a significant boost. And, the flame cloud did look pretty cool. Rowen smiled, looking at the distinctive flame cloud, hallmark of an awakened Zoan, coiling behind him. That flame cloud is the sign of an awakened Zoan devil fruit user, Rowen explained, answering Luffy's earlier unspoken question. Awakened. Rowen, your human fruit awakened too. Everyone stared wide-eyed. They had witnessed the scary power of an awakened devil fruit back on Skypiea. It symbolized a fruit reaching its peak state, unleashing its full potential. Before meeting Rowen, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp hadn't even seen a devil fruit, considering them mere legends. On the Grand Line, while ability users were more common, they were still rare. As for awakened users, if not for Rowen, they wouldn't even know devil fruits could awaken. So awakened Zoans get that flame cloud. What about my Nika form? Luffy, whose brain usually jumped erratically, now seemed to regain focus when it came to cool appearances. Of course. Mythical Zoans are still Zoans. Upon awakening, they also get a flame cloud. And the Nika form has a special white flame cloud. Plus, after awakening, the Nika form can also achieve gigantification, Rowen chuckled. So Luffy, you can become a giant too. Usopp cheered, hugging Luffy excitedly. Seeing his comrades look cool made Usopp genuinely happy. Shishishi. Sounds awesome. Luffy grinned. VMM. With a flash of light, Rowen reverted from his giant form back to normal. Thanks to the human fruit's power, even with gigantification, his clothes changed size accordingly, not tearing, just like Luffy and Chopper in the original story. After obtaining the awakened human fruit ability, Rowen's ultimate technique traits also updated. Ultimate Human, Haushoku Coating, Apex Gold. Ultimate Human, Thunder Gloves, Apex Gold. Ultimate Human, Flame Gloves, Apex Gold. Attacks in giant form received a massive power boost. Whether it was Luffy's pre-awakening gear 3rd/4th, or his post-awakening Nika gear 5th, his strongest ultimate moves always involved a gigantified fist. Gigantification naturally increased power through sheer mass. And Rowen, as an ultimate human, could push the human fruit's power to its absolute limit, maximizing his own strength and skin durability. Furthermore, a gigantified fist, due to its increased volume, could be infused with even more haki at once, though the consumption increased. As a finishing move, the payoff was immense. And Thunder Gloves was Rowen's technique of concentrating Rumble fruit power into his fists, combined with haki. Since Rumble was already awakened, and its offensive power inherently surpassed Flare, Thunder Gloves were a tier above Flame Gloves in destructive capability. The awakened human fruit upgraded Rowen's combat power once again. As for the human fruit's awakened power, Rowen looked towards Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy. Analyze. Rowen's eyes flashed with the energy of the human fruit. His brain, enhanced to its peak, processed information at incredible speed. Thwack. 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 Rowen's fingers darted out like lightning, poking Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji in specific spots on their bodies. Aff. So painful. Luffy shrieked, rolling on the ground. Zoro and Sanji also collapsed, gasping in pain, cold sweat drenching their faces. I didn't use much force. Those spots are where your hidden injuries lie, Rowen stated calmly. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji had all accumulated numerous hidden injuries since childhood. Luffy, from Garp's training and prematurely developing gear 2nd and 3rd, had many. Zoro, with his self-destructive training style, even with his demonic physique trait, some cellular damage had inevitably become hidden wounds. Sanji too, endured a tragic childhood, suffering many injuries while training his kicking techniques. Rowen then looked towards Chopper. As a fellow human fruit user, you should be familiar with this power, right, Chopper? Rowen asked with a smile. I can also analyze enemy weaknesses. But hidden injuries like these are harder to see, Chopper replied, quickly grabbing his medical tools and rushing to the trio's side. Once the latent injuries were aggravated, Chopper could diagnose them. Next, we'll properly condition your bodies, get you all into peak state. I'm counting on you, Dr. Chopper, Rowen smiled. Even if you call me Dr., it won't make me happy, you bastard. Chopper exclaimed, then immediately started doing his happy dance, even spinning on his head. He's delighted. Nami, Vivi, and Robin chuckled, watching Chopper. Chopper, I can infuse the desire for awakening of the human fruit into you. You just need to digest it, and you too can awaken, and gradually learn to control that giant form. Rowen said, placing Chopper on his shoulder with a smile. Rowen. You know. My giant form goes out of control. Chopper stared wide-eyed. He knew eating Rumble Balls allowed him to access 7 transformation points for his Zoan fruit. But eating 3 within 6 hours made him lose consciousness and transform into a rampaging giant monster. Earlier, watching Rowen's giant form, the reason Chopper hadn't joined Luffy and Usopp in their usual adventure trio excitement was because he remembered his own uncontrollable giant form. Of course. We're comrades. Don't worry, you'll master your giant form soon enough, Rowen reassured him, ruffling Chopper's fur. Chopper nodded firmly, tears welling up in his eyes. I'm gonna get stronger too. Oh. Chopper leaped off Rowen's shoulder, his entire body radiating fighting spirit. He too would contribute his strength for Rowen. After mastering the awakened power of the human fruit, Rowen and the crew continued exploring Long Land. They encountered Tunjit, the old man on stilts who missed the island's migration and was separated from his tribe, and helped rescue him, leading to a heartwarming reunion with his horse, Shelly, who had waited 10 years for him. After exploring most of the island, since Rowen already had their next course plotted, thanks to the system, they didn't need to wait for the log pose to set here. The Going Merry set sail once more. Under Rowen's command, the Merry arrived at an uninhabited island. Once the log pose sets here, the next island is Water 7. A city built on water, and more importantly, home to the world's best shipwrights, Rowen stated, looking at the uninhabited island with a smile. Yosha. Shipwrights. We can upgrade Merry. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper cheered, huddling together and performing their unique celebration dance. That's great, Merry. With all our gold, we can definitely give you the best upgrades using the finest materials. Nami gently stroked the Merry's main sail, a sweet smile on her face. When it came to upgrading Merry, Nami wouldn't be stingy with money. The others also smiled. The Going Merry was also their precious comrade. To prepare for the voyages ahead, of course, they had to give their comrade the most perfect upgrades. All right. While the log pose sets here, we can also replenish some supplies. More importantly, there's a very strong guy on this island, waiting for us, Rowen announced, an intense gleam of lightning flashing in his eyes. His rumble fruit amplified observation Haki had detected Akiji's presence here long ago. A very, very powerful presence. Before arriving, Rowen had already scanned the entire sea region at maximum range, confirming that, like the original story, only Akiji was present. After the Marie Joy's incident, if more Admiral-level threats had been lurking, Rowen would have adjusted his strategy accordingly for Nami and the others' safety. As for now, Rowen's eyes flashed with an astonishing crimson-black light as he stepped onto the island. A very strong guy. The others blinked, looking at Rowen with disbelief. For Rowen, at his current strength, to call someone very strong, just how powerful was this person? But seeing Rowen confidently step onto the island, the others naturally followed. Anyway, with Rowen around, his grasp of any situation had always been flawless. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, especially, looked eager, wanting to test the strength of this very strong guy, Rowen mentioned. Ararara. You've arrived, have you? Nico Robin. A lazy voice drawled. A tall figure lay sprawled on a wide, open grassy field, a man wearing a white suit vest over a dark blue shirt, a green eye mask pushed up onto his forehead, slowly removed the eye mask. The world government's strongest combatant. One of the 3 Marine Admirals. User of the ice fruit, Akiji. The moment Rowen and the others stepped onto the island, Akiji's observation Haki had detected Robin's presence. Akiji remembered Robin's presence from the O'Hara incident, he wouldn't forget it. Ararara. What a strong presence. Quite different from what the fleet admiral described. Sky Sovereign Rowen, Akiji commented, slowly rising to his feet, looking at Rowen and his crew as they appeared before him. For once, his eyes held a rare hint of seriousness. The intel Sengoku gave him was vastly different from this reality. This man was incredibly strong. Marine Admiral Akiji. The moment she saw the man, Robin gasped, cold sweat drenching her forehead. Admiral. The others exclaimed in shock. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/DragonnX. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Hashtag keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. Hashtag every 300 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. Chapter 115, bonus, Rowen, Akiji, you confused fool. Thank you for 2,100 Power Stones, here's your bonus chapter. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. 3rd chapter today. Enjoy, and as always, thank you so much for your constant support. I'm truly grateful every single day. Luffy and the others stared at Akiji, their eyes wide with disbelief. A Marine Headquarters Admiral. Thanks to Rowen, Luffy and his crew's strength and understanding of the world far surpassed what they possessed at this stage in the original story. Back then, Luffy's group had no real concept of what a Marine Admiral represented, what level of power they wielded. But with Rowen as a living benchmark, they now had a tangible understanding of the Marine Admiral concept. That meant someone capable of fighting on equal terms with Rowen, who had awakened the rumble fruit and fully mastered Haushaku coding, one of the absolute peak powerhouses on these seas. They hadn't even witnessed Rowen in a true life-or-death battle. Even against Enel, their strongest foe encountered since setting sail, Rowen had displayed overwhelming dominance, taking him down with a single Haushaku coding attack. And Rowen now was even stronger than he was then. Yet even that single attack from Rowen back then felt like an insurmountable mountain to them, a level of power they couldn't possibly contend with. Robin, looking at Akiji, broke out in a cold sweat, an undeniable flicker of panic in her beautiful eyes. Though Rowen had helped dispel much of her psychological trauma, some of it inevitably remained. The horror of O'Hara, and Akiji displaying his terrifying power before her very eyes, these were nightmares that had haunted her since she was 8 years old, nightmares that persisted until she met Rowen. Now, facing Akiji again, that panic was unavoidable. But because Rowen was here, Robin didn't completely break down as she might have in the original story. Instead, she subconsciously moved behind Rowen, her arms wrapping around his. Holding onto Rowen's arm, Robin's frantic heart began to calm slightly. Looking at Rowen, standing half a step in front of her, she pressed her lips together, feeling a significant sense of security. Nami and Vivi, seeing Robin's reaction, tensed. They had never seen Robin this afraid before. It was clear just how deep a psychological scar this Marine Admiral had inflicted on her in the past. Nami gripped her climate act, and Vivi shifted into a combat stance. Throughout their voyage, they had come to truly accept Robin as a comrade. Ararara. Nico Robin. Long time no see. You've grown into quite a beauty, Akiji commented lazily, looking at Robin hiding behind Rowen, his own eyes narrowing slightly. If Akiji and the O'Hara incident were Robin's nightmares, then Robin and the O'Hara incident were, in a way, Akiji's nightmare too. He had personally participated in the absolute cruelty of absolute justice during that incident. Even innocent civilians were massacred to ensure no historians escaped. He was even forced to attack his former friend, Jaguar D. Saul, who was protecting Robin. The memory of it, Akiji still refused to dwell on it. Letting Nico Robin escape was Akiji's way of seeing what would become of the little girl his friend Saul died protecting, the girl who carried the weight of O'Hara. What kind of impact would she have on the world? Ultimately, it was because of the O'Hara incident that Akiji began to feel lost, questioning the world government's absolute justice. So, he sought out different paths, different possibilities, trying to uphold his own sense of justice as a Marine, and it was also since O'Hara, having witnessed too many tragedies caused by the world government's absolute justice, that even after becoming an admiral, Akiji adopted his lazy justice. Lazy was just another word for completely lost and confused. Akiji could no longer find his own justice within the current navy. An admiral? Why would a Marine admiral come after us? Shouldn't someone like that be chasing the super great pirates causing chaos across the seas? Usopp and Chopper, the cowardly duo, clung to each other, trembling as they stared at Akiji. Usopp blurted out his panicked thoughts. Hearing Usopp's words, Nami, Vivi, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, even Akiji himself, instinctively glanced towards Rowen. I forgot. Rowen is one of those super great pirates. The source of chaos on the seas, it's US. Usopp yelled, clutching his head, tears streaming down his face. Before even entering the Grand Line, they took down the East Blue's strongest and highest bounty pirates, Don Krieg and Arlong. They even clashed with Warlord Hawkeye's Mihawk. Since entering the Grand Line, they directly eliminated another warlord, Crocodile. In Mock Town, Rowen made a direct call to the world government's stronghold, Marie Joy's, causing a massive uproar with his haki, threatening the Five Elders, the world's highest authority. Hailed as the most vicious great pirate on the seas today. Bounty exceeding 1.1 billion berry. The super great pirate causing massive upheaval across the seas was Rowen. Usopp and Chopper looked tearfully at Rowen. No wonder a Marine admiral was after them. But, even so, Usopp tremblingly raised his slingshot, preparing for battle. Chopper clutched a rumble ball from his medical bag, ready to eat it at a moment's notice. Ararara. Looks like you have some self-awareness after all. You truly are the source of much of the sea's current turmoil, Sky Sovereign Rowen, Akiji commented, looking at the young man before him, his expression unusually serious. So young, yet he had already thrown the seas into such chaos. At that age, Akiji himself hadn't even learned haki yet, still enduring Garp's brutal Fist of Love training. Calling Marie Joy's directly, causing a massive disturbance with your conqueror's haki, making numerous celestial dragons faint, threatening the Five Elders, the world's highest authority, you went a bit too far, Sky Sovereign Rowen, Akiji stated gravely, his gaze fixed on Rowen. Celestial dragons. Luffy and the others looked puzzled by the term. But Vivi's face instantly paled. As Princess of Alabasta, a world government-affiliated nation, and having attended the reverie, she was certainly familiar with the term. The world nobles, descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government, the creators, they treated everyone else like livestock. They were beings on these seas one absolutely must not angered. Back then, Rowen had actually used his conqueror's hockey against the celestial dragons. So, the world nobles had also been part of Rowen's leverage to force the 5 elders to concede, all just to clear that little bit of slander against her name. Vivi bit her lip, looking at Rowen's back, her heart filled with regret for her earlier unhappiness that led Rowen to do such a thing, but even more so, overflowing with profound love and gratitude. Celestial dragons. You mean those pigs? That was just a warning. Rowen's words made Akiji's expression change. Using Conqueror's hockey to make numerous celestial dragons faint was just a warning. Then next time, was this man planning a full-scale massacre of celestial dragons? And calling them pigs, no less. Sky Sovereign Rowen, who knew even about the 5 elders and the gods' knights, couldn't possibly be ignorant of what the celestial dragons represented, yet he still acted this way. What an utterly lawless man. Ma, but I just came here for a stroll today. I don't plan on fighting you, Akiji suddenly said, lying down lazily on the grass. That statement sounds a bit false, Akiji, Rowen replied, looking at him with a smile. Is that so? I rather think such words are quite fitting for our current conversation, Akiji chuckled back. Rustle. Sounds came from the nearby jungle, and a group of civilians slowly emerged. Oh. You're a Marine, the leader of the civilians exclaimed with relief upon seeing Akiji. Then looked fearfully towards Rowen and his crew. These civilians were survivors of a cruise ship disaster a month prior. When they first saw Akiji riding his bicycle across the sea, they thought they were hallucinating. Then, seeing the Jolly Roger on the Going Merry, they dared not reveal themselves. Only after hearing Rowen and Akiji's conversation did they realize this man was a Marine Admiral, and the other young man was the infamous super great pirate, Sky Sovereign Rowen. Though terrified, with a Marine Admiral present, and knowing they would surely die on this uninhabited island if they didn't seek help, they mustered their courage and came out. Your clarification efforts aren't progressing very well, it seems. Looks like I'll need to give the world government's efficiency a little nudge. Rowen commented, noting the civilians' fearful gazes, which also occasionally flickered towards Vivi. He then looked at Akiji, a crimson-black light flaring in his eyes. But before that, Chopper, if you would. Check their physical condition, Rowen instructed. Akiji hadn't immediately clashed with them because his observation hockey had detected these civilians. He had thoroughly reviewed Rowen's intel before coming here, user of the smoke fruit, bomb fruit, kilo fruit, flare fruit. Possibly other unknown abilities. But the flare fruit alone was enough to make Akiji cautious. A battle between Logia users, especially against a top-tier Logia like flare, would inevitably cause collateral damage affecting these civilians. He needed to get them to safety before he could fight freely. As for why he hadn't evacuated them before Rowen's arrival, Akiji had only just arrived himself. And he didn't have the rumble fruit to amplify his observation hockey range. In an uninhabited island environment, Akiji wasn't omniscient, he naturally wouldn't know civilians were present without actively searching the entire island with hockey. He only detected them when they approached. Under Chopper's medical care, the civilians gradually calmed down. This infamous Sky Sovereign Rowen wasn't like the rumors at all, he seemed like a very peaceful young man. When Akiji offered them a way to leave the island. Hey! Everyone! Don't trust this guy. He's a Marine. Luffy yelled anxiously, pointing at Akiji, warning the civilians. Is there a problem with that? The civilians looked utterly confused by Luffy's outburst. Luffy's face froze. After a moment, realization dawned, and he slapped his forehead. Oh, right. In the eyes of normal people, Marines are allies, and we're the bad guys. That's fine. That's good. Luffy's comical display earned him a whack on the head from Nami's climb attack. Next, Rowen and his crew prepared food for the long-starving civilians and provided them with supplies. Well then, Akiji walked to the seashore and placed his hand in the water. The strength of a Marine Admiral. Zoro, Sanji, and the others stared intently at Akiji, extremely curious about his power. Roar. Just then, a giant sea king leaped from the ocean, lunging towards Akiji. Usopp, his worldview expanded, didn't scream for Akiji to watch out, instead, he swallowed hard, watching intently to see how Akiji would handle this reckless beast. Ice Age. Whoosh. Crackle. Crackle. In an instant, terrifyingly cold energy erupted from Akiji's body. The Sea King, the ocean, everything as far as the eye could see, was completely frozen solid by this horrifying frost. Logia. Devil Fruit. Zoro stared at the scene, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Sanji watched in horror as well. Another top-tier Logia Devil Fruit user. The Logia Ice Fruit user, Marine Admiral Akiji, Robin murmured, cold sweat on her own brow. Seeing this familiar sight, the horror of O'Hara seemed to flash before her eyes again, a shadow falling over her heart. But the next moment, Robin felt a warmth envelop her hand, dispelling the chill from Akiji's ice. Looking up, she saw Rowen smiling at her. Robin pressed her lips together, then gripped Rowen's hand tightly. So warm, so safe. Robin closed her eyes. That shadow over her heart was once again pushed back. This should last for about a week. Head in that direction for 4 days, and you'll reach an inhabited island, Akiji instructed the civilians. Rowen and his crew then provided the civilians with supplies for their journey. Thank you so much. Mr. Rowen is such a good person. Those rumors can't be believed at all, the leader of the civilians exclaimed gratefully, looking at Rowen and his crew with a warm smile. Hearing this, Vivi smiled happily. Amidst the civilians' heartfelt thanks, they set off on their journey. You really are just like your grandfather, Monkey D. Luffy, Akiji commented, looking at Luffy after the civilians departed. A pirate, yet still so eager to help civilians. And then, Sky Sovereign Rowen. Akiji looked at Rowen, a confused expression in his eyes. The way this man helped the civilians just now wasn't an act. His warmth, Akiji's observation Haki sensed it clearly. As a Marine Admiral, Akiji naturally knew the truth behind the Alabasta incident. And Rowen's journey so far. Defeating Morgan because of his tyranny in Shell's town. Eliminating Arlong and killing Captain Nezumi because they colluded to violently oppress Kokoyashi village and the surrounding seas. And the Alabasta incident, Sky Sovereign Rowen and Princess Vivi working together to crush Crocodile's conspiracy to overthrow Alabasta and incite a terrible war. Liberating Shell's town, liberating Kokoyashi village and its seas, liberating Alabasta. These were the deeds of the men now branded by the world government and the navy as the world's most vicious great pirate, with a bounty of 1,135,000,000 berry. In Akiji's eyes, these actions were entirely heroic. Yet the outcome was just like the O'Hara incident. Sky Sovereign Rowen was now deemed a massive obstacle to justice, someone who had to be eliminated. At this moment, Akiji's eyes were filled with profound confusion. Gramps. Hearing Akiji's words, Luffy shivered violently. Garp was definitely Luffy's childhood trauma. Marine hero Garp. Thanks to Rowen, everyone now knew who Luffy's grandfather was. Back at the Barity, just mentioning hero Garp had terrified Luffy. It was clear Garp had left a deep psychological scar. Akiji. You confused fool. You are too weak, Rowen stated, his observation Haki spreading out. Looking at Akiji now, Rowen offered a powerful smile. His Haki had already grasped Akiji's current emotional state. No wonder Garp had such an assessment of Akiji during their battle on Hakanosu. Akiji's aura was too hesitant, too weak-willed. Hearing Rowen's words, the others all looked towards Akiji. With their current observation Haki strength, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji couldn't sense Akiji's aura at all. So they found Rowen's statement hard to believe. A Marine Admiral, confused. Robin, especially, looked incredulous. Akiji's face instantly changed. Check traits. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. https://p-patreon.com/DragonnX. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Hashtag keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. Hashtag every 300 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. Chapter 116, The Trio's Desperate Stand. Lightning vs. Ice. As usual. Bonus chapter every 300 Power Stones. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. Akiji's traits, Ice Fruit, Apex Gold, Armament Haki, Apex Gold, Observation Haki, Deep Gold, Ice Glove, Apex Gold. Ice Glove, Apex Gold, a perfect fusion of the Ice Fruit's power, Armament Haki, and the Iron Fist techniques inherited from Garp, a devastatingly powerful combination. The Ice Fruit, undoubtedly one of the T1, Tier 1, Logia Devil Fruits, had long since been mastered to an exquisite degree by Akiji. His incredibly powerful physique allowed him to continuously and wantonly unleash terrifying freezing aura. It could even be called the ultimate crowd-control devil fruit. A brilliant light of intellect shone in Rowen's eyes as his awakened human fruit power analyzed Akiji's abilities. The true power of the Ice Fruit wasn't just transforming into ice, but the terrifying freezing aura capable of flash freezing entire oceans. In the One Piece world, even on land, atmospheric humidity was very high. The Ice Fruit's aura used this moisture as a medium, permeating every corner of the battlefield. Fighting against the Ice Fruit required constantly coating one's entire body in Haki, preventing even the slightest infiltration of the freezing aura through the pores. Otherwise, the aura would use the body's own moisture as a medium, freezing everything from the inside out, muscles, organs, bones, blood, completely solid. In the original story, when Akiji froze Robin, Luffy, and the others, he was holding back immensely, only freezing their surfaces, not their interiors. That was why they could be thought out with medical treatment. This troublesome ability was precisely why the ice fruit was hailed as the ultimate crowd control devil fruit. Akiji's observation haki hadn't yet reached its peak, he couldn't see the future. On these seas, those capable of seeing the future with observation haki were even rarer than known users of Haushoku coding. And the technique that gave Rowen so much inspiration, leading to his own thunder gloves and flame gloves, Akiji's strongest move, ice glove, was a fusion of 3 powers. While the ice fruit excelled at crowd control, its raw destructive power was notably less than fruits like magma or rumble. The iron fist techniques inherited from Garp, combined with his ice fruit and perfectly integrated armament haki, elevated Akiji's combat ceiling, allowing him to fight for 10 days and nights against Akainu, whose magma fruit somewhat countered his ice and possessed the highest offensive power, before finally being defeated. This technique was the foundation of Akiji's confidence in facing Emperors head-on. It couldn't be underestimated. To fight Akiji, haki must constantly cover the entire body. Since Haushoku coding is extremely draining, dense armament haki can be used for defense instead. My observation haki is stronger than Akiji's, so I can accurately gauge the intensity of his freezing aura and switch between armament haki and Haushoku coding for defense as needed. The ice glove, combining Garp's techniques, the ice fruit, and armament haki, is indeed powerful. But in terms of raw offensive power, my thunder gloves, combining the rumble fruit and Haushoku coding, should be superior. And then, there's Akiji's weakness. Rowen's enhanced intellect scanned Akiji's entire being. As expected of one of the sea's top-tier powerhouses, in a static state, the few weaknesses Rowen detected were negligible. Finding significant weaknesses in such peak fighters was incredibly difficult. But once engaged in an all-out, life-or-death battle, major vulnerabilities would gradually reveal themselves. Details of the impending battle against Akiji began to form clearly in Rowen's mind. Confused. Weak-willed. Rowen's words pierced Akiji's heart deeply. An icy glint flashed in his eyes. He was confused, especially after learning about Rowen and his crew's actions and the circumstances they faced. The impact of the O'Hara incident once again exploded within his mind. But he wouldn't be lectured by a pirate. You are far too young, Sky Sovereign Rowen. You've only just set out to sea. What have you seen? Akiji stated gravely. As a Marine Admiral, Akiji naturally knew about the events in Marie Joy's. This man had wantonly unleashed Conqueror's haki, even lecturing the Warlord system and Marine HQ about justice. While the system had significant flaws, it at least maintained the balance of the seas. Even Akiji himself couldn't definitively say if the system was truly just or not. But it certainly wasn't for a rookie pirate to arrogantly dismiss everything. This man was negating the Marines, the Warlords, everything. The Marines were the true guardians of these seas. With each word Akiji spoke, a terrifyingly cold aura emanated from his breath. The chilling frost made everyone present shiver. So, we're really going to fight after all. Zoro and Sanji instantly prepared for battle. Luffy's expression also turned serious. But the first to move. Whoosh. A blade made entirely of sand erupted from the ground, piercing straight through Akiji's torso. Desert Spada. Vivi yelled, one hand pressed to the ground, glaring furiously at Akiji. Desert Princess Vivi. I see. So you acquired Crocodile's sand fruit ability now. Sky Sovereign Rowen, your ability to hunt devil fruits, can also grant those fruits to others. Akiji commented, seemingly unfazed. Though his body was pierced, he had already elementized, the attack had no effect. But looking at Vivi, Akiji's heart sank slightly. The sand fruit, while perhaps not on par with his ice fruit, was still an extremely powerful ability. With it alone, Crocodile became a warlord. A disaster-level ability capable of conjuring sandstorms. Able to steal devil fruit powers from others, and then give them to others, this means, if Sky Sovereign Rowen wishes it, he can create an incredibly terrifying army of devil fruit users. A very dangerous omen. Rowen is justice. Kokoyashi Village. Alabasta. Rowen not only saved those places but did so while minimizing bloodshed and sacrifice, and what did you Marines do? Slap false charges on us. Deny everything that happened in Alabasta. Vivi retorted, her eyes blazing with anger. Rowen had saved her, saved Alabasta. He had orchestrated events to end the rebellion, preventing countless deaths. In her eyes, Rowen was great and perfect. She wouldn't allow anyone to deny Rowen, not even a Marine Admiral. Akiji, faced with Vivi's furious accusations, didn't know how to respond for a moment. Facing Vivi, one of the Alabasta incident's greatest victims, how could he justify the Navy's actions? Argue that the Navy prioritized the greater good of the majority. But Alabasta was a major nation with tens of millions of people, a world government-affiliated kingdom. Such arguments were mere sophistry. Well said, Vivi. So what if he's a Marine Admiral? Watch this, Luffy yelled, planting one hand on the ground, coiling his legs like springs. All the fluid in his body, compressed by his rubber physique, began to boil, his entire body turning red, steaming like a locomotive. Gear second. Luffy looked up, his eyes fixed intently on Akiji. He wouldn't let anyone badmouth his comrades. Even if this person was a Marine Admiral who knew his grandfather. Whoosh. Accompanied by a piercing sound of air being displaced, Luffy vanished, reappearing instantly above Akiji. Shave. Did Sky Sovereign Rowen teach you that? Akiji's eyes narrowed slightly. He already knew from Smoker's report about Rowen's battle in Lobetown that Rowen could use shave. Goma Goma no. Jet pistol. Luffy wasted no words. His right fist turned jet black, armament hockey, hardening. Accelerated by steam, Luffy's fist shot towards Akiji, a blur of motion. Armament hockey. Akiji's own right fist, coated in armament hockey, met Luffy's attack. Though Akiji easily blocked the blow, his eyes widened in disbelief. What a strong hockey. Sky Sovereign Rowen's hockey was incredibly powerful, he was already considered one of the most terrifying hockey prodigies in history. But Vice Admiral Garp's grandson also possessed such strong hockey. This level of hockey already rivaled some of their HQ Vice Admirals. Luffy's current trait tiers: Gear second, Pale Gold; Gear third, Pale Gold; Armament Hockey, Pale Gold; Observation Hockey, Apex Purple. After receiving the Desire for Liberation infused by Rowen, Luffy's strength had skyrocketed. He had now reached the Pale Gold combat trait threshold, comparable to some average Marine HQ Vice Admirals. Damn it. Goma Goma no. Jet Gatling. Seeing his attack easily blocked, Luffy snarled, unleashing his strongest Gear second technique. His fists became a blur, raining down a storm of blows towards Akiji. Unfortunately, against a super powerhouse like Akiji, even Luffy, with his devil fruit and hockey now at Pale Gold, couldn't inflict any real damage. Hey! Marine Admiral. Rowen is the one who showed me the way. If you want his head, you'll have to kill me first. Azura Aura. Three-sword style secret technique. Sanzen Sekai, 3000 worlds. Zoro's eyes blazed with an eerie purple light. Empowered by his Azura Aura, which channeled a sliver of his conqueror's hockey, his three famed swords slashed fiercely towards Akiji. An. Diable Jam. Premier Hachis. Sanji spun rapidly, his right leg igniting in searing flames, further coated in armament hockey. Leaping high, his flaming leg shot towards Akiji's neck. So what if he's no match for a Marine Admiral? Some things, they would defend, they would fight for, even if it meant dying. Denying Rowen, even if it was a Marine Admiral, they would fight with all their might, tear off a piece of him. Black Leg. Pirate Hunter. This HAKI. Facing the three-pronged assault, Akiji blocked all their attacks, but the shock in his eyes deepened. Not just Straw Hat, even Black Leg and Pirate Hunter could use hockey. And remarkably strong hockey at that. Especially Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro. His hockey contained another, incredibly violent and tyrannical energy signature. Haushoku coating. Akiji stared incredulously. But then he thought, no, the power of true Haushoku coating is far beyond this. This must be just a trace of its aura. Still, a slash attack carrying even a hint of that aura could threaten some HQ Vice Admirals. Even Black Leg, average HQ Rear Admirals wouldn't be his match. What the hell is wrong with this pirate crew? At their age, Akiji himself hadn't even learned hockey, still enduring Garp's foundational Iron Fist training. Our genius is a dime a dozen now. Something was very wrong. Normal pirate crews, even supernovas, at this stage in the Grand Line, typically wouldn't have access to hockey, let alone hockey of this intensity. Akiji instinctively glanced towards Rowen nearby. Could this also be Sky Sovereign Rowen's doing? Akiji felt a surge of disbelief. Rowen, watching Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji's actions, didn't intervene, a touched expression on his face. These three, truly are reliable comrades. Though they hadn't harmed Akiji, they had clearly demonstrated their resolve and loyalty to him. Rowen's observation hockey spread out, tightly locking onto Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Akiji, ready to intervene instantly if needed. Luffy. Zoro. Sanji. Hold him off. Nami, who had been observing the climate, suddenly yelled. Got it. The trio immediately changed tactics, focusing on disrupting Akiji's movements. Akiji sensed something was amiss. He had been holding back, wanting to gauge the trio's full strength. The stamina consumed so far was negligible to him. But now. Boom. A massive, raging thundercloud suddenly formed directly above Akiji. This is. Akiji's expression changed. This power. Thunder tempo. Nami yelled, slamming her climb attack downwards. Crackle. Boom. A terrifying bolt of lightning, far larger and more intense than any natural bolt, struck down directly at Aokiji. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji scrambled out of the way. Right now, the strongest offensive power on the crew below Rowen himself, belonged not to Zoro, who could channel a portion of Conqueror's haki through his Azura aura, nor to Luffy, whose strength had skyrocketed after receiving the desire for liberation. It belonged to Nami, who had integrated the power of awakened rumble fruit lightning into her climb attack. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, Aokiji was completely engulfed by the lightning storm. We did it. Nami exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. Ararara. What a terrifying attack, beautiful lady, Aokiji's voice drawled. Whoosh. With a surge of freezing aura that blasted away the dust and smoke from the lightning strike, Aokiji reappeared. Half his body was now encased in thick ice, and his breath plumed out as extreme cold. Aokiji now looked at Nami with a distinctly different expression. An attack like that, even an average Marine HQ Vice Admiral might not have been able to withstand it. You people are far too dangerous. Reaching this point in your voyage, all of you already possess such formidable power. If that's the case, then you shall all be buried here, Aokiji declared, a terrifyingly cold glint in his eyes. The next moment. Whoosh. Whoosh. An overwhelming, terrifying wave of freezing aura erupted from Aokiji's body. It spread outwards at incredible speed, flash freezing the ground, then surged towards Luffy and the others. Whoosh. A figure instantly appeared before the advancing wall of ice. Here you come then. Sky Sovereign Rowen, Aokiji stated, his observation haki spreading out, tracking Rowen's movements. The flare fruit, is it? A rather troublesome ability against my ice fruit. Aokiji recalled Rowen's intel. Sky Sovereign Rowen, through some unknown means, could also use Fire Fist Ace's flare fruit ability. A flame human's fire would significantly hinder his freezing aura. But even so, Aokiji remained absolutely confident. The flare fruit, at best, was on the same tier as his ice fruit. As for the smoke fruit and others, useless in a battle of this caliber. But the next moment. Crackle. Boom. Accompanied by an ear-splitting, terrifying roar of thunder. The countless advancing shards of ice were instantly and violently annihilated by innumerable bolts of roaring lightning. Vaporized into mist in the atmosphere. Rowen had transformed into pure lightning. Even Aokiji's spreading observation haki was utterly shredded by the deafening roar of thunder. Aokiji's eyes widened in absolute horror. Nani? What? This ability is 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/DragonnX. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Hashtag keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. Hashtag every 300 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. Chapter 117, bonus, Aokiji's astonishment. Hunting the ice fruit. Thank you for 2,400 Power Stones, here's your bonus chapter. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. Crackle. Boom. Aokiji stared at the scene before him, his eyes wide with utter horror. The ice constructs created by his freezing aura were instantly annihilated by the raging thunderstorms, vaporizing into mist under the intense electrical heat. His extended observation haki was completely shredded by the deafening roar of thunder, unable to penetrate the electrical interference. And Sky Sovereign Rowen, his entire being had transformed into a terrifying figure of pure lightning. This ability, on these vast seas, only one devil fruit could achieve it. The Logia type. Rumble fruit. Aokiji breathed out the name, his voice filled with shock. As a Marine Admiral and a user of the powerful Logia ice fruit, Aokiji had naturally studied the devil fruit encyclopedia. The ability to transform into lightning, command thunder, and generate deafening thunderclaps that could shatter observation haki, this power unquestionably belonged to that fruit, hailed as one of the most invincible Logias, a fruit that hadn't been seen on these seas for an untold number of years, the Rumble fruit. Good heavens. Looking at the surging lightning, the terrifying, disaster-level power, even Aokiji, a Marine Admiral, took a sharp breath. He finally understood how that cat burglar Nami could control such terrifying lightning earlier. The source of her power was Sky Sovereign Rowen's Rumble fruit. As a Logia user himself, Aokiji knew all too well the absurd power boost a strong Logia provided. This generation of Marine Admirals, all three of them were Logia users. Hailed as the Elemental Admirals, and even as the strongest trio of Admirals in history based on overall combat strength. This was due to his ice fruit, Kizaru's glint fruit, and Akainu's magma fruit, three incredibly powerful Logias. Among them, the potential of his ice fruit was arguably the lowest. Not because his fruit was weak, but because Glint Glint and Magma Magma were simply too powerful. Glint Glint allowed transformation into light, granting the fastest speed among all devil fruits. Magma Magma possessed the absolute peak offensive power of all devil fruits. Anyone defeated by a Kainu was either dead or permanently maimed. And the Rumble Rumble fruit, not only could it transform into lightning, granting frightening speed, but it could also unleash disaster-level thunderstorms, possessing extremely horrifying offensive power. Furthermore, its thunderous roars could shred an opponent's observation hockey. Speed, attack power, support capabilities, all top tier among top tiers. Hence, it was hailed as one of the most invincible abilities even among Logias. If the Flare Flare fruit was merely on par with his Ice Ice fruit, then the Rumble Rumble fruit was clearly a tier above his own. The world government and the Navy had searched for this invincible Logia for a very long time, but to no avail. The Rumble Rumble fruit hadn't appeared on these seas for ages, yet now, it had fallen into the hands of this man, Sky Sovereign Rowen. Akiji's eyes were now filled with extreme gravity. If his opponent only possessed the Flare Flare fruit, Smoke Smoke, etc., Akiji would still be relatively relaxed. He was, after all, at the absolute peak of his strength. His Ice Ice fruit was long since awakened, mastered to perfection. His hockey, physique, stamina, and martial arts were all at his personal pinnacle. Even against emperors like Kaido or Shanks, Akiji dared to fight head-on. Even with the intel from Fleet Admiral Sengoku about Rowen possibly having initial mastery of Haushika coding, Akiji was absolutely confident he could capture Rowen if he wished. But now, things were different. Feeling the terrifying might of the raging lightning in the atmosphere, Akiji's expression became incredibly grim. This lightning power was simply too horrifying. As expected of the Rumble Rumble fruit, one of the most invincible Logias. More importantly, for Rowen to wield the Rumble Rumble fruit with such devastating power, combined with Ket Burglar Nami's earlier terrifying lightning storm attack, and those thunderclouds still lingering in the sky, this display of ability. Akiji took a deep breath, his eyes filled with intense shock. Awakening. This was the power of an awakened Logia devil fruit. What kind of sick joke was this? Sky Sovereign Rowen, at this young age, had not only trained his hockey to such a terrifying level but had also awakened the Rumble Rumble fruit. As an Ice Ice fruit user, with colleagues Kizaru and Akainu also being powerful Logia users, Akiji knew exactly how difficult Logia awakening was. Before awakening, the strength of a Logia fruit was primarily dependent on the user's physique. A powerhouse with an extremely strong physique could wield a potent Logia with considerable force even immediately after eating it. But before awakening, there was a limit to the power a Logia could unleash. To draw out the fruit's full potential, awakening was essential. And achieving Logia awakening was exponentially difficult. Awakening such a top-tier Logia not only required an incredibly strong physique but, more importantly, the user's heart had to fully align with the inherent desire of the fruit, the desire to become that natural element. For his Ice Ice fruit, he had to, while using its powers, truly imagine himself as freezing aura, capable of freezing everything. It sounded simple, but the difficulty was immense. The user was, after all, human. This desire had to stem from a deep, core belief, an acceptance of becoming one with the natural element. The difficulty was unimaginable. Whether it was him, Kizaru, or Akainu, they all spent an incredibly long time before finally awakening their respective devil fruits. But Sky Sovereign Rowen, at such a young age, had awakened the supreme Logia, the Rumble Rumble fruit. Even more critically, before this, Rowen had never displayed the Rumble Rumble fruit's ability. This was a terrifying realization. No matter the devil fruit, an ability user could only approach awakening by continuously using the fruit's power, allowing their own desires to align more closely with the fruit's inherent desire. But look at the abilities Rowen had used before: Bomb Bomb, Kilo Kilo, Smoke Smoke, Flare Flare. While using these, Rowen's desire to become an explosion, light/heavy, smoke, or fire would have increased. This was an unavoidable side effect of using devil fruits. It had nothing to do with the user's conscious will. This was why, even after learning Rowen could hunt devil fruits and possess multiple abilities, neither the Five Elders nor Fleet Admiral Sengoku had been overly concerned. Devil fruits had pros and cons, possessing more wasn't always better. Eating too many different fruits could actually hinder awakening. And if a fruit couldn't awaken, even a top-tier one couldn't unleash its full power. Instead, the conflicting desires from multiple fruits could interfere with hockey development, a massive hindrance for anyone aiming for the absolute top tier of strength. Before coming here, Akiji had, of course, thoroughly reviewed all intel on this man who was currently turning the seas upside down. In Akiji's initial assessment, in terms of devil fruit power, he held the absolute advantage. In martial arts, having inherited Garp's Iron Fist, he believed he could utterly dominate Rowen. Even considering Sengoku's worst-case scenario, derived using his Buddha-like wisdom based on Rowen's hockey display at Marie Joy's, that Rowen had initial mastery of Haushika coding, Akiji was still absolutely confident this man was no match for him. Because while Haushika coding was incredibly powerful, initial mastery meant it couldn't be sustained for long. Once its power was exhausted, Akiji could easily defeat him. That was the worst-case scenario. If Rowen hadn't mastered Haushoku coding, capturing him would be child's play. But now, what was this? Feeling the terrifying might of the raging lightning, the horrifying thunderclaps that could shred even his level of observation haki, and those seemingly permanent thunderclouds in the sky, Akiji's expression was intensely grave. Combined with Rowen's previous displays of only the flare fruit and other abilities, this current situation. It was as if this man had, out of thin air, acquired a fully awakened rumble fruit. This had never happened before on these seas. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's Buddha-like wisdom, his power assessment of this man, had been catastrophically wrong. Facing an awakened rumble fruit, even Akiji felt intense pressure now. This wasn't the flare fruit. This was one of the absolute pinnacle abilities among all devil fruits, and in its awakened state. Well. Surprised, are we, Akiji? Rowen's voice boomed. Having shredded Akiji's observation haki with the rumble fruit, Rowen's own haki could now freely sense Akiji's emotions, presence, and every minute change. Sensing Akiji's grave mood, Rowen laughed heartily. The laughter itself vibrated with power, a rolling thunderclap. Rowen's rumble fruit was awakened, his laughter itself was now rolling thunder, possessing terrifying sonic force. A weaker individual could be knocked unconscious by his laughter alone. Even Akiji now had to use haki to block his ears, mitigating the impact of the terrifying thunder sound. The name, Rumble, wasn't for show. Awakened, the combination of thunder sound and lightning was the fruit's full power. Ararara. It is indeed surprising that you possess the rumble fruit, and can wield it to such an extent. It seems the rumble fruit is your strongest ability then. Were you hiding your power before? Akiji asked, though his heart was heavy, as a Marine Admiral, he wouldn't show weakness. He slowly extended his hands, now transformed into ice, radiating an astonishingly cold aura. As his arms moved, terrifying freezing mist began to permeate the atmosphere. While activating his ability, Akiji was also probing, trying to gauge this man's true depths. After all, the sudden appearance of an awakened rumble fruit of this caliber was too bizarre. No need to probe. The rumble fruit, I only acquired it recently, Rowen replied, looking at Akiji with supreme confidence. With his current power, Rowen had no need for subterfuge. So what if they knew his strength? With the rumble fruit and his current power, the world government and Marine HQ, constrained by various political factors, could no longer effectively hunt him down. Deploy 2 or more admirals after him. Kaido and the others weren't vegetarians. And even if they went all out, with his rumble fruit combined with Ice's innate special observation haki, capable of covering a 10-country radius. The moment Rowen sensed multiple admiral-level threats, he could use the rumble fruit's power to pilot the Arc Maxim and escape into the sky with everyone. P.S. Rowen combined the munch fruit and the smoke fruit to store items, basically, an inventory. The Arc Maxim is stored there. Acquired recently. Then how can you wield the rumble fruit to such a degree? Akiji blurted out, utterly horrified. It's exactly as you think. My rumble fruit is awakened. As for how that's possible, you'll find out, after I obtain your ice fruit ability, Rowen stated, looking at Akiji, his eyes now holding the predatory gleam of a hunter. The ice fruit, the ultimate crowd-control devil fruit. Such a powerful logia, Rowen naturally wanted it. Plundering the ice fruit trait would grant Rowen Akiji's power, along with his desire to become freezing aura, to freeze everything. And upon plunder, the ice fruit would be in its awakened state. You want my ice fruit ability? Akiji's eyes flashed with an icy glint. Seeing the predatory look in Rowen's eyes, even Akiji felt a surge of anger. As a Marine Admiral, when had anyone ever looked at him with such contempt? Whoosh! Crackle! Crackle! A colossal bird made of pure ice formed before Akiji. Ice block, pheasant beak! Akiji yelled. The giant ice bird, formed from horrible freezing aura, shot towards Rowen. With each flap of its massive wings, the surrounding atmosphere crystallized into ice particles. Facing an awakened rumble fruit, Akiji unleashed the full power of his ice fruit from the outset. This ice bird was nothing like the one he used against Ace in the original story while holding back. Its freezing aura seemed capable of freezing everything in existence. Crackle. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. Terrifying lightning raged through the atmosphere, coalescing into a colossal thunder dragon. 200 million volt, Jamble, Thunder Dragon. With Rowen's thunderous command. Boom. Crack. Crash. The Thunder Dragon instantly and violently shattered the giant ice bird Akiji unleashed. The terrifying thunderstorm then, with unbelievable speed, engulfed Akiji's figure. Before the offensive power of the rumble fruit. The offensive power of the ice fruit could only be described as pathetic. 18 advanced chapters available on my Patreon. https://p-patreon.com/DragonnX. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Hashtag keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. Hashtag every 300 Power Stones equals bonus chapter.